What's up, guys? How we doing? Is it 6 hours to go? I don't think it's I don't think it's 6 hours, is it? I didn't have POE2 downloaded on this new computer that I have. Guys, you want to hear something you want to hear something crazy? You want to hear something crazy? I didn't go to sleep last night. I didn't sleep. I kept trying and trying and trying and trying and trying. I got zero sleep. None. Is there something might be wrong with my let's see if it fixes when it's done downloading here. Let's see if it fixes when this is done downloading. If it's not, I'll restart my computer. Can I limit my download speed? I mean, I could, but it's 99% done. Can you guys hear me fine?
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
I'm gonna go get a water real quick.
What do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back will be blade up!
Come on! I'm ready! I'm ready! It's a man!
No, it's not. Run!
there was a painter lady here.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
The painter is there. She was. Now she's gone. They, I needed a new front door. And they painted the front door and delivered me the front door. And when they delivered me the door, the paint on it was all like destroyed. And I was like, excuse me. The paint on the door is destroyed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot.
And they said, oh, well, one of these days we'll send someone to fix it. And I was like, okay. And 5 million years later, it happened to be this morning. Lady showed up with a paint can. I'm here to fix your door. I'm like, okay.
Oh, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Just US things. It's got nothing to do with living in the US. If I had the can of paint myself, I would have fixed it, but I didn't have the can of paint, and they wouldn't tell me what kind of paint it was. Like, they wouldn't tell me which one to go buy, so I literally had to wait for them. Why didn't I use MS paint? Finally, someone with the real questions around here. So guys, I'm going to say this one more time. Actually, I'm probably going to say it 50 more times. Oh my god, look how sick my character looks. Bro, this is my guy? Bro, look at my guy. Jesus. The only leaks that I saw were no new class, Act 4, multiple skill gems, same support gems can be used. Bro, look at my guy. Look how sick of a transmog I have. Bro. Oh, you guys want to see something exciting? You want me to show you something? I can show you something if you want to see. I wasn't planning on this, but I mean, why not? Well, we got 6 hours to kill. You want to see something? Sean Zanolo, thank you so much for the prime. I'll show you something. We have a couple of things here. First, we have this. You guys know what this is? Do you know what that is? Why is this thing so heavy? Yeah, it's a capture card, exactly. This is something that you guys have been insulting me about for multiple years. I don't know why this is so big. Like, they sent me the wrong thing. This might be the wrong thing. But have to find out, I guess. Alright. So, do we just flip it over and let gravity do the work? And my light turned off. This isn't a computer, no. Not a computer. We're on the right track, though. Alright. This is so weird. There we go, now it's kind of... There we go. So, no, this is right. This is finally a super ultimate god tier gaming monitor. And so the reason why I bought these things, so I have a rule for myself. And the rule is I never buy myself anything. And I will have you know that I did not break the rules by buying this. The reason why I bought this is so I can change my setup to a dual PC setup and stream in 1440p for you guys. That's why I did it. If it were me, I would not have gotten this stuff. But you guys sub to me all the time. You guys donate to me all the time. You guys watch my YouTube videos. And now Twitch is getting done with the beta of their 1440p streaming. And they're rolling it out. So it would be completely cruel or unjustified of me to not upgrade it. So I'm not going to do it today. In fact, I actually don't even know if I can stream in 1440p yet. I don't even know if I have it yet. But if I don't have it, it's coming soon. So I will switch. I have to use 3 monitors, 2 PCs, and a capture card between them. We're getting a 4K cam too. This camera, this is the Elgato face cam. Is it already in 4K? The last thing the world needs to see is more of me. Dang it. What happened? So we're going to do that. I can't stream it. I don't think I can stream in 1440p yet. Louis, wanted to say thank you for lots of happiness. You've got me into some of my favorite games. I wouldn't be here without your help and your entertainment. My man. Thank you, dude. Thank you for being here. How am I feeling today? I didn't sleep yesterday. None. I logged off yesterday at 8 and I told you guys I was tired and I was going to try to sleep. No sleep. It's 9:30 a.m. the next day. I have a feeling by the time the POE2 stream ends, I'm going to feel so sick. Let's see. When did I wake up the previous day? I woke up... I can't even remember. I want to say I woke up at noon. So I've been awake for... I guess it's actually not that long. I've been awake for 21 and a half hours. That's not that crazy. I actually thought it was longer than that. That's not that bad. Yeah, I don't know. I just can't sleep, so we send it. Guys, I haven't played this game in a long time. I figure we play some POE2 while we wait for the announcement. Should probably be playing some Last Epoch, honestly. Speedrun it. Do I also read YouTube chat? This is what I see, buddy. It's all the same to me. It's all merged. Let me, I just thought of something. Yeah, we have 5 more hours. I have an idea. Let's do something real quick and then we'll play some POE2 while we wait. But I just thought of something. There is something that I could do real quick that would be helpful for you guys. There is one thing I could do. So let me do something over here real quick. I do have the Moon Beast game. It's in pre-alpha. So when does Last Epoch drop? 24 hours from now. All right, let me do something real quick. Okay. Let me log on any character. It doesn't matter. Can you explain why you need or want a dual PC setup? When you're dual streaming in 1440p and you want to play in the highest settings possible, it is true that a 500 series card and like a top tier Intel or AMD processor is technically strong enough to do it on its own, but like it's absolutely not worth risking. If you use two PCs, one of them plays the game and then with the capture card, the other one captures what the PC is playing and streams it. So when you separate it, one PC streaming, one PC playing, your ability to have consistency and godlier quality with no hiccups goes way up. You don't know if you get banned in POE2, but sprint is coming? Right. If you hold down the roll, you can also restart the PC midstream. If my game is crashing, I can restart my PC and not lose the stream. Another thing. Yeah. So my idea here is in my universal loot filter, I can actually do something for you guys. What I could do right now is I can make sure I could quickly configure most of this for next season. Do you need two beast PCs to do it? No. So, no, you don't. All right, so here's me. That's me. There's my hood. Okay, that's me. All right. Here's my 3 monitors. Okay. PC 1. Is like the God PC. Right? And this one plays the games. So your best PC possible is going to be hooked up here and here, and it plays the games. Then you have PC number 2. It's smaller because it doesn't need to be as good. An okay PC. And then with the capture card and connected to this monitor, this PC streams to you guys, and it streams what it's capturing here. It only needs to be strong enough to just see what this PC is doing and broadcast it. That is way less difficult than playing a game on 1440p on ultra settings. So this is your God PC, and this is your okay PC. That makes sense? Yeah. XLL gifted 5 subs. This guy's going straight to heaven. Thank you, XLL. All right, so here's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to do a little trick here. So we're going to go to max roll because max roll updated all the guides for last Epoch. And what we're going to do is we are going to open the 3 new and exciting builds. We're going to start with the Bear Beastmaster. By the way, I have a video that I worked on till 4 in the morning. I hope you guys will like it, talking about all the best builds in detail. But this is probably going to be pound for pound the best build in the game. Bear Beastmaster, probably. And what I want to make sure that we get here is I want to make sure that every single unique and every single idol, I'm going to build it all into a loot filter for you guys. So I need to add all these uniques here, but before I do that, I need to make sure that I actually have the right setup here. Let me look at this, because every time I look at this, it's always wrong. Good job, me. This looks pretty good. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let me make sure that everything is correct here. Just give me a second here. Let me stare at this for a second. If any of you are wondering why we're in the POE2 category and not playing POE2, we're going to play POE2 in a second. I just want to fix something real quick. If anybody, I know people are going to start typing it. We're going to play POE2. Just give me a second. All right, so let's go in here. Okay, I actually think this is pretty good. So let's duplicate the rule. And we're going to call this 1.3 COF Season 3 Universal Filter. Now, I still have to fix one more thing for it, but this is my Season 3 Universal Filter for 1.3 Beastmaster Lich Necro. And now I'll just build it in 2 seconds. God, this song is so good. All right. So, we got to make sure anything... We need Cleaver Solution. Okay. We need Seed. We need Inheritance. We need Nowls. We need Mantle. Red Ring is already there, I guarantee it. I guess let's just check. If Red Ring's not there, we have a big problem. Yeah. Brewmaster. Jolra. And then this is a new thing. I don't think it's in the game. Yeah, it's not there. So I need to make sure to add the... But I'll remember that for sure. So I need to do this for all 3 builds. So I apologize, guys. Bear with me for just 1 second. I'll be with you in a moment. I'll fix this very quickly. So we also need monument. We need mountain. It should already be here, honestly. Yes. I already added the mantle. I just did it. I guess let's just double check and make sure I did it right. Yes. I need to add centurion. Oh, it's brand new. We don't have it yet. Okay. We need Orions. We need Phantom Grip. We need Last. And then we need Tyrant Skull. We don't have it in the game yet. Okay. One more set of uniques to add. Decayed. Mountain. Yes. Trader. I already know Brewmaster and Red Ring are there. Rasp. And then Army, I don't think is in the game yet. Nope. Twisted Heart is there for sure. And Nihilist, for sure, they're already there. Yeah, okay. So we're done with that. Okay. Now... all of that is good. What are the best relics? We need crit multi and health. Crit multi health. All right, that was easy. Crit multi health. We need abomination health and endurance. Abomination. I already have health and endurance. Okay. Then the last build guide, we need minion damage, strength, and health. You want to know what another one we should probably add just for the hell of it? We should probably add int as well. Int would probably be good too. Okay, so the relics are done. Rings. Strength, health, int, minion damage, endurance. Strength, health, int, endurance, minion damage. Then what was the other one? Did I get endurance yet? Yeah. Okay. And I think that's everything. Int, health. Yeah. Okay. So that's done. Should be all the best rings in the game. Amulets is crit multi health. Oh, Jesus. 4 LP. Jesus. Crit health. Frailty. But frailty Frailty as a T7 is not something that we want, though. I'm not even going to search for that. Because Frailty as a T7 is not something you want. But we do want area damage for minion skills. Minion area for skills. I don't even see this as a choice. Minion area damage. What? Is this a new... Is there a new affix in the game next patch? Minion, or is it Primalist only? No. Is there a new... It is a new affix? I think health... The reason why I skipped health is it should already be there. Health should already be there. By default, yeah, it's there. Okay, it's just not a choice yet. So I got crit, health. We don't have the area thing in the game yet. Okay, but we could take minion damage. Alright. Okay, is that it? Crit multi-health. Yeah. Okay, that should be it. Gloves. The best gloves in the game. Melee attack speed, hybrid health. We don't need frailty. Melee attack speed and hybrid health. Hybrid health is certainly already picked, for sure. Yeah. Okay. Melee attack speed, hybrid health. Current health lost. Not a choice yet in the game. Let me try it one more time. Ward. And then Acolyte, maybe? Nah, just doesn't exist in the game yet. Okay. The best boots in the game are movement speed, minion damage, hybrid health. So, certainly movement speed, and the other ones are already there. We need... Is that an experimental? Might be experimental. Yeah, it is. So we have to go down here to the experimentals. That's kind of a rare one. All right. Okay. Movement speed, health, hybrid health. Those have to already be completely taken care of. And the last one is movement speed, CDR. CDR might already be selected. Yeah, it is. Okay. Boots are done. Best belts in the game are Ward with the cleanse. This has got to be in the game, though. Is this also an experimental affix, maybe? Is that what it is? It's none of this. This is it. Sorry, it's that. It's under the potion category. Yeah, it's this. Okay, so that's done. Ward, health, percent health should be all selected. It is all selected. Okay, that one's done. Ward, health, done. And the other one is health. So belts are done. Best body armor. We're almost done here, guys. Thanks for bearing with me for a second. Int health. Okay, so I'm guessing we take int, probably strength as well. The health is already there. This one is flay, which doesn't exist, and health. Okay. So I'm going to have to redo this later for all the specific stuff. And then minion melee crit chance. Minion melee crit chance. This is Beastmaster, so Acolyte doesn't work. This. Done. Helmets. We're almost at the top, boys. We're almost done. Strength, Earthquake, Health. Hello? Game? Okay, done. This one is... Jesus. Necrotic damage, wild transformed. Marrow shards. Like bone marrow. Health. If I type the word bonus. Yes. Okay. And then the other one is int. Did I already pick up int? And then minion critical. This. Okay, done. Best offhands in the game. Crit multi and all of that. That's good. Endurance and block effectiveness. Endurance and then block effectiveness. Okay, that's done. These are both weapons, so that doesn't count. And those are both weapons, so that doesn't count. Done. The best weapons. So the item types would be one-handed axes, one-handed swords, and that's it. It's actually only those two somehow. All right. And the affixes are parry chance and minion melee. You want to know what? I can actually make this rule a lot better. Let's duplicate it. Let's make this... I'm going to make it even better. Let's make this one-handed axe. And let's make this one-handed sword. I can separate them and make the loot filter even better. I might as well. Okay, so for the one-handed axes, it's not crit multi. It's parry chance. And minion melee. Any flavor of that? Yes, those two. Okay, any other axes? Yes. Melee attack speed. And then melee necrotic. Not in the game yet. Maybe it's not in the game yet. Yeah, this is not it. Is melee necrotic and necrotic spell still in the game, guys? Do you guys know? Am I gonna be okay if there's a build this season that's as powerful as the Paladin was last season? I think the Bear Druid is gonna be better already. Balls, Darth Chaos, the Omen. I'm your favorite streamer. My dude. Thank you, my dude. That's why I'm making you guys this filter right now. Guys, we're gonna play. You're not getting baited. We're playing POE2. Look, it's open. We're going to play. Just give me 1 second. I'm almost done. We're going to close last Epoch in the next 10 minutes. Will I be trying Abomination Necro? That's my least excited one that's the build that I'm the least excited for. And if you'll watch, I have a video coming out on it in 2 hours on my YouTube. Before you go Abomination Necro, watch my video. Before you go Abomination Necro, watch the video. And be 100% sure that you want to go Abomination Necro. Because you might not understand what you're getting yourself into. I can show you a 5-second reason why you might not want to go Abomination Necro, by the way, if you want to look. Okay, so think about this. Your Abomination gets way stronger for all the minions that you gobble up, right? Okay. So let's see how does that look here? Okay, so here we go. We're going to summon a mage. We're going to summon a wraith. We're going to summon a bone golem. We're going to summon 1,000,000 skeleton warriors. Then we're going to channel Abomination to gobble all of them up, starting with the warriors first. We're going to vacuum cleaner them all dead. Then we are going to remove our entire build except for Abomination. Skeletal Mage, off your bar. Wraith, off your bar. Bone Golem, off your bar. Summon Skeleton, off your bar. Then you're going to replace it with Bone Curse, Aura of Decay, Dread Shade, and Transplant. Then you're going to play. So every time that you have to resummon your Abomination, you have to change your whole build back, resummon the whole thing, and then change your build again. And the reason why you have to do this is because the patch notes said that they fixed snapshotting, but what they fixed was item snapshotting. They didn't fix skill snapshotting. Now, you tell me, do you still want to go Abomination Necro? watch my video that comes out in 2 hours. I talk for literally 20 minutes about Flay. I talk for 20 minutes. The whole video is 20 minutes, but I go into detail about each guide, and I try to, as honestly as possible, tell you exactly what you're in for. For the love of God, watch the video. Watch the video. I made it for you guys. I stayed up till 4 a.m. recording it. I didn't make it for me. I made it for you. It's not a skill respec. It's off of the action bar. It's not a skill respec. The TLDR is, if you watch my video, you'll understand why almost all of you are going to go Bear Druid. Bear Druid hits the hardest, doesn't require any gear, and doesn't have any stupid mechanics. It's literally summon your bear, walk around and smack shit. The bear hits for 100 million damage. So it's 8 clicks? No, it's way more than 8. So it is... No, it's way more than 8. You want to count how many clicks there are? Let's count how many clicks it is. If you have to summon your Abomination, let's see how many clicks it is. We can count them. All right, how many clicks to summon an Abomination? Here we go. Let's look. So I believe in total, you have to summon 20 skeletal warriors. So 4 clicks to take the 4 skills off of your bar. 4 clicks to put the 4 skills back on your bar. That's 8. 20 warriors. 20 warriors. That's 28 clicks. A bone golem. 29, 30, 31. Then you have to channel Abomination to gobble them all. That's 1 click, but let's call it 15 seconds. So let's call it, it's 32 clicks plus 15 seconds. Then it's 4 more clicks to take these skills off. That's 36. And then it's 4 more to put it back on. So it's 40 clicks and 15 seconds to summon your Abomination. It's technically 2, yes. Click and drag and release. I guess actually no, it's 1. Click, drag, and release. The announcement's not for 5 hours, guys, which is why we're just sitting here dicking around. Anyway, I would... So it's about 40 clicks and 15 seconds to summon an Abomination. You do it once per game session if you don't die. When are the drops active? That is actually a great question. I don't know. Do they start not for 5 hours? I actually don't know when they start. I might be able to look it up though. This was my alarm for when I was supposed to get up and start streaming, but I didn't go to bed yesterday. Have you tried sleeping? All right. I promised we'd go play POE2, so let's finish this. Let me finish this. So I don't think this is in the game yet. So I guess we just leave it for now. So that's not right. Wait. Okay, yeah. So that's not in the game yet, so I can't fix that. Okay. Now I have all my stuff ruined. Give me this back. I need this back. Come over here. Okay, we have that. We have that. It needs to be aspirational. And then the other axe is melee attack speed minion. Okay. And I think that takes care of the axes. So that's done. Now we have to fix the swords. Sword is the same thing. Melee attack speed. And then it's the 2 minion things. Minion damage. Okay. And then it is... also that thing that I don't have yet. Let's go shred armor and necrotic pen. Why does this say that it's not possible to get it? Oh, this is a dagger. It's not a sword, it's a dagger. Oh, shit. All right. Well, the loot filter is smarter than I am. Not surprising. All right. So this is out. And then I need to copy it again. This time it's a dagger. And the dagger is... melee attack speed, shred armor, necrotic pen, and a affix that doesn't exist yet. Yeah. Not these. Shred armor. And then necrotic pen, and that means that there's a mistake. That means there's a mistake on the sword, which means that the shred armor needs to be unchecked. Okay, perfect. All of this is done. The uniques are done. We don't need any set items, actually. But we're only showing the rare set items anyway. Double exalts, da-da-da-da-da. So tier 7 exalts. We uncheck mage, we uncheck sentinel and rogue. Don't think we need this at all. Okay, something like this. We need shred armor. Okay. Okay, I think that's fine. That's fixed. Same thing here. So here we only want, click the wrong thing here. I don't want a scepter or a mace or a wand. I don't want any two-handers. I only want a shield. Okay. We should probably take minion damage, melee damage, and this. This. Maybe. Let's take. Don't want attunement or dex or vitality. Let's do something like that. Okay. And are we pretty much done here? Okay. Okay, this is the last rule. The last rule we have to fix is this one. This is the last one. The idols. All right. Well, so okay, so we need, might have to copy this a couple of times. So let's start here. This is going to be a large immortal idol. This. And we want ward per second and health. I know what we're gonna do. Blood spirit. This. Blood spirit and life. What's this? That. That is the only thing that we need for that. Okay, I fixed the bottom one. So the bottom, these ones are Weaver idols. And the Weaver idols, yeah. I literally just took all of them. Okay. So is swaddling in there? Yes. is... you can't make this up. Shitting. Can't make this up. Shitting. Swaddling of shitting. Okay, what about phobia? Yeah. Okay. Vanquishers, many threads. Vank. Threads. Okay. And then web. Done. All right. So that's good. Flaylich, you're done. Okay. Abomination Necro. You check your idols. Am I crazy? Does this... Oh, I see. Okay. This works. Okay. So this works. So it's the same base. So since it's the same base, I can type insight here. Okay, done. Okay. Vanquishers of many threads. Vanquishers of many threads. Okay. So Abomination Necro is done. Now the Beastmaster. Holy. Alright. Of course the Beastmaster has a ton of weird shit that I have to account for. Thanks God. Alright. So this is going to be... a huge idol. We want the heretical nomad idol, and then we want lucid and predator. Lucid, predator. This. Now I gotta copy it again. Go again. And this time it's a nomad idol. But it's a different size. Yes. It's a large idol this time. Which makes this... Do I want heretical or not? Yes. So then we're going resolute and predator. So I already have predator. Which means I have one that's not possible. Lucid is not possible. Predator is there. I also need another one. I also need agility. This. Done. Okay. And now, I need to go back to this rule. We need anti-venom. Yes. We need restful and trapdoor. Restful is their trap. Okay. We're done. I think everything is done. So now, when the new patch comes out, all I have to do is build in the beams and the affixes that don't exist yet, and the uniques that don't exist yet, and the primordials. And this loot filter should be ready to go, actually. So I'm going to be able to make the loot filter real quick, because I did most of the work for you right there. Okay. Ugh. You can't say the word primordial. Amazon Prime. Then the word or. And, or, but, or. D, like the letter D. Then E, like the letter E. Then ul. It's weird. It's like ul. Prime or D ul. Okay, there's no E. I lied. There's no E. Primordial. We're going to paint for this, guys. We can do it. Prime or D. It's not quite all. It's more like ul. Prime or D ul. Primordial. Primordial. Ordeal is a word, but that doesn't help us. It's not prime ordeal. That would be wrong, right? It's primordial, not primordial. When is the video with the snapshotting? 1 hour and 43 minutes. You guys want to see the thumbnail for it? Look at this. Here's what's coming in an hour and 43 minutes. Look at that bear. Look at that bear, guys. Cocaine bear. Treat in Becca Boobies. Wow, what a name. Thank you for the prime. Avatar, Furious, Fizzelps, Hell Cyborg. Love your hard work on the builds, man. My dude, thank you. All right. Well. Dang it. How much will this kill my PC to put the shadows on ultra? Let's try it. If I DC, guys. Dang it. All right. Man, I haven't played this game in a while. No tornado bird. Heck W, man. You know how many of my characters died at level 91? I think I had 3 or 4 characters die at 91 exactly. I don't know why I keep dying at 91. Bro, do you remember this guy? The Ice Strike Monk? Oh, God. What build is good? Well. What the? Look at this guy. There's a lot of them that are good. Why is my Stormweaver guy, I don't get it. Why is he wearing a bow? I don't, let me just look. What's even going on here? A bow? Am I using a Widow Hail or something? But for what? The Ice Comet Sorcerer fun for 2 days. Yeah, you guys remember when I made that build? I made a build and then PoE nerfed it like in a day. It was like I made the build, patch, it was gone. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, global chat is on. Wait, they respect my character. You respect my character? Why? They changed the tree or what? Wah. Oh my god, look how slow my guy moves. Look at this. Guys, time me. Anybody have a stopwatch? Time me from this tree to the tree on my other side of the hideout. Ready? Go. How long did that take? Yo, dude. Are my boots not on? Okay. All right. At least that makes some sense. I was going to say, bro. Okay, my boots aren't on. Okay, that's why. Okay, are there any characters that they didn't respec for me that I could play? What about this guy? What's this guy doing? Nope. Chuck Testa. Oops. Can I play my Amazon? Should I just start over, man? Hey, my Amazon can play. Man, Yo, dude, is it just me? Is it just me, or do the characters in this game move like a lot slower? Jack Gassy said to check my Discord. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Bro. Alright. How do I... Okay. My movement is wrong here. Something's wrong. Alright. This is a Q. And this is a W. Alright. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is here. Okay, now can I move? Oh, lit. Okay, nope, still wrong. Back to the options we go. Where's my evade? Where's evade? Dodge roll. Hell. Attack in place is here. Alright. Now can I play? Lit. God. Oh, the dodge roll makes you so slow, too. Okay, okay. We're going to be positive, guys. It's okay. They're going to make us faster in a few hours. It's alright. Thank God this is named Rax's map. Alright, I have no idea how strong I am or what I'm supposed to do. Let me try a map here. Should I just make a new character or what? Maybe I should just make a new character. Wait, I gotta go to my map device. It's been a while. I haven't played this game in a while. Okay. I'm talking to Gazzy real quick. He's trying to get me to play Warcraft 3. You guys ever played Warcraft 3? I've never played that game before. I think the drops start in 4 hours. Okay. Going like this. Okay, my map is wrong as well. There we go. Fixing all sorts of stuff here. How is GGG so bad now? Wait. GGG is so bad? What? Why are they so bad? Damn, that's some sick graphics. Boom. Boom. Eh. Look how strong my Amazon guy is, guys. Eh. Boom. Move, bitch. Get out the way. Exalted orb? Lit. Boom. Boom. Who says you can't make one button builds in this game? Eh. 4 hours until towers die? Wait. I feel like I'm getting way better loot than I have gotten in the past. Did they also buff the endgame loot? Or just the campaign loot? Oh, proximal tangibility. Oh my god, dude. Oh. You guys remember proximal tangibility? Lit, I did something. Okay, hit. Dang it. This. There it is. Oof. Bro, another thing. Can the portal please be instant? Like it is in POE1? Okay. Well, what's more interesting to you guys? Should I just map on this spear guy, or should I just make a new character and should I see how much they improve the early game experience? You were gonna go pro in Dota 2? Fresh, new character, map, new character, new. Oh my god, okay. Nobody wants to watch me map. Alright. Create. Let's make an SSF character. Hey, this is new, isn't it? This? These weren't here before, were they? These buttons? Were these here the whole time? I don't remember those. They were new this league. They were released in 0.2. I don't remember that. Alright, we're gonna make it 4 more hours. We can do this. Alright. Do some crossbow gameplay. Bro, I hate the crossbow. Why do you guys always vote for the shit I hate the most? They made them better? Did they actually make them better? Time to find out. God damn it. This is the thing I wanted to do the least.
Wanted an Oriath, you fled like a coward. Every life has a price, and your
Oh, God.
stop it. Take down the degenerate.
I played Poison Concoction last time. Attack Sheep. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, man. Lug. S3. S. B-dose. C-dose. Did I get even close, man? I'm sorry.
I can't believe that actually worked.
By the first ones, you're alive. I'm glad to the mill. Now I would appreciate it if you could. Reach clear fell.
Bro, left click to pick up an item. Bro.
Well, that was unexpected.
Bro, POE thinks I'm a complete piece of shit. And they're right. Basic bolt.
Back to the grave.
Wait a minute. I remember why I hate this so much. Does this have the stupid ass reload mechanic? Oh, God. You guys can't be for real here.
been many years since I saw one of these little beauties.
Bro. I got an extra life flask. Lit. Press I to view my inventory. What does this game want me to do? I already... This tutorial is harder than the actual game. Press I to view my inventory. Open the skill panel. Left click it to bind a skill. I have a skill. Press 2 to change my ammo type. My mana is low. Left click to use my new skill. Is this...
Feels good.
Bro, I already... Bro. Skip tutorials. Let me just play the damn game. Jesus Christ. They wanted me to change ammo rounds and then fire the skill again. I couldn't figure it out. I was like, I socketed the skill. No, put it on your bar. I put it on my bar. No, activate it. I activated it. Use your skill. What skill? Oh, you want me to shoot the thing with the new ammo? Just let me through the fucking gate. Jesus Christ. Bro. Is this crossbow's attack speed like one bullet every 40 years?
Not dead yet. I fought some big buggers before, but blimey.
All right, we're going crossbows the whole way.
Well, damn.
Friendlies that I smith. There's nothing you could chant if you find a fight down there.
All right, well,
Killed in times like these, old man.
what should I do, guys? Should I do... Should I do explosive grenade? Isn't the grenade terrible? Detonation time 3 seconds. Isn't this the skill where you shoot it and it takes 3 seconds for it to blow up? Hey, wished. You'll die to 1 level 2. Let's do the grenade just because I remember this. Let's just do the worst thing possible. Let's do crossbow with grenade. If I remember correctly, it takes like 3 seconds for this to go off. I don't even get a quiver. God, I want to use this bow and this quiver so bad instead, but we got to play with the worst thing.
If I don't go later. Feeling lucky?
Okay, so what? Oh, this guy doesn't sell or what?
Welcome to the camp. I fear this.
Okay, what's the... Is it shift left click, shift right click, control left click, control left click? God, it's completely different from last Epoch.
A face like that.
All right,
Almost makes me
we're
wanna
figuring
go
it out here, boys.
Almost.
Of course, it's got a different key bind. All right, you got anything good for me? You have like a crossbow or something? 1352? Bro, I have 78.
Goodbye.
Jesus. Cost Doc Savage. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. All right, here we go. Bro, 3 seconds? Can I shoot it in front of me and then run on top of it? 3 seconds on the first skill? 3 seconds? I guess you just kite him in there. Alright. For the love of God, help me. Take some projectile damage. This should be very entertaining, guys. Thank God the boss doesn't move. So... Wait, it also has a like a cooldown? It also has a cooldown? What? What? Bro. Oh man, dude. Okay. Can you imagine a new player's like first experience this? Imagine they pick Mercenary and their first skill gem, they just pick Grenade. Oh, that's good. Jesus! This is impossible. Dude, this grenade thing is the worst thing I've ever seen. Oh. It's actually the worst. God, dude. Yeah, camera to the center. Oh. I remember playing... I played all the classes. I remember playing Mercenary with a crossbow. Okay, let's let our grenades recharge. All right. I shot the grenade directly at the boss, but the wolf ran in front of it and it bounced off of the wolf's head. Nowhere near where I fired it. We just have a 1 hour fight with the trash mobs out here. $30 grenades to kill a vile hag. All right, here we go. About to get spicy, boys. Oh God. Oh God. How? What? I missed? Oh, bounced off the wolf's head again. Where did these guys come from? Easy. Yeah, so you guys are saying use the auto attack instead of the grenade. Yes, like the smart thing to do would be to drop the crossbow for the bow and the quiver that I had and use some other skill. But what if somebody just gets a skill gem, gets their crossbow, puts grenade on their bar and plays? I mean, it's not unreasonable to just cut grenade and go to the second zone. You know what I mean? Stop being intentionally obtuse. Okay. All right. I think. Okay. We need to take care of some things here. So you're gone. Okay, guys. This is my stream. If you don't like my stream, leave. And don't ever come back. I don't care. Believe me, I don't care. Just leave. This is my stream. We're going to do what I want to do. Period. You guys already made me play Mercenary. Yeah, I mean, you love that about me. I'm not afraid to say it like it is. Sometimes people mistakenly think that they're in charge. Sometimes you got to remind them. This is my stream. Stop the crossbow if you don't enjoy it. Okay, but on a serious note, any crossbow mains, how do we make crossbows and grenades work in the beginning? I'm a new player. I got my first skill gem. Grenade was a choice. I picked it. What do I do? How do I use this and this? Can I use like a better round or something? I've got use a bow. That would violate the rule of taking off the crossbow. What if I play the crossbow? The reveal is in 4 hours, guys. Ryder, thank you for the prime, my dude. Just don't play grenade at the start. You simply don't use the grenades. Okay, so if we think about this for a moment, would you guys agree that it is a problem that they put a crossbow in your hand? Okay, fine. And then they give you a skill gem and they tell you to cut it. And one of the choices is this grenade. It's like one of 3 choices that's sitting in front of you, unless you click a different skill. And it has like, it fires a bouncing grenade that bounces off of wolves' heads and has a 3-second detonation time and does like no damage. Is this not a problem? That like, this is the part I'm trying to demonstrate here. First rule of POE2, never wear a crossbow. You would use the auto attack and the grenade and realize the grenade is terrible. So you would weave in auto attacks between the grenades. That makes sense. You're supposed to load the ammos back. So, you're supposed to load the ammos between your between your auto attack and your grenade is 2 different ammos back and forth and repeated at level 1. I don't know, this class, like I love like so many of the builds that I made in this game. I love the javelin Amazon. I love the eye strike monk. I like the lightning arrow ranger. I like the spark sorcerer. I like, you know, I like every build. And then you get to crossbow mercenary, and it's just like, this is the biggest piece of shit ever. They did a poll, by the way. I remember they did this. They did some kind of big poll about which class was the most liked and which was the most hated of people who played those builds. And the most hated one by far was Mercenary. I think that info on the drops is outdated, stunk. I don't think that that's what it is. Woody liked it. Guys, let me tell you something about Woody. As someone who has been playing video games with Woody like longer than anybody, Woody likes everything. Like, he likes everything. If you're ever looking for like a negative opinion on something, you can't ask Woody. It's never gonna happen. He loves everything.
You there, over here. Here to hunt up. Don't worry. Ready? Go on then.
In the beginning of the max roll days, when it was me, Rob, North War, and Woody on max roll, writing the guides and talking, me and North War hated everything. What's this little light thing? Oh, this is... Oh, I remember this.
I'm starting to get the hang of this. Need a sec.
Bro. Okay, we're gonna have to weave in some auto attacks, guys. The auto attack is just so much better. I'm just waiting for my shit to reload. All right.
Nice.
Hello, gays. Man, we're getting some weird people today. We banned him. He's gone. I have basic shot right here. I have crossbow shot right here. Switch ammo. So not fragmentation rounds. What other ammo do I have? Yeah, I just got poisoned. That was rude.
Close and personal.
I want to read something here. So, I see. So the fragmentation rounds, no, the fragmentation rounds add 8 mana to crossbow shot. So, can I get a crossbow shot that doesn't have any rounds in it in case I go? The mana cost added by the rounds is making me go out of mana on my auto attack. What level is this zone? Level 4? What level am I? 3? I know why I'm doing no damage. I had a stat point to put in. Alright, let's see how good my grenades are now. Watch this. Boom. Lit. What? What? Why did it go there? Did it bounce up? Did it... Bro. Dude, the grenade... the grenade bounces off the enemies and goes somewhere else. Dude. Every class sucks in the beginning. You're telling me if I reroll Ranger or Witch, it's gonna feel like this? I doubt it.
Good mercenary knows when to cut and run. I won't end up lying in a field like this.
I need to do the I want to have these activated, right? Pretty sure. The early game monsters have grenade resistance. God, I knew something was wrong. Ow. Rude.
Take this!
The thing is, like it's totally okay, right? There's so many classes in the game. Like you play the one that you like, right? Like some people out there do like Mercenary. really don't like anything about it. I hate the reload mechanic. I hate the ammo mechanic. I hate the bouncing grenades. I hate the switching between the two shots. Like, it's just not for me. I hate the play style. Even if it was less clunky or fixed, I would still hate it. This is just not my thing. I like I'll even play Warrior. Warrior to me is fine. When everybody was hating on Warrior, even Warrior was okay.
Need a sec. Need a sec.
I'm out of grenades. This guy is Jesus. Oh my god, dude. What did I say? EHG? I meant, what did I say? Did I say EHG? I meant... You're not using the basic bolts. How do I use, like, can I turn, oh, I see. Here, basic bolt. So I can go here. Okay, so the basic bolt isn't a skill. I can only select it from here. Okay, I actually didn't know that. Let's try the basic bolts. All right, let's see how much better the basic bolts are. Well, I could kill one white monster in 4 shots. You can link it though. I don't have a support gem though, do I? No. Okay, here we go. Watch this, boys. Here we go. Big fight.
Eat this!
I don't think are the basic bolts supposed to be better? It feels like I just lost half of my damage. I was doing 2 damage. Now I'm doing 1. Is this really better? I just want to fight the Rust King and see if I can kill him. I am using the starter weapon in Zone 5, but I don't know. Are you expected to have a weapon upgrade by the... This is the 4th zone, I guess. Are you supposed to have a new weapon by the 4th zone?
Need more time.
Yeah, you were supposed to use a bow. Guys, you guys are so caught up. You guys are so caught up on doing the right theory crafted thing. What if you were just a new player, you start Mercenary, you got a crossbow in your hand, and they tell you to cut a gem and you pick grenade. It's one of the choices. This is what you have. You can buy a new weapon. Bro, I had 70 gold when I went to the town. You see how much gold I have now? I have 190. Maybe. I'm rich now. Let's see. Let's test it. Can I get a new weapon? Let's go see. If you do that, then you're fucked. I mean, okay. All right. A random crossbow is $500. $500. I have $190. Bro. You guys think I'm getting a new weapon in this economy or what? Jesus. Sell some shit? Bro, my shit's worth nothing. Let me identify it. Excuse me, sir. Sell.
Some odds and ends of mine.
Okay, $32. Okay, it's control. Gotta remember. Bro, I'm not even close, man. Does anybody sell crossbows? You, do you have a crossbow?
How's the clearing? Anything take your fancy?
This would bankrupt me. It would give me one damage. I can't afford this one. This one has some flat damage on it. Guys, I can't afford this. I don't have any money. Sell the main weapon? How much does this sell for? How much does mine sell for?
Please.
5 gold, guys? Use the currency? Alright. Alright. Oh, lit? Alright, now that okay. Good idea. Did they change that? Do they like auto give you that now? Because I remember it taking forever to get your first transmute. And your first aug. Did they change that? Crafting. Oh yeah, this guy's gonna die for sure now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is way better. Good idea, chat. Watch this, guys. 8% more damage. Oh, 2 of them. Holy. I think there's about 4 hours left. Cooking. Oh, didn't see that grenade, did you, bitch? Build guide when? I am pretty known for my sick mercenary skills.
Need a sec. Need more time.
Waiting for my grenades to come back. There we go. Easy. I can't pick up this wisdom. Okay. When you set your basic shot to left click, and you set it to don't attack while moving. If you mouse over an item, it just doesn't fire a bullet at all. All right, so let's try like this then, and then I'll fire like this. I better pick this up so I can sell it, so I can buy something. Jesus.
Here it comes!
See that kiting, guys? Can't teach that. Oh, 2 gold. I better go get that. Such momentum, much wow. Yeah. Yeah, so for any of you YouTube friends, if you guys want the drops from whatever the event is later, but you don't want to watch on Twitch, there is a trick you can do. Open Twitch. Anybody in the POE category, right-click the tab at the top and mute the tab. Don't mute the stream. If you mute the stream, then I don't think you get credit for it. But if you mute the tab, you do get credit for it. I don't know why they don't just put the drops on YouTube. Am I 2-shotting whites? Yeah, it's a big upgrade from 3-shotting the whites. Because chat reminded me we had a transmute and an AUG in our inventory. Oh, crossbow? It's the same thing as mine. Oh my god. It's the same piece of shit one that I have. Easy. I'll be honest with you, I'm actually kind of getting used to this. Okay, I pressed M for map, but it's not M, it's tab. You'll just watch over there instead. Yeah, make sure that... I don't exactly know how to do this. Maybe someone in chat does. But make sure your Twitch account is connected to your POE account. Make sure that you have that set up so you can get the drops. Is that a hat? I don't think I have a hat, do I? I better go back so I can buy something someday.
Yes, feeling lucky.
Okay, it's control left click. God, that sure didn't give me very much money. I'm picking all this up so I can go sell it. Put the hat on. Huge. What does this give me? 19 energy shield. Lit. When is the last Epoch video coming out? I think it comes out in 44 minutes. All right. I genuinely don't know if we're going to be able to kill this guy, but I'm going to try. Rust King. Kind of forgot what he does. Bitch.
Azamites never give up a fight. I expected no less.
Oh, thank God, a level 3 gem.
Me pockets are full.
Do I have to pick anything up over at the tree or no? I'm getting more used to this game. It plays so differently from last Epoch, and honestly, it plays so much differently than POE1. It's like a completely different game. But I'm getting used to it. Alright, so what do we have here? See how good this thing is. 60 armor, 27 life. That seems strong. Let's see here. So is it worth it to identify it? 19, 142, and the wisdoms are only 25 apiece. So I just made a lot of money identifying that. So let's sell. Let's buy a couple wisdoms. I mean, better than mine. Okay.
I will treasure it.
Okay, I got a whetstone. I can put on these boots. Should I... Let's see how good gambling is. How good is gambling? Well. So this has higher base damage, 27 bolt speed. So I think this one's better. So let's just do this.
Guess I can help move.
All right. Flash grenade. This detonation time is less than a second. Is this better? Don't gamble. I just got two completely different answers. Somebody said never gamble. Somebody said gambling can be good. By the way, oh shit! Hold on, give me 1 second. Forgot something. All right.
Flash grenades can blind and stun enemies. Be careful.
All right, let's do it.
Yes? Take a pun. Guess I can help move that for you. See you.
Here are your spikes, but I would have.
Azamite runes, eh? Well, whatever works.
I don't think that drop link is the correct link. Somehow I missed like every single portal that I needed. We can just walk backwards like this. Yeah, the drop should start in 3.5 hours. Is that correct?
Need more time. Weak animal.
Did they, guys, did they murder the Spark Sorcerer? Here's another skill gem that I could get. What, are any of these any good? All of them are bad, just upgrade fragmentation. Okay.
Killing time. Need more time.
Hi, Rune. How are you? I don't have. I don't think I've found a support gem. I don't have a support gem. Believe me, I would love to have a support gem. But a support gem in this economy is... Yeah, I think the witch in this zone drops one if I can find her. Okay, we got another level 2 Jim Bob. I'm not sure that it really helps me. Here she is, right on cue.
That's one down. I think I heard a fable about this country. Kind of walked into that one, didn't I?
I have a support gem. Split. Do you guys... I remember usually with your support gem, you either go scatter shot or martial tempo. Is that still what you do? Martial tempo is attack speed. Scatter shot, scatter shot, scatter shot. Scatter shot, 100% scatter shot, scatter shot. Armor explosion. Armor explosion plus AP. It's armor. I forgot, yeah. Armor explosion is a level 2. Guys, we're on food stamps and ramen noodles over here. We can't afford armor explosion. Scatter shot it is. Dude, is it... I honestly wonder... I don't know. What do I put it on? The grenade or the crossbow shot? They both seem like terrible choices. Let's try the grenades.
Surprise!
Look how many grenades I can shoot now, guys. Gather them all up. Yeah, boom. Boom! Can't kill me. Boom! I haven't slept in 24 hours, guys, so my bad. Cannot be held responsible for any of the noises that I make. When do the drops start? When the event starts, I believe. What's up?
Oh, that's ominous.
Good. Now the others.
Dude.
Need more time. Need more time.
He's unconscious.
Okay, now I gotta go back to town, right? When does the fun start? On Mercenary.
Only by the grim town.
Fun with Mercenary? Ooh,
I heard you had him till next.
yeah. Fun on Mercenary?
Sorry, I was just... Finn makes fun of my collection. Oh, I like this one.
Ten movement speed. There it is.
Oh, I like this one. Bye.
Are these glasses to... Well, dang it, I just got debated. Are these glasses to protect me from the screen? Do I recommend them? These are just normal glasses. These are just normal glasses. They're not. Although, I have actually been strongly thinking about getting a pair of glasses for just staring at a computer screen because, you know, all I do is sit here and stare at a computer screen. Like, I haven't really looked into it. Is there actual scientific, provable evidence that wearing, like, glasses that block blue light actually help your eyes or help your brain? Or is it all just conjecture? Like, is there conclusive evidence that that helps? No, there isn't.
Not yet.
Enable FSR. Please don't be a D's nuts joke. FSR. Ron Burgundy said so? Wait, he did? Fidelity Super Resolution. Is that like an option underneath one of these things? I'm not seeing FSR, or it's the method of upscaling. Is this better than NIS? I don't know anything about upscaling. Does it matter that I have an AMD graphics card? But I thought the best option, I'm only playing on a 1080p monitor. I thought when you're playing 1080p, the best way to play is with no upscaling. Aren't you supposed to play no upscaling on 1080p? Upscaling is always better. The systematic review found that blue light filtering spectacle lenses may not attenuate, what a word, symptoms of eye strain with computer use. The great upscaling debate of 2025. I thought that if you hit the frame rate cap of your monitor without using upscaling, then not using upscaling is better. You only upscale if you aren't hitting the frames at the quality that you're playing on. You are correct, Rax. True, true, true. No, Rax, upscaling is better quality image. That is correct. True, true. You are correct. Indeed correct. True, 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 true. It can't be both, guys. But anyway, I shouldn't be capped at I shouldn't be at 60. It's 60 FPS, I think, in the menu, right? I mean, I'll just try it. Yeah, I'll turn it on. But
No getting through here. Well, not yet, anyway.
isn't it, am I crazy? Isn't it outrageously better with it off? Am I crazy? Isn't it way better with it off? I can turn VSync off. It's like way better with it off. Yes, of course. FSR is for AMD. This has an AMD graphics card. My FPS just dropped by 80. I only have a 144 frame monitor.
Neat little show. Wish I could sing away more problems. Need more time.
Like, it dropped to 120 right there. Pardon me while I wait for an hour for my grenade to reload.
Need a sec.
Ugh. Everything's on cooldown, on cooldown, on cooldown.
Need a sec. That's one down. Surprise!
Wait, there's a crossbow reload change coming? What are they changing about it?
Not yet.
Okay. There's an instant reload. There's no more waiting when you move. That's really needed for the mercenary class. I'm so glad that they're getting... Oh shit, isn't this guy hard?
Tell me that isn't fungus. Need a sec. Back down or die. Need more time. yet.
Jesus, when is it gonna reload? Wow, he poured it out of my final shot.
Just had to be funky.
I'm promising I'm hammering on all my shots all the time. Problem is my flash grenade or my stuff is reloading all the time. It's why I'm just standing there doing nothing. But now... Oh wait, this is a skill gem. That doesn't help me. Wait, how do you guys already know the patch notes? Wait.
Fancy seeing you here.
Oh yeah, this is the guy looking at the new mechanic where you chase the little golden light, right? Yeah, but is the patch note, but does the patch note, were the patch notes part of the leaks?
Quickly! My family has been abducted! That boss! I said...
I've taken all. Orders from stranger. Need more time.
You know what I'm so happy about? With Act 4 out, that we don't have to do the whole campaign twice anymore. Isn't that going to be so nice?
Oh, where'd I go?
So, I've heard that we aren't getting... I've heard rumors that we aren't getting a new class to play. So if we aren't getting a new class, is that like pretty much an absolute guarantee that there's no chance that POE2 officially launches in 2025? Because we're missing so many classes, we're missing 2 acts, we're missing probably a lot of upgrades to the endgame. Like there should be no, like, how in the world would they do all of that in, what do we have left, 4 months? Take a whetstone. Dead. Boom. If there's no new class, what have they been working on? Well, I mean, there's lots of things to work on POE2 besides new classes, right? In fact, I'll be honest with you. If I had my way, I would have. It's like someone made the comment to me. I actually didn't even realize this. And they said, "Rax, did you realize that Diablo 4 very nearly has the most activities and mechanics of any ARPG?" And of course, when I heard that, I was like, kind of laughed. I'm like, there's no way that's true. And then they said, count them. Count them and compare them to the other games. I'm like, okay, Helltide, Nightmare Dungeons, Kuros to Undercity, the raids, Infernal Hordes, the pits. I just went on and on and on, and I'm like, oh, okay. There's when I actually sit down and count them, there's actually a lot of activities, but that unfortunately does not translate into content. So it's like, oh, so maybe you can have a million things. World boss. There's others that I'm missing. You can go PvP. So it's like, my point is the question was, if Grinding Gear Games has not been working on new classes, what have they been working on? You don't have to give us new stuff. Like, this is an early access. Feel free to make all the stuff that we already have better. You have the entire boss ladder. You have Uber Lilith. You know, there's actually a ton there. You can farm your renown. You can do strongholds. You can do cellars. You can go farm flowers. There's actually a lot of things you could do, but yeah. Anyway, the whole point here is not to shit on D4. The whole point of this is to give an analogy. By the way, you're supposed to break down the things with the sockets, right? So I'm doing the wrong thing there.
What have we got? What would you like?
2 to all projectile skills, but that's not so good, right? It's the bonuses to the spells that's strong, right? I mean, it's still probably decent. Right, yeah. Rings with flat damage, of course, yeah. I don't have a ring at all, so... I mean... We'd put a very large wiener in our mouth for any ring at this point.
Bag of drones. Need more time.
Did they nerf these guys yet? These guys. These guys killed my most powerful character ever on hardcore. These pieces of shit. Yeah, it looks like they nerfed them. They killed my most powerful character I ever had. I was so fucking angry because their mechanic was such bullshit. Every time you would hit them, they would retaliate for 1 trillion damage. And well, I was playing Spark Sorcerer and my guy was actually Jesus. And I turned the corner and there were 10 of them there and I hit them with 500 sparks in a millisecond. And they insta-killed me. I was big mad. Ow. God, it's still on cooldown, man. Okay. I'm coming to the conclusion, guys. I think I've suffered enough. After I kill this boss, I'm going to delete this character and make something fun. Like, it's okay. This is a good little warm-up. Get back into POE2, but... It's what GGG said themselves. What did they say?
meaningless life.
Need more time.
The Eternals will never surrender. Servants, obey.
Blind him!
Rend your soul. Your meaningless Sinya. Join me.
Not yet.
Come down. Come down. Your meaningless life ends now.
Need a sec. Bloody Eternals. Never did know when to quit. Need more time.
You love my Invoker build, the Ice Strike Monk? Oh, yeah. The Ice Strike Monk ruled. All right, let's say thank you to all the subs from everybody, and somehow I missed them all because I'm a terrible streamer. Jake, a writer, Daytime Kitty, Perrin, I'm going to get this. Darren Dizdar. Is that might be one that you spell backwards. Radzin Nurid. Maybe not. Thank you so much for the sub, man. Diamant, Uda, Raf. Crossbows are like D4. They've made a step in the right direction, but they're still shit. Jesus. Crypto, Omega, Anonymous, gifted 5, whoever that was. Thank you, my friend. Do minion build. Reset. Jovial, Jolly, Jamboree. What a name. That name just bursts with happiness. Vinny, Neil, Fantini. Thank you so much for the subs and the primes, guys. Okay. Let's see. Now what can we make here? Let's see. Ranger, we could go Lightning Arrow. Warrior, we can do Roly-Poly Slam. God, is anything good on early game Sorcerer? Witch is real good. We're going to forget this class exists. We could go Monk, Big Bonk. Huntress we already just played. Do an Ice Sorcerer. What is even the early game Ice skill? YouTube is 15% of the viewership. Let's see what it's looking like here. There are, oh my God, there's 3,000 people here on Twitch. Yo, thanks for being here, guys. Jesus. Appreciate you guys. And there's 800 on YouTube. Dude, we got 3,800 people here. Yo, what's up, guys? It's a lot of people. Guys. Can you guys raise your hands up in the air like in Dragon Ball Z and send me your energy? I didn't sleep yesterday. In 2 minutes, I've been up for 24 hours. You guys want to make a bingo card? All right, we can make a bingo card before we go back in and get our asses kicked again. Why not? I'm getting more used to this game now again, so next time we play, I'm going to probably murder them way faster. I just haven't played in so long. It's a very different feel. Wow, 6 square, bro. Let's see, can I do this in any kind of a clever way? And what happens if I just draw a line down here? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not gonna do it, boys. That's not bingo. I have grotesquely missed this as well. Jesus, can't even make a freaking bingo card. No, it's still something. Let's go like that. This line has to be. Bro, that like wasn't any better. What is wrong with me? Oh my god, flashbang. Oh my god, it's yellow. I hate this game. I told you I haven't slept. Jesus. All right. Let's try this again. All right, way more space. That doesn't look like more space at all. All right, we're going to make this one huge. Let's go here. There, that looks a little more right. That's not even at all. Who gives a shit? Okay, whatever. Close enough. This is way... All right, it's not even at all, but who gives a shit? There we go. There's our bingo card. All right. What? No! Bro! All right, give me some ideas, guys. Should we put new class in the middle? New DAS. Tower rework. Something with towers. Movement speed increase. Vision. When are drops enabled? 3 hours. Yeah, trade rework. More checkpoints. Scouring orbs. friction. I don't think they will use that term. Auction house is kind of here with trade rework. A unique rework. What do you mean by that? Like they're going to redo some of the uniques already in the game, or powers? Okay. A build importer. Ascendancy. Isn't that a new ascendancy? Do you mean the third trial, or do you mean a new ascendancy for a class, or what does that mean? An endgame mechanic? Okay, we'll take any endgame mechanic like Blight or Abyss. The third trial. Leaderboards. Yeah. New maps. Yeah, I think that's been all but confirmed, but let's put it anyway. Righteous Fire. A pinnacle boss. Okay. I doubt we're going to get Righteous Fire. We can put it there, but we're not going to get any bingos if we put that in there. World map rework. Do you mean like how, like the end game map and how you traverse it? Is that what you mean? Map updates. To be fair, we already have towers over here. So if they do something with towers, that can't count for both. Waystone updates, that's direly needed. Did you guys watch Ben's video 6 months ago? They definitely need to redo how the prefixes and suffixes work. A new item category. More MTX. That's a guarantee. Passive tree upgrades. A crafting bench. Yeah, I still remember the... whatever it was called, the blog where they talked about the crafting bench, and they came to the conclusion that the crafting bench was the wrong answer, and that made me big mad because I love the crafting bench. So the sprint would be more move speed already encapsulated in that. A defense rework. New hideouts. New ascendancies. So that means when you say new ascendancies, You mean new ascendancies for the classes that we already have? Are there like, I can't remember. Are there holes that we don't have? Yeah, we only have like 2 of them, right? For some of the classes. We have a 3rd trial here that's kind of like trial rework. POE3. Div cards, that's a good one. Alright. How's that, guys? Scouring orbs goes under new currency. Yeah, we could just change this to a new currency. Could also just change it to something even more generic. What if we just delete this and instead we call it crafting? Crafting expanded. In some way. Just kind of like crafting bench. Let's go with new currency. Or do we don't have already new currency somewhere, right? Alterations would fall under new currency. What's below MTX? New ascendancies for the classes we already have. Let's see. How many people are just in the POE2 directory in general? Like, how hyped are people for this? There are almost 16,000. There's almost 16,000 people watching on Twitch alone. All right. Wake up. Stop being a little bitch. All right. Let's play something here. Let's see. Well, lightning arrow is way too strong. We're not playing that. Warrior's okay. You want to know what? You want to know what I haven't played in a million years? My Ice Strike monk. This is the 2nd build I ever made, and then I never played it again. Should we make a monk? I haven't done that in a while. Should I do monk boy? How good is early game monk? I concur. Take a nap. No. Is early monk good? Nothing is good early game. Lightning arrow. Doesn't lightning arrow absolutely rule? All right, let's see if I can play better this time.
I have another chance.
Oh, bro, didn't we already cover this? That I don't want the tutorials? Skip tutorials.
Rest now. I will see about this miller.
It's the wrong way. Oh. Large chest. Falling thunder.
At what cost?
No clue what this does. Let's give her a try. Slam the ground and consume power charges. Boom.
Effective. The miller has seen better days.
Oh, what?
My training continues. Skill always beats raw strength.
Please come inside.
Renly's the name. Why, Smith? Now you could chant if you find a fight down there, do it.
Killing Palm, Glacial Cascade, Frozen Lotus. Frozen Lotus. Say no more. Let's try that.
Welcome to the camp.
I know the right way is just to play with a bow, but let's not cheat. Let's try to actually... Let's try this one. FPS Matters, Sanley, Endless Painter, Peebles, Toxic Gary, Adept Penguin. Rax, here is your energy. I've been watching you easily for over a decade. I enjoy your content. Thanks for what you do. Thank you, my dude. Appreciate you. One Sharp Spoon. Is that a new hoodie? Looking very handsome today. Oh, thank you, man. God, I've never... It's been a long time since I've been this tired. I don't know if I believe that. Oh, it's a backflip and a... Okay, so it's a backflip. Okay, and then we hit the thing. Okay. Definitely never used the skill before. So we backflip and then we bonk it. Is that what we're doing? Okay. So, alright. We're gonna have to make a change here. We're gonna have to make a change. We need to change this to this. so we can actually, you know, hit the damn crystal. Because it's not targetable. So I need a way to be able to swing. Let me just change this to move and put swing here. That'll be much better. Did I give up on my mercenary? That's not the phrasing that I would like to use, Spooky Fork. I prefer to say I threw my mercenary in the trash can. Let's try to be politically correct, please. Alright, how many doggy fizzle televizzles can I pull? Eh. Nice, very nice. Okay. We could go kill this guy for fun. I haven't fought this guy in a while. How is this better than Mercenary? Well, first of all, the Mercenary would have been fine if I would have went, I think, bow just with lightning arrow. The Mercenary probably would have ruled. But honestly, I should do the same thing on the monk, right?
Each victory is but another milestone on the endless path.
Hatchery.
Maintain a fine balance.
Dang it. 29. I don't know. Take this one, I guess. Can I have this quiver, please? Have I seen the leaks? I've heard about them. I've heard about you can sprint now, new act, new zones, so you don't have to repeat the campaign, stuff like that. So I've heard some of it, but hopefully there's still a lot more to share in the announcement. I don't know, like, I'm actually a big grinding gear game fan, and I'm actually a big POE2 fan. A lot of people really don't like this game. I'm not one of them. I don't like Mercenary, but I like the game. I think the game's going to be really good. Extremely good. I think it's going to be one of the best ARPGs ever when they're done cooking. I'm very favorable toward POE2, so I'm really looking forward to this. Jesus Christ, man. Die.
I've no room for that.
Bro, I'm already full. Alright, let's go sell real quick. I got no money. Oh wait, SSF shares the money? Nice.
The names. Who knows what prizes await?
Okay, it's
Not
control.
sure what I'm gonna do with it, but cheers.
5 decks. Wow, that would be a very nice staff to start with. Flat damage, flat damage. Let's keep this in case we find a bow.
Not surprised.
PoE lovers and haters are at odds with each other. I'll be honest with you, I really don't see an angle on the PoE hate or PoE2 hate. It doesn't really make sense to me. Oh god. It doesn't make sense to me. And the reason why it doesn't make sense is a lot of the PoE fans say, well, PoE2 is not like PoE1. And when it was originally promised to be like an expansion to PoE1 before they changed their minds, yada, yada, yada. It's like kind of a similar argument that people say about why Diablo 3 or Diablo 4 is not Diablo 2. Diablo 2 exists. So we don't need another Diablo 2. If we want to play Diablo 2, we either go play Diablo 2 or Project Diablo 2. We need a new game in the franchise. Now, I completely agree that the first couple of implementations that we've seen at PoE2 have had some outrageous flaws. No loot dropping, super imbalanced classes, towers suck, the endgame system sucks, you can't find any citadels, never get a King of the Mist invitation. I mean, you just go on and on and on, right? But, I mean, they said it was an early access game a year away from launching. And the state that PoE2 launched compared to some of the other games that we've seen has been a lot better, in my opinion. When Wolcen came out, I couldn't even pick up items. I actually couldn't pick up items on the ground. So by those standards, PoE2 is the Taj Mahal, even on day one. They also made some, like, actual strategic errors. Like, there ain't no way you should have nerfed Cast on Freeze on the second day without a respec token or some gold. And they've admitted that, and they said they were sorry. They said they're not going to do it again. It's fine. But that really pissed people off because, you know, a lot of people were playing Cast on Freeze. Man, dude, I wish this ice crystal had a little bit more range to it. I gotta jam it up his ass, and then he teleports away. Ah, this is rough. Bro. Holy.
Nightmares have no power against the light.
Not sure how much I like this ice skill, if I'm being honest. Oh, is this thing any good, guys? I'm using it wrong. So I'm laying the Frozen Lotus on the boss, and I'm trying to swing at it. Roll in them and spam it. You're supposed to roll into it? Nope, don't do that. Okay. So nobody agrees on that. Let's try Glacial Cascade. Let's just try something different. We're going to use Glacial Cascade here and use this as a disengage. That's what we're going to try. Alright. Transmute. Og. Alright. It's my weapon that I've got. Can I buy some wisdoms? Oops.
Oh, I like this one. Goodbye.
We're going to keep trying the staff skills. I don't think I have a waypoint in the first zone, do I? Let's see. I do. Nice. POE will never eclipse the Diablo franchise. Might mean on how you define that. I think actually there could be logic to that statement. If you talk about in like number of players, it's possible. But if you're talking about quality of the game, this is kind of an interesting spell. Doesn't seem to do that much damage, but it seems interesting. Can I lay a bomb down and then blow it up with the little frost line? Mysterious campsite. Do I have the playlist anywhere? Exclamation playlist. Rolling around in it. Who suggested that? Oops, pressed the wrong button because I'm stupid. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me Debba Jebaza.
See that there? Don't worry. Ready? Go on then.
You're part of the minority if you... Are you saying you're part of the minority if you quit playing D4? Like, I'm not saying that this is necessarily indicative of Diablo 4 failing. Because I guess in a lot of ways, actually, Diablo 4 has been a huge success because of how much money they've made. But isn't it absolutely without a doubt confirmed that more than 90% of Diablo 4's population from launch doesn't play anymore? Which is the same fate that every ARPG faces almost always, but you're definitely not in the minority if you stop playing D4. You're definitely in the super majority. Like, that's not even close to true. Wonder if this thing does more damage at the end. You're talking to chat? Yeah, I mean, I believe it or not, guys, I don't really have a horse in the race. I just like ARPGs. I wish every ARPG would be godly. Like, I don't care, but you definitely can't say that... Absolutely cannot say something like, you're in the minority if you quit playing Diablo 4. You're in the super majority if you did. Where are you guys getting these numbers from? Okay. I'll show you. Let's see if we can have one that goes back. Okay. Looking for... This is not exactly what I'm looking for here. The problem is it's hard to get some accurate numbers here. Because we can't go off Steam numbers, really, because Steam didn't launch for a while into when it happened, and BattleNet numbers are kind of hard to... Everything is just estimating. I'm looking for something kind of reliable here. Didn't Riker make a video about this a long time ago? Riker video Diablo 4 player count. This would have been multiple years ago. I'm trying to find it. Does anybody know what video I'm talking about? Certainly someone knows what I'm talking about. I guess it is kind of hard to get... Google active player numbers for D4 today. Well, that's what I just did. Everything that I get... like nobody, the problem is no one has the actual info. We have the Steam data, and the Steam data is cool, but the Steam data isn't BattleNet, where almost everybody is playing. Yeah. You enjoy the D4 each season for a few weeks, but you expect to be spending most of your time with POE2 soon. Even if it, in its current state, you think it's the best ARPG right now. And it's going to get better exponentially. You just need more to do. You hope they add Heist in POE1. Doesn't Heist have doors, though? Man, dude, this skill just, it doesn't do any damage. I do have a support gem, I think. Need to put a basic attack on my bar so I can do something when I'm out of mana. Let's cut this support gem. Well, that's not a support gem, by the way. This is the support gem. Do we do concentrated effect for this, guys? Is that what we're doing? Can we do Heist without the doors? Is that a thing? Just straight up martial tempo. Okay. And I guess we go on. Okay. All right, here we go. Okay, I guess that's my rotation. I pull a bunch of shit, I lay a bomb, and then I hit it with my cascade. I guess that's my rotation. So I pull everything. I lay a bomb. Oh, bomb blew up immediately. That's good news for me. Out of mana here. trouble here. Okay. Yeah, this early game quarterstaff skills not feeling super great. Not feeling super amazing. I guess this is why everybody on every class probably just puts on a bow. Guys, is Ice Strike still good, or did they nerf it? What's the announcement in POE? We're gonna find out in 2 hours and 16 minutes.
Remnant of the old magics.
Guys, we've been discussing a lot of important topics, but there's something much more pressing we need to discuss. Why do we not have tacos in our mouth right now? Like, that's really the only thing that matters. Man, I keep pressing M for the map. God damn it, man. Got to stop doing that.
I won't be getting through.
You went and got Chipotle. The drops start at with the POE2 presentation. Exactly. Chipotle's regular chicken is dog ass. Meaning it's like actually made out of dog, or you just don't like it. What about their honey chicken? Honey chicken good, regular bad? Do you know what the difference is between the honey chicken and the regular chicken? Or maybe I shouldn't tell you. It's literally the same chicken that they just put some sauce on top of it. The honey covers up the shit taste. If you don't like their chicken, why don't you get... They have a lot of different meats. Why don't you go for the barbacoa or the carnitas or the sofritas or the veggie and get the free guac? Do you know veggie's the cheapest and it gives you free guac? Did you know that? Holy, that thing does a lot of damage. Do these things ever go away, or... I do not understand why my damage is so low. It's like I don't even do damage.
I best not carry you. The trees here behave like that.
Timer, damn it. Vince, can we do the see-through timer? The full screen thing? I'm not doing damage because I'm not using a crossbow. Yes, work is more important. Gamble for a staff. 42 energy shield. That's huge. Okay, I don't even have a pair of gloves. Okay, man. All right, let's do a little comparison. We've been suffering a lot, right? Would you guys agree that I've been suffering? Just say yes. Okay, I'm going to take that as a yes. Okay, so since we've been suffering... Thank you, Harder. Thank you. Since everybody agrees, let's cheat. And let's use this bow that I can't use because I don't have 14 dex. Hate life. 14 dex. Can I buy back that 8 dex thing that I sold? Skill gem weapon requirements not met. I must remove... Okay, I will gladly remove these gems. Say no more. I'd gladly throw away everything that I have to put on this bow. Yeah, you got it yourself a deal. You don't have to tell me twice. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go over here to the bow thing. We're going to buy this skill called Lightning Arrow. You know. And, you know, we'll give it... where did my support gem go for martial tempo? Oh, is it... It's still attached to the... It's still attached to the quarterstaff or what? Is it attached to the gem? Did my martial tempo... Or no. Here it is. Okay, never mind. It's right there. Okay, we're good. We're good. please remember to give back to the Diablo community. We're giving back? What? Do we put scatter shot on lightning rod?
Yes? Feeling lucky? Yeah, sure. I'll take it.
Go make a legend or two.
Okay. Give Diablo 4 my time. God, I feel like I've given Diablo 4. I've given the Diablo franchise. I have about 10,000 hours in Diablo 2. I have about 13,000 in Diablo 3, and I think I have about 4,000 in Diablo 4.
Fancy seeing you here. Let's get a move on or else.
I played a lot of Diablo, man. I played a lot of Diablo. You have never played Diablo 4, you said? If you've never played Diablo 4, like you actually haven't played the game, and you fired it up, did both campaigns, made an endgame build, pushed the pit ladder, did the boss ladder, I bet you'd have a lot of fun. I think the first player experience for Diablo 4 is actually pretty damn good. You'd probably have a blast.
The old ways still hold some power.
Diablo 4's problem, in my opinion, has nothing to do with the first time you pop in the game and play it. I don't know many people who, in an unbiased way, bought the game, started playing it, and just hated it right away. There's a lot to like about it. It's got great graphics. It's got a great engine. It's got a pretty cool campaign. There are quite a few game modes to discover. It takes a while to make a build if you don't know what you're doing. The problem is once you've done the campaign and you know what you're doing, that's when your problems begin. To be honest, lightning arrow is definitely comfy, and it's definitely, I would say, doing more damage. And it is ranged, and it's not limited by reloading. There's a lot of good things here. It's not quite as OP as I thought it would be, though. I guess all of my passives... Oh, no, my passives are helping.
A malicious presence lingers here.
lightning is the hardest damage. Meaning, what does that mean? It does the most damage, or it's the hardest to scale, or I mean it hits the hardest? You thought I was sunburnt? I'm definitely not sunburnt, and I do not burn easily. I can be sunburnt, but when we were little kids, we would, when the day our neighborhood pool opened, it was tradition. We would go from open to close. So it opened at 1 and it closed at 8:30. So we'd swim for 7.5 hours. 2 of my friends were brothers. They had blue eyes and freckles and very fair, pale skin. These guys would use like SPF 169 420 blaze it. Like they would use sunscreen that would protect you if you were literally on the surface of a star. And they would get done with a 7.5 hour day and they would be absolutely torched, burnt to a crisp. And I usually didn't use sunscreen, but sometimes I'd put on like some basic sunscreen and I would be maybe a little red. And they would be absolutely barbecued. Yeah, but I am half Mexican, so Mexicans are usually pretty tan. It's in my blood. My blood type is salsa. It provides 75% sun resistance. What Herman Miller do I have? I have the air on. You know, this is a free advertisement for Herman Miller. You guys know why I bought this chair? A couple of years ago, my arm was hurting me so bad from playing, like my wrist and my arm. My whole hand would go numb when I would stream. So I went to a bunch of doctors. I was seeing if I needed a surgery. But their conclusion was I just needed to stop playing video games. And I was like, well, yeah, how can I put this? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. So that's not gonna happen. So I did a bunch of therapy for it. I bought actually a pretty expensive like hand massager. I used it every night. Started to like do exercises every day, just like when I wasn't streaming, just anything that I could do to make my hand work again. And it was just not working. Like it just wasn't working. Constantly when I would stream, this whole side of my hand and these 2 fingers were completely numb. Couldn't feel them. Just couldn't do anything. Like, okay, well, I think my 10-year streak is pretty much over here at this point. And someone said, "What chair do you have?" And I said, I have the expensive Secret Lab chair. And they said, "Yep, I mean that's a good chair, but you need like a chair designed to like medically help you." And the best one that I can recommend is the Herman Miller Aeron. And I looked it up and I'm like, bro, This thing cost my life savings. We ain't doing no Herman Miller Aeron. I'm not Bezos here. And then I started to think about it more, and then I said, you know, wait a minute. I would do anything just to be able to feel my arm when I play games. I said, oh my god, fine. And I bought the Herman Miller Aeron, just praying that somehow it would help my arm. Didn't have any back problems. I had arm problems, wrist problems. And I wore it, or I sat in it for about 2 weeks. And I would say 90% of the numbness in my arm went away. Because the Herman Miller Travel to the Red Veil. Didn't I already? I must have not picked something up that I was supposed to pick up. Oh yeah, there was stuff on the ground. I poured it back because my inventory was full.
That hold the runes I seek.
So about 2 weeks later, I got maybe 90% of the functionality back in my right hand. And the reason why is because when you get the Herman Miller Aeron, like, I'm always sitting up straight. I'm always sitting up straight or just slightly leaning forward. You cannot slouch in it. It's not possible. Like, the way that it's shaped and the way that the mesh works, you just sit like this. There's nothing you can do about it. So it forces you to sit with like proper form. And I just made absolutely sure that my arm is perfectly straight and my wrist is sitting on this little pad. I should actually probably get a better pad. This is like a $2 pad. I should get like, I don't know, like a medical grade one or something. In fact, I think I'm going to buy that after the stream. That's a good idea.
Reveal your worth.
See, my DPS right now is 33. What happens if I put on these gloves? 38. Lit. We're in there, boys. 20 life. Damn.
Sorry, Finn makes fun of my collection. Oh, I like this one.
So the cost is outrageous, so not too sure how, like, with a clear conscience, if I can recommend spending that much on a chair, because it's like $1,800 brand new if you don't get it refurbished or something. But I'll tell you what, man, if you've got some medical issues with your back or your neck or your shoulders or your arms, and you've tried everything and it doesn't work, and you spend a lot of time sitting in a chair gaming, it's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. And I'm not sponsored by Herman Miller. I had to pay full price for the chair. They've never sponsored me. This one's free. I'm just telling you what actually made me able to...
He's unconscious. Stay safe, if you can.
continue streaming, honestly. Rose, Mike, Mr. Levy, Yilmas, Cross, by the way, 5-year resub from Cross. Cross now has the best hoodie. You have the diamond hoodie, Cross. My guy, thanks for the 5 years, man. Godly, Raphael, Gander, Bioshin, Slaro, Flyers, FPS Matters, Brow, Rose, Stubby, you're hyped, I'm hyped, maybe others are hyped. It's like a night of doing delinquent things. I did a delinquent thing last night. I didn't go to sleep. But I will take your guys' energy and we will power through.
Stick to the cairns.
I have to mean a different cross. Yeah, cross 86. It's been here forever.
If the Fae spirits are still watching, I believe they will help us.
How's the seating in the mesh hold form over time? My bony ass always compresses the bottom of chairs. I think I mean, at least out of anything that I have sat in, I think Herman Miller has the absolute highest quality of materials. Other than maybe some very, very minor I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I guess I'd have to sit in a brand new one to tell the difference, but I would say my chair has changed practically zero, and I've had it for more than a year, and I sit in it every single day. You're too fat and broke for one of the chairs? Is there a weight limit on the Herman Miller Aeron? I don't know. This guy's a better sniper than I am. How is that missing him? Roll, roll, roll! Mm-hmm. This guy's a god. I win, bitch. Do we do chain here or what? Chain makes you do 20% less damage, though. Lightning infusion? Do I feel like crying, Rax? No. Crying is usually not one of my go-to emotions for anything, even if I'm very sad. Let's try chain, I don't know. Not a big crier. I can feel really sad, but I cried when my mom died. That was not good for me. Not the crying part, the fact that my mom died. My mom was my favorite person. I had such a good mom. Other than that, I cannot remember the last time I cried. It doesn't make me a tough guy or anything. It's just, you guys have probably noticed on my stream, I generally am a pretty stoic person, I would say. What happened? Well, the thing that killed my mom, it didn't literally kill my mom, but I can tell you what killed my mom for sure. Like 100%. COVID. COVID killed my mom. My mom didn't get COVID. She didn't die of COVID. Nothing like that. But COVID killed my mom. So what happened was my mom really loved traveling. My mom she was saving up all of her money. She always said she was saving her money. And my mom was a financial advisor. My mom was a very good investor. So she worked super hard. She invested all of her money. And she always said that she wanted to retire and travel the world with her favorite sister. That was the plan. And I was like, by God, Mom, do that. Well, of course, my aunt, who was a famous painter actually in France, I have some of her paintings. I don't know where they are, but she was a world-class artist in Paris. Of course, at 56 years old, she got stage 4 breast cancer and died. So when that happened, that was a devastating blow for my mom because she was planning to travel the world with my aunt for her retirement. And that idea was out, and my mom knows me very, very well. She knows I despise traveling. And she didn't really want to go with anybody else except for her sister or me and Lee. Lee likes traveling more than I do, but she knows that I hate it. Cold Res, thank you so much for the super chat. Rax, can you go back to quarterstaff? Bo seems so cheaty. Try killing Palm and Falling Thunder. You'll like it. I love your videos. Cold Res, if you love my videos, then why do you hate me? Why would you make me put on this shitty thing and hate myself? Getting mixed messages, man. Bugs, Puppet, thank you so much for the subs. I'll look for a quarterstaff. We're going to go Ice Strike at level 8 anyway. So anyway, I know my mom very well, and my mom would never ask me to travel with her. So, I had to put on the best performance of my life, and I asked her if she wanted to travel somewhere, and she said, Ryan, stop it. I know you hate traveling. I said, no, no, no. Let's travel somewhere. Let's book a trip. Where do you want to go? She's like, Ryan, I know you're full of shit, but I was thinking about going to Jamaica. And I said, book it. I'm free these weeks. I'll take off of school. I'll take off of work. I'll get all my homework done ahead of time. Because I was finishing my... Well, let's see. What year was it? I was either finishing my math major or in my master's classes. I can't remember. One or the other. Anyway, I said I'd go. Let's go. So we went to Jamaica. Again, I hate traveling, but I did have a lot of fun with my mom. So that was good. And then my brother went with my mom to the Bahamas. She loved that. I'm like, okay. So I made a deal with Lee. All right, you take her on a trip. I'll take her on a trip. We'll just do that. We'll do it for mom. Okay, so that's the plan. And my mom said, there's something I want to do super badly. I want to go on an Alaskan cruise and see the whales. I said, make the trip. It wasn't really working out. I said, Mom, just book the tickets. We just send it. Like, don't worry about it. And she always, you know, she's a little skittish about it. She's like, nah, let's wait. Fine. A couple years go by, and they're making some... My mom was the auditor of a hospital, and making some changes where she worked, and she wasn't really feeling it anymore. And for the first time in her life, she was thinking about retiring. I said, Mom, retire, please, Jesus. Retire and travel and make that trip to Alaska. And she said, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm retiring. And then when I'm retired, I'll book that trip to Alaska. She retired, and it was probably a month later, COVID hit. And this was the beginning of the end for my mom. So my mom was a very... Like, my mom's personality, like, with me and Lee, was obviously, like, very kind. My mom was a kind person, but in her job, she was like a very strong leader. She was the person in charge. She was literally an auditor. She literally walked around and told everybody what they were doing wrong all the time. That's, you know, she was a very active, powerful person that knew how to do things correctly and was seen as a leader where she was. Well, now that she's not going to work, and now that she's scared of dying from COVID, because she's not really that old, but she was in her 60s, my mom turned into like a pale shadow of who she used to be. Because she's not going to work anymore, and because she's not the boss anymore, because her brain's not working at the same level anymore, because she doesn't have the same level of exercise that she was getting walking around the hospital all the time yelling at everybody for being a failure. Her physical and her mental health started to decline, because all she would do is sit around and be scared that she's going to get COVID and it's going to kill her. And I said, Mom, I understand the fear here. I get it, but we gotta get back on with our lives here. So let's focus here. I need you to make that trip to Alaska, and we just go. Let's just go on the trip. Just send it. Who cares? If we die, we die. Who gives a shit? Let's go to Alaska. She just didn't want to do it. So then my mom just started to deteriorate. She eventually was hospitalized because she was so malnourished, because she stopped eating and drinking, because she's just afraid. And then she became so weak that she was like unable to... She was so malnourished, she couldn't like move around very well. And I'm just like, Mom, like, you used to be like the god of gods. There is no way we are letting the threat of this stupid ass illness just completely ruin your life. There's no way we're allowing this to happen. So I tried to encourage her as much as I could to, you know, we got her weights and we got her a treadmill and we got her exercise bands and we said we'd go over every day and go on walks with her and everything you could think of. And it was always the same story. My mom would do it sometimes if we asked her to when we were there, but she would never do it when we weren't there. So it wasn't even close to enough. Anyway, long story short, she got very, very ill. She was super malnourished. She was hospitalized for a month. My mom was in the ICU dying from malnourishment in the month leading up to Diablo 4's launch, which was supposed to be like the best part of my career. But I was building the D4 max roll branch, and I was streaming every day. And even before Diablo 4 launched, everyone was watching my stream for some reason. I had thousands and thousands of viewers because people were watching me like theorycraft builds because, you know, I had played the betas and the alphas and, you know, I knew a lot of stuff about the game already. But what people didn't realize, I just never mentioned it, was at the end of every stream, I just drove to the ICU of the hospital and hung out with my mom all day. And that's when I told Alex, I was like, Alex, you got to take me off the D4 team on Maxwell. Like, I wanted to be a leader here and like do everything for you guys, but I can't. If I had to choose writing the guides or my stream or my mom, I choose my stream and my mom over it. And that's just the end of it. He totally understood. I stepped down from the D4 team before the game started. People theorized that the reason that I did that is because there was some drama or because I hated D4. No, it's because my mom was dying. She recovered, but then when she got out of the hospital, she just got really sick and then tried to help her for about a year. It looked like she was maybe kind of getting better, sort of.
Sorry.
The day of the expansion, the day, like a year later, the Diablo 4 expansion comes out. About 8 hours until it starts, maybe 10 hours before it starts. Get a call from my brother. Ryan, you're not going to believe this. I'm sorry. Mom died. And I was sitting here, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I was so upset, and I was sitting there, I was like, I can't do my subathon now. I can't stream the expansion. I'll never be able to do it. And then I sat there, and I was like, you want to know what? My mom thought it was the coolest thing that I played video games, like, when I was a kid, and she thought it was so cool that I became, like, a streamer. She would be so heartbroken and mad at me if I didn't do this because she died. And I was like, yeah, but that doesn't make me feel any better. How the fuck am I'm supposed to just stream and pretend like everything is fine and my mom is dead? And I sat there the whole night. I was like, wow, I love my life right now. And then I don't know, I just did it. I just did it. I just streamed it and just tried to forget about it, but then I don't know, my brother was going to take over for me, and he sent me a message on Discord, and he said, Ryan, I'm happy to take over for you on the subathon because we were going to play 24 hours a day for a month straight. Me, my brother, and Sarah were going to take shifts. I was going to do most of it. Anyway, several days later, it was time for Lee to take over, and he messaged me on Discord. He said, Ryan, can I ask you for a favor? Can you please tell your chat that mom died, because I don't want to tell them. And if I know immediately, because my brother used to be a streamer, so they know Lee, and Lee worked on Maxwell. He wrote a lot of the guides for Maxwell, so people knew Lee. And he said, bro, if they ask me one time what I'm doing about mom, like, I won't be able to, like, deal with telling them. Can you please tell them? I said, fuck. All right, fine, I'll tell them. And then I told you guys that my mom died, and then I just started crying on stream, but I guess that's the natural thing to do. But anyway, that was a long story, but that's how my mom died. My mom died from COVID because it turned her into a completely different person, the fear of it, which caused her to be so malnourished that she just gave up like eating and drinking, and no matter what we did, no matter how many doctor's appointments we went to, no matter, she knew what to do, she just gave up. So COVID killed my mom for sure. And that's what happened. Chris, thank you so much for the 5 subs. Tukano, thank you for the prime, man. You lost your mom to cancer. Cancer killed my dad. Cancer killed everyone in my family except for my mom. Killed everybody else. That's a very common story. When people retire, it's usually the start of the decline. You want to know another interesting story about that? My old boss at my job, his wife's parents, his father. Okay, so my boss's wife's parents, her dad was the sheriff of a police department for 30 years, and her mother was a nurse for 30 years. They're both in perfect health, perfect mental health, everything. They both decided to retire at the same time, about 65, to travel and enjoy their lives. They retired. 6 months later, like, they were having phone calls because they lived in a different state. They were in phone calls with their parents. They were just acting very weird. So they flew them to their house for Thanksgiving. And, like, it was the most bizarre thing ever. Like, they couldn't converse with the dad at all anymore. He couldn't have a conversation. He, like, couldn't remember anything. He couldn't, like, formulate sentences. And then started to ask the wife of the dad, her dad, what's going on? What happened? And she goes, I don't know. He's just been in mental decline ever since she retired. But then when they started asking the mom, she was also not 100% either mentally. And so my boss and his wife having dinner with her parents, they're like, in 6 months, just from retiring, from being the sheriff of a police department for 30 years and from being like the top nurse at a hospital, the sheriff is like almost completely crazy. And the wife is also not 100%. 6 months later, the police officer died. And a month later, the wife died. They did not even live. They both did not live for 1 year after they retired, and there was nothing medically wrong with them. Nothing. They were fine. Sounds like carbon monoxide poisoning. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything further on the story than what I told you. Like I said, it's my boss telling me the story of having dinner with his wife's parents, but it's crazy how if you don't exercise your mind when you get older, you just like die. Yeah, like you can't stop moving and you can't stop thinking. One thing that's good for me, like it won't matter. I have like, my family has the worst genes of like any bloodline. Like I'm gonna die early anyway. But I'll tell you how I'm probably not gonna die. I'm not gonna die to cognitive decline. Because my favorite thing to do, like, today is a perfect example. I couldn't sleep at all. I didn't sleep. I've been awake for 25 and a half hours right now. It's not for lack of trying. So what I do when I can't sleep is I play bullet chess, I do evil Sudoku puzzles, or I play a different puzzle game, or I play solitaire, or I watch videos on like space and black holes. Like for me, for fun, if my relax time is like trying to use the brain, taking geography quizzes, playing the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire game, like that's what I do. So I don't think I'm ever going to sit around and not use my brain. Like that's how I have fun. So I could die to many, many things, and I'll probably die young, but I'm not going to die from cognitive decline. That's the worst thing for sleep. It might be why I can't sleep. I don't know. Well, I thought they nerfed these guys, but clearly nothing has been nerfed. I will die to a crippling Chipotle addiction. I'm not even close to addicted to Chipotle. Chipotle is my favorite fast food place. If Chipotle closed down, whatever. I do love Chipotle. It's my favorite fast food place, but whatever. You can take Chipotle away from me. If I could pick anything in life to not take it away from me, other than like the basic necessities, right? Like air and water. What luxury thing do I have that I don't want you to take away from me? I don't want to lose internet. I'd take internet over any food or whatever. I could survive without the internet, but I would be bored as shit. There's actually, well, I guess there are two activities I love doing that don't involve the internet. I love to read, and I love to swim. I'd probably swim and read all day if I didn't have the internet. How do I find purpose without a job? Are you asking me, Mike? Or are you asking somebody else? What the fuck just happened? I just got one-shotted? What I actually didn't even see what killed me. I read chat for 1 second, I looked back, and I was dead. I didn't even see what killed me.
You will never leave this place. Conquer! Your soul is mine. Right of the fourth moon.
Is Callie okay? Callie's okay. But Callie's not gonna be okay one of these days soon. She's very old. She's in perfect health right now. But she's had 2 seizures this year, and she's never had a seizure before. And nothing happened to prompt the seizures, so... You know, dogs don't live forever, unfortunately. What? Let me roll out of it! Can't you roll through this? Can't you roll through it? Didn't I roll through it like 300 times? Oh, you can't roll through it. I thought I just rolled through it 50 fucking times. Not anymore. They changed it? God damn it.
full moon. Prison of bone. Now, hold still. Raven, I need you.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Why is my guy so shit? Anytime she does any attack, it 100 O's me. I even hit the potion in between the two attacks. Jesus Christ.
You will never leave this place.
I do no damage and she one-shots me with everything that she does.
Insolence.
I mean, it's like,
Insolence. Right of the full moon. Wilt and rot. My love, I call to you.
Yes, my beloved.
Right of the full moon. Conquer! Beloved Draven, aid me. Forever!
aren't I supposed to hit those things? If I hit this thing, does it heal her? How does she still have this much health?
Insolence. Now, you are mine. Forever, Draven, I need you.
Holy shit.
Prison of bone. My love, I call to you. Prison of bone. To me, Draven.
Oh, it's Jesus.
Thaumaturgy causes nothing but pain and misery.
Like, I don't understand. I've got a decent bow. I have level 2 lightning arrow. I should have taken chain off for the boss. I should have taken chain off for the boss. That would have helped. Chain barely doesn't really help me at all. That would have helped me. I was like, why am I doing such insanely low damage? It's because I have chain on. Well, at least there's an answer for it. I'm having trouble choosing my first build as a witch. Any easy to learn build recommendations? I have a build guide on Essence Drain Contagion Witch. It's super good the entire game. It's super good leveling, super good mid-game, super good endgame. Essence Drain, type in Essence Drain Contagion build guide into Google or YouTube and it should pop up real good. Oh my god. Am I going hardcore in the next POE2 season? I could. I do in general. In general, I like playing hardcore. I think it's fun. But I don't think there's any like races or competitions or anything going on. So it's like simultaneously, it's like, well, what's the point? May I has a legendary bow? It's more fun to watch. Do you guys think watching hardcore is more fun to watch? No, no, of course, no, no. Yes, no, yes. Some people think so. By the way, are any of you guys thinking about playing Last Epoch Season 3 tomorrow? And if you are, did you guys watch the video that I posted an hour ago about what the classes are actually going to be like? Because I think some people have some misconceptions about how it's actually going to feel.
You defeat, fight, make haste.
You're going to rest the wrists for POE2. I respect it. Ow. Yeah, the realm is shutting down, so we're not going to be able to play in 10 minutes.
Place harbors an everlasting malice.
Why is the realm shutting down? I'm guessing maybe they have a patch or something. I have no idea. POE2 and the new Grim Dawn expansion are on your playlist coming up. The Grim Dawn expansion, I think, was delayed until 2026. However, if you did not hear, Rage Quit, Sammy, Brother, Thick. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. If this makes you feel any better, Grim Dawn 2 starts pre-production in 2026 on their brand new engine. So Grim Dawn 2 is coming, confirmed. And it will be on a new engine. But Grim Dawn 2, let's go. Yes, but let's also put this into perspective for the gravity of what I just said, right? So if pre-production starts in 2026, well, yeah, it's not coming soon. It's years and years away. It probably will actually launch in 2030, exactly. Probably the correct figure. Didn't GTA 6 get delayed to 2026? Another delay? Yellow quiver.
I have no room for that. Why, look at feeling like deal. Go make a legend or two.
Do you know what engine means in software speech? Are you asking me? The engine is the underlying platform that the game is created on? Like the old rusty Jim Bob piece of shit engine versus the brand new proprietary one that they have? Oh, you were asking somebody else. Oh, okay. I was like, man, how do I describe the engine? I mean, there's lots of selling points about an updated engine, but probably the most noticeable one will be it should have much better graphics. I should be doing way more damage to this guy than the girl I just fought, in theory.
Buried here, finally know.
Wait, the show isn't starting for another hour, is it? I thought the show doesn't start for an hour. But the server is going down in 3 minutes, so I got 3 minutes to kill this boss, which I'm judging by the way that things have been going here. The odds of me killing this guy in 3 minutes are pretty much zero. I got 3 minutes.
Isabel, Torko, Callum, the family of Count Lachlan of Ogham. My family. This doesn't make any sense. They're dead.
Ziggy might have a pre-show thing. Is Ziggy doing the interviews again? Bro, I double rolled away from it and still got hit by it? I gave it the double roll and still got hit? Jesus. Woo! Bitch! Kill him in time.
Rejoin your family. Tortured.
Oh, I didn't get my bow. I got a yellow bow and it didn't let me pick it up. Can I just log back in? God damn it. Let's relax here. Let's relax. Okay. This is hopefully going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful. We are here, my friends. We are here. Oh, I just closed the chat because I'm stupid. D4 bad. Thank you so much for that contribution, Mario. Take out Ascendancy and add 20 trash skill gems. Damn. How can you get a red ring on Last Epoch? With prophecies or in the Merchant's Guild? Bro, you know what I should do? You want to know what I haven't done? I don't know what I haven't done in literally like a year. I haven't played the guitar in like a year. Not one time. Dude, I don't even know if I can play the guitar anymore. I haven't played it in like a year or two. Probably can't play for shit anymore. Feel free to nap during the presentation. You'll fill me in. The 50 States song. I know the 50 States song. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Indianapolis, Indiana, and Columbus is the capital of Ohio. There's Montgomery, Alabama, south of Helena, Montana. Then there's Denver, Colorado, and there's Boise, Idaho. I know the President's song. I know the Elements song. I know the Country's song. Guys, that's noob shit. We know that stuff. Lily is blasting Lost Ark. Is that like she actually just wants to play it? Like a not sponsored thing? I do like Lost Ark. It's a great game. Let me go see if I can find my guitar and no, that's not it. This is not the one. I found it. Now we get to do the fun part. We get to find out how insanely out of tune it is from not playing it for a year. Oh my god. Jesus. This could snap. Yeah. Turn off the music. Well, you don't really want to listen to this. We're just tuning a guitar or trying to resurrect it from the dead. Getting closer. Dude, I haven't played in so long. Why Georgia? God. Or... My fingernail keeps getting caught on the string. God. Dude, I used to be able to play these songs perfectly. What is wrong with me? My fingernail keeps getting caught on the string. Gotta bite it off. Alright. So I know how to play Tristram. Remember how it goes. I think I remember the hard part only. Again, my fingernail. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see, how does it go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. Let's see. I'm starting to remember some songs, kind of. Wish You Were Here, Pink Floyd. I think it's G. the next chord. Blue skies from pain. And can you tell a green from a constant smile? I don't know. I forget all these songs, man. Nirvana. Just power chords. I don't know. What do you think? For some reason, if I turn my neck and look in the sky, it like helps me. Let's see. That sounded Tenacious D. Oh yeah, what about? I don't remember, man. Man, I haven't played in so long. I'm so bad. I used to be good, actually. Like 15 years ago. But now I never play. I don't know any of the songs. I don't have any technique anymore. You started learning the guitar you wish you would have learned earlier. Hell yeah, man. Never too late to start. God, I used to be so much better. Now I'm just bad. Any Eagles? I practicing for an apology video? I promise you guys, I promise you, I will wholeheartedly apologize if I ever do something that I think warrants apologizing for. But that hasn't happened. Sometimes I permaban people and then they like, it's weird. I get all different kinds of messages about it, but sometimes people think that I feel bad about it, and no, I feel amazing. Show the full bingo. Yep. We can show the full bingo. It's right there. Rexy, Sig, QDAT, Amtrix, One-Legged, Rowdy, Gunny, or yeah, not Gunny, Gennis, sorry. The capital letters threw me off there. Thank you for the subs, guys. What does powers mean? Well, Jonathan Rogers has stated in previous interviews that when he sees another ARPG doing something major in the ARPG genre, that they feel quote unquote forced to respond. Well, I know an ARPG who has been doing a lot of powers lately, so maybe it's coming to POE2. My glasses frame? Like that? With great power comes great perks. I worried about the Bear Beastmaster's clear speed at all? Not really. We're just going to walk around and let Yogi do all the work for us. Someone's saying they're having a problem here. I'm telling them to send me an email and I'll help them. Okay, I told him. D4 bad. Man, Diablo 4 lives rent-free in some of your guys' minds, huh? Like, when nothing's going on with Diablo 4, I just don't think about Diablo 4. People sure seem to think about it a lot. It's just easy to pick on. Did the stream... Oh, just dropped my phone. Did the stream start, by the way? Do we have a 30-minute countdown or something? Let's see. Twitch.tv/Path of Exile. Is that going? It sure is. Lit. Let me turn their volume up here. How's the volume for you guys? Alright, we can get rid of the timer now. On my screen. Alright, so now... Okay. Now we can hide this and save. Okay, now the timer should be gone. Because there's a timer right we're staring at. Alright, let's see here. Here we go. "25 minutes, okay." Turn the volume down. Is it too loud? I guess nothing's really happening anyway. It's just ambient music. All right. You guys already know what we have to do while we wait. We have to do the entire world country quiz. It's tradition. All right. Click on Turkey. Isn't this Turkey?
Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Myanmar.
Myanmar.
Mongolia.
Mongolia.
Angola.
Angola. Huh. Alright, well... This is Algeria. I don't know what this is, but I don't think it's Angola, so it's got to be this, right?
Libya.
Libya. Let's see. This is Liberia. So this has to be Libya, right? Let's see, this is Egypt, Sudan, Libya. Why are some of these countries grayed out, by the way? We got to get all the countries in here.
France.
Okay, France is here.
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan is here. Bro, we don't... Dude, this quiz sucks. 58 countries? Bro, come on, dude. That's not the country quiz. That shit's weak. Let's see. How do I get the big quiz? Guys, we need the hard quiz. Let's see here. Here we go. All here. World. There we go. Or no. Wait. Can I get this? Here we go.
Equatorial Guinea.
There we go. Now we're quizzing. Now look how many countries there are. Equatorial Guinea. Jesus. Run off with a weird ass one.
Jordan.
Jordan. This is Syria, Lebanon, Israel. So this has to be Jordan.
Angola.
Bro, we just did Angola, didn't we?
Lithuania.
Lithuania. Going to Europe here. This is Estonia. This is Latvia. So this is Lithuania.
Chile.
Chile. All right. All right. I feel you.
Albania.
Albania. Jesus. All right. So this is Greece. This is North Macedonia. This is Bulgaria. This is Serbia. This is Bosnia and Herzegovina. And this is Croatia. So this has got to be Albania, right?
Paraguay.
Nice. Paraguay. Okay. This is Uruguay. So this is Paraguay, right?
Nicaragua.
Nicaragua. Okay. Let's see. I always get this confused. One of these is Honduras and one of these is Nicaragua. I think this is Nicaragua.
Iraq.
Nice. Iraq, huh? Alright. Well, it's gotta be this, right?
Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka.
Belize.
Belize. Okay, run over here.
Gabon.
Oh, Jesus. Well. I'm not sure I know where this is. This is Nigeria. This is Benin. This is Togo. This is Ghana. This is Ivory Coast. This is Liberia. This little thing, I think, is the Gambia. This is Senegal. This is the Gambia. So... Gabon. The only thing that makes any sense to me is this one.
Republic of the Congo.
Nice.
Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan. This is Turkey. This is Armenia. This is Georgia. So this is Azerbaijan? Maybe?
Argentina.
Nice. Argentina.
Ghana.
Ghana. Okay. Benin, Togo, Ghana.
Tajikistan.
Oh, God. All right. This is Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan. Okay, hold on. Let me think. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran. So here.
Russia.
Nice. Russia.
Lesotho.
Lesotho is inside of South Africa here.
Kazakhstan.
Okay. This is my country. I come out from glorious nation of Kazakhstan. Syria is Syria. It's right here.
Uzbekistan.
Here. Wait. Yeah, here.
Bulgaria.
Bulgaria is Greece's hat.
Turkey.
God, I love Turkey.
Finland.
Finland. Norway. Sweden. Finland.
Mongolia.
Bro, we already did Mongolia.
Ivory Coast.
Ivory Coast is in Africa, and it's here. I'm almost certain.
Burkina Faso.
Here?
Spain.
Nice. Spain is here.
Romania.
Romania. This is Ukraine. This is Belarus. This is Moldova. So this is Romania.
Nigeria.
Nigeria is here. Pretty sure.
Peru.
Alright. I got this one. This is Ecuador, Colombia, Venezuela, Suriname. No. Oh no, am I going to get these three wrong? One of these is French Guiana, and one of them is... Maybe Suriname is... Oh, Jesus.
Bhutan.
Oh, Bhutan. Oh. I don't know if I know this, but I could probably figure it out by process of elimination. This is India, this is Nepal, this is China, this is Myanmar. Bhutan. It could be this one, and if it's not that one, then what is it? If not that, I don't know. If it's not this, I actually have no idea.
Ukraine.
Oh, thank God. All right, Ukraine is here.
Iran.
Iran is here.
Cameroon.
Cameroon, I think, is this one. This is Niger, this is Chad, this is Central African Republic, this is Democratic Republic of the Congo, so this has got to be Cameroon.
Guinea-Bissau.
Oh my God. All right. This is Liberia, this is Sierra Leone, this is Guinea, and this is Senegal, so I guess this has to be Guinea-Bissau, and I think this little one is the Gambia.
Moldova.
Yeah. All right, here.
Croatia.
Croatia's here.
Portugal.
Portugal is here.
Eritrea.
Eritrea. What in the shit is this? It's got to be a little one. So I think this is Uganda, Rwanda. I have no clue what this is. This could be Eritrea. I think this is Eswatini. This is Somalia, and this is Djibouti. So it's either here or here. I don't know what country this is, but I'm pretty sure it starts with an E, and Eritrea starts with an E. So it's here or here, but I'm pretty sure this one starts with an E. This is Somalia, this is Djibouti, this is Ethiopia, this is Kenya, I'm pretty sure, so.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, alright.
Mali.
Mali, alright. I always get this confused. So, one of these is Mali, and one of these... This is Western Sahara. I don't know why it's grayed out. One of these is Mali, and I think the other one is Mauritania. This is Niger. I want to say Mali is this one, and this is Mauritania, or it's the other way around.
Uruguay.
Alright. Clean.
El Salvador.
Alright, we can do this. This is Panama. This is Costa Rica. This is Nicaragua, I think. Honduras. El Salvador and Guatemala, I think.
Colombia.
Colombia is here.
Morocco.
Morocco. One of these is Tunisia and one of these is Morocco. I want to say this is Tunisia, so this is Morocco.
Ecuador.
Okay.
Brazil. Germany.
Okay. Germany. This is France. This is Belgium. This is Netherlands. So this is Germany.
Austria.
Switzerland. So this is Austria.
Tunisia.
Tunisia, I think, is here.
Chad.
Chad is here. This is Egypt. This is Sudan. This is Libya. This is Algeria. This is Niger. This is Central African Republic. This is South Sudan. This is Uganda, I think. And this is Democratic Republic of the Congo. So it has to be this one.
Norway.
Yeah. Norway is here.
United Arab Emirates.
UAE is over here. This is Yemen and Oman, right?
North Macedonia.
North Macedonia is over here.
Turkmenistan.
All right. This is Kyrgyzstan. This is Afghanistan, Pakistan. So this is Turkmenistan.
Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Okay, it's got to be this one.
Central African Republic.
Yeah, right here.
India.
Okay, that's easy.
Sierra
ones.
Leone.
Okay, I know where this one is. This is Liberia. So this is Sierra Leone.
Armenia.
Armenia. This is Georgia. So this is Armenia.
Philippines.
Philippines. All right, I always get this wrong. There's no way I'm getting this wrong here. One of these is Indonesia, one of these is Malaysia, and one of these is the Philippines. I think this is the Philippines.
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Yep. All right. Bosnia and Herzegovina is
Kenya.
Here. Kenya. So Egypt, Sudan, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, right? So here.
Poland.
Yeah. Poland is here.
Yemen.
Yemen is here.
Guyana.
See, this is it's hilarious. This is where I'm going to fail. I want to say this is Suriname. Or is this Suriname? It's Suriname, Guyana, and French Guiana. I just don't know the order. I want to say the first one is Suriname, but that could be completely wrong. Bro, how do I get the African countries right and I can't figure out the order here? God, I'm just such a stupid ass. How do I get Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, and I don't know, man. I just don't know. All right. I'm going to say this is Suriname, this is French Guiana, and this is Guyana. I don't know. Okay, so clearly that's wrong. This one? Nope, I was totally wrong. Unbelievable. I hate this game. I'm stupid. I hate this game.
Rica.
We failed one. I hate this game.
Mozambique.
How do I get all the other ones right and that wrong? That's the stupidest thing to get wrong. I think this is Tanzania, Madagascar. This is South Africa, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Zambia. So is this Mozambique?
Belarus.
I cannot believe that I don't know the order there.
Israel.
God, I'm such a failure. This is Israel.
Djibouti.
Djibouti is here.
Hungary.
Unbelievable. Ah, this is Czechia, this is Slovakia, this is Hungary, this is Slovenia.
Laos.
Laos, that's in Asia. Myanmar, Vietnam. I think this is Cambodia, so this has got to be Laos, maybe?
Tanzania.
I think it's
Senegal.
here. Senegal. It's here.
Australia.
Yeah.
Haiti.
Terrible. This is Cuba. I think this is Haiti and this is Dominican Republic.
Malaysia.
Okay, I got Philippines right. One of them's Malaysia and one of them's Indonesia. I believe this is Indonesia. So... is this Malaysia?
Sudan.
Yes. Egypt, Sudan, South Sudan.
Panama.
Alright. I can do Panama.
Cuba.
I can do Cuba.
Thailand.
Thailand. Okay, so this is Taiwan. This is Myanmar. This is Cambodia and Vietnam. So this is Thailand, I think.
Denmark.
Denmark is Germany's hat.
Indonesia.
Yeah.
Algeria.
Algeria is in Africa. This is Algeria. This is Libya.
Somalia.
Somalia is here.
Guinea.
Guinea is here, I think.
Oman.
Oman is here.
Solomon Islands.
Solomon Islands. This?
Vietnam.
Okay.
Botswana.
Botswana. Right. This is Zimbabwe, Zambia, so this is Botswana, right?
Libya.
Libya is up here.
North Korea.
Okay, I can do that.
Burundi.
Burundi, that's not a place. I should be able to figure this. Well, actually, it could be here. Could be here or here. Only two choices. Let's try this one.
Pakistan.
Nice.
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. This is Nepal and this is Myanmar, so I guess it has to be this.
Latvia.
Latvia. This is Estonia, so this is Latvia.
Egypt.
Egypt is here.
France.
Okay.
United States.
Oh.
Myanmar.
Myanmar.
Switzerland.
I can't believe it, man.
Mexico.
The land of the tacos.
Liberia.
Liberia is here.
Belgium.
Belgium is here.
Papua New Guinea.
What? This is New Zealand, so I guess this?
Venezuela.
Okay.
Japan.
Can I go this way? Wait. Okay, we gotta speed this up. We only have 4 minutes.
Afghanistan. South Korea. South Africa.
Finally, some easy ones.
Rwanda.
I know where Rwanda is.
Serbia.
Okay, that's in Europe.
Ethiopia. Iceland. Zimbabwe. Malawi.
I have no idea where this is, but I don't know what country this is, so it's gotta be this, right?
United Kingdom.
Process of elimination.
Suriname.
Suriname, you screwed me over.
Togo.
This is Benin, so this is Togo.
Italy. Cambodia. Greece. Estonia. New Zealand. Honduras. Bolivia. Taiwan. Slovakia.
This is Czechia, so this is Slovakia.
Zambia. China. Uganda. Mauritania. Canada. Ireland. Kyrgyzstan. Czech Republic. Guatemala. Georgia. Madagascar. Namibia. Sweden. Nepal, Dominican Republic, South Sudan, Niger, Benin.
Bro, Suriname, Guyana, and French Guiana, I'm never gonna forgive you. Piece of shit. French Guiana is the closest to France. That's perfect. Thank you. I will remember that. French Guiana is the closest to France. And then Suriname is in the middle. Stop playing POE and do some maps. That's what we do in POE. We do maps. That's why I like it so much. You can ID all items in POE 1. Oh my god, dreams do come true. And no more hunting for scrolls of wisdom in Act 1. It will actually completely change the speedrun. Am I good with capitals? I mean, decent. Nothing amazing. Here we go, boys. We ready? Can I get this bar away? There we go. Here we go, guys. Let's get it. This is the moment. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Okay, French Guiana. So that country I didn't know was Malawi. And Malawi is just north of Zambia. And French Guiana is the closest one to France. And then it's Suriname.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games.
I'm gonna turn it up. Tell me if this is good.
Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of what's coming next for
How's
Path
the
of Exile
volume
2.
there, guys?
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Sun Priest's Incineration rare finisher effect by following the instructions below. Now with that out of the way, let's get started. It's time to give you a teaser of what's coming in Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict.
You guys want me to turn it down?
I have called you here to save our people. To save our way. Over the ages, we have known pain like no other. But we endured.
Is that a druid?
And we became mighty. Now, outsiders dishonor our shores. And we have stood by, doing nothing. Hear my voice, ancestors! Show us your strength! Show us the true way! I understand. Be still. Eye of the opponent.
It's a big ass bird. No, tornado bird? I hate tornado bird. Guys, why are you exclamationing drops? You just get them by being here. You don't. They just showed it. You get the finisher effect. trade system is there? People said it wasn't coming. Let's see here. React. No. New act.
Now, as you can see,
New
there's
maps.
a lot going on, and we have a lot to reveal today.
New
We'll
class.
start by
Or
going
we
over
don't-
Act
we didn't
4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline. But that's not all. There's also 3 new interlude acts to get you to Endgame, which means we're removing Cruel difficulty too. After that, we'll be going through the massive changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system, added new skills, and yes, there are buffs. Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal, this season's exclusive league mechanic, and talk about the new rewards, crafting systems, areas, and bosses that it adds. After that, it's on to changes we're making to the endgame. Then it's time to talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah, trade. That's going to be a big one. We'll
Guys,
then
this
go
is
over
just a
our new
table of
supporter
contents.
packs and finish up with a live Q&A session where
Relax.
ZD will ask
It's
Path of
the
Exile
table
2's
of
game
contents.
directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch
The
chat.
part that no one
And
ever
after that,
reads.
at 4 p.m. Pacific, patch notes. They're not quite complete, but they should give you some nice details to chew on. We've got a lot to cover today, but first, another announcement. When the third edict launches on the 29th, we'll be having a free weekend for Path of Exile 2. That's right, Path of Exile 2 will be free for the first time without requiring an early access key. The free weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the game a try.
Your
All right,
progress.
let's get started with
Your
Act 4.
progress is saved, by the way.
The story continues from the end of Act 3.
Not that it matters.
Doryani has agreed to help you find an ancient weapon that can be used against corruption, the instrument of the Third Edict.
I need to be taking
The
notes,
weapon was
by the way.
broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes. You will need to journey to Kingsmarch, hire a ship, and set sail. When you open the map, you can choose to sail anywhere you like. Act 4 is completely non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose. Will you visit the pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island? The Karui
Fuckapanu?
whisper of a curse that afflicts all who travel there.
What was
Perhaps
it
it's
called?
related to the weapon you seek.
Fuckapanu? Bro.
Or maybe you will visit the volcanic shores of the Isle of Kin.
No, I'm going
The
to
Kin have been more
Fuckapanu
restless recently,
first.
mining for sulfite and driven by some dark force. Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Karui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the Third Edict. No matter where you choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts,
Bro.
find fabulous treasures, and battle incredible bosses.
A challenger! Come, you must seize your soul!
There are 8 islands to discover, each teeming with its own flora and fauna. Act 4 contains over 100 new monster types, 16 new areas, 12 new bosses, and plenty of other interesting encounters. There's a huge amount to show, but we're not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself. What happens after Act 4? Well, until now you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame. So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the Interludes. The Interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released, that will take you to level 65 where the endgame can begin. The first interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogham. Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogham Village after the defeat of Count Geonor, but there's a new danger afoot. The nearby town of Holton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the local farmlands. You will discover new areas and new bosses. You'll need to find your way through the darkness, uncover the source of corruption,
Soon you will serve our master.
and defeat it.
Yes, I shall dance with their corpse.
And that's just the first interlude. The second interlude will have
I
you
love that
return
we
to the
aren't
Vasteri
repeating.
Desert, where Asala has been given a sacred duty. When the skies align, the gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water, but they're nowhere to be found. You will need to track down the Selkari, find those responsible for disrupting the gifting, fight even more new bosses, discover the secrets of the ancient ritual, discover new locations, and ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3. As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doyani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm. Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live, and may be key to defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way. And the further up the mountain you venture, the colder it will become. Explore caves of ice, and enter the vault itself. Who can say what you will find within?
These zones actually real.
The interludes
really
are
sick
6 to
me.
7 areas each, and generally include 4 boss fights as well. When you put that together with Act 4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign, and 24 new bosses. It's worth making clear that the interludes are temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away. These are side stories after all, but don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away. And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore. We do know that it was a pretty big chore to have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character, and this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well. So let's talk about sprinting. In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll. This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground. The best idea is to use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger. If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to POE2's gameplay. What I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that, without having to compromise on POE2's more visceral combat systems. Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign, but there's a whole giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later, and that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters, and probably one of the biggest new systems here is with the support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But POE2's support gem system has just never been quite right. One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability. And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now use as many copies as you like. This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity. There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now you can. Many utility skills previously couldn't scale to endgame, because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use in other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place.
It's a good change for the game for sure.
In addition to that though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game. There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at Tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game. For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at tier 3, the support gem gets something new. It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy. In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells. So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign, but we wanted to add a little more spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, lineage supports, comes in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses.
It's a super awesome idea.
And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too.
What are these called?
Some of them are fairly rare. Others fairly common.
What are they called?
Some of them are build defining. Others are just straight up power upgrades. All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there. Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well. As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes. We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies. But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies. And a new buff skill called Ice-Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments. This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice, but to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability. We've also modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it. Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily. And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain. It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules, but attached to monsters. Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use. But it also means you can support it with projectile supports, and it now also has Area of Effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the endgame. We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself to use a skill of your choice.
I love Mirage Archer and POE1.
Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the 3 defenses, and we wanted to change that. Currently, Evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make Evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike Evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage. Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion. And there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too. Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular hits too. And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough. Of course, this is a buff that helps all dex characters, so the Mercenary and the Monk, but especially the Huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well. Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry.
Let's talk
Now,
about
one
armor.
of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use. This makes parry much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well, so to counter that we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer. Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic Fissure now branches into multiple fissures, giving it much more clearing potential. We've also added a new skill called Forge Hammer. This skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like, but the cooler thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fissures around. Volcanic fissures re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss. We also buffed Perfect Strike to have a much larger area of effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now. This skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well. And you're going to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fissures, and molten balls will erupt from your attacks. Warrior shield skills were another area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got Sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. It now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it. Shield Wall got significantly upgraded AoE. Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls. We also added a new shield Warcry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block. Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage. Great for bosses. Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales your weapon damage too. Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems. In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make Perfect Strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well. Speaking of totems, we wanted to upgrade the Warbringer. Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tukahama proud. We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so that you can get all the benefits with 1 point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense. Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now. We also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree. One of the most important improvements we've made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds. And skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. You'll find changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective. Now there's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon. This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose.
That's pretty cool.
Another issue on the Mercenary were banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough glory. On which, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy. Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better. Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion. We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's Warcry can detonate them too. Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster. Ray's Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful. There's also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills, but I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too. Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witch's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about 2 of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sangomancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we've made Sangomancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately. On the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed. Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now. On the Monk, the Wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row, so you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily. Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily. following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage. A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in POE1 was hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable. Well, that changes now. The monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the hollow palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed. All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking energy shield and evasion on your character. A new keystone we also added to the monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes mana leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the monk has, but it works well for the ranger too. Now, one of the least used ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Chayula, so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So we've added a new skill allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the monk in a truly chaotic fashion. In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight. Now let's talk about Sorceress skills. One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like Elemental Curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to. So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time. And things like Frostbomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills. We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother, so you can use different elemental staves more effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time, and now happens instantly. This applies game-wide too. Now, we didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a frostbomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work. Spark will create a nova of cold-infused projectiles. Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it.
This is probably the most sick thing that I saw in the whole
Or
patch.
power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits.
This entire infusion thing is the sickest thing that I heard the whole patch.
Or maybe go lightning on lightning with arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine. Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with Living Bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire. And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix. Or use it with all 3 to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic. Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments, and makes them leave behind infusions. And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a Spirit Reservation skill, and a support gem to help generate them too. On the passive tree, we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section. Here are a couple of examples. the Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage. Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple. The Ritual Cadence keystone causes your invocation skills to trigger more times. It makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto-bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for each class. Overall, there are more than 100 new notables on the tree, usually around 20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well. Check out the old version. And here's the new version. It's a lot more dense, and there's more interesting nodes than before. Now, we probably can't go through too many of these in the livestream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes, so for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage. Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate. A lot of these have themes aligning with Ascendancy classes, like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most.
It seems insane for pinnacle bosses.
Another
Just switch
Ascendancy
your
class
gens.
align notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy. In the Sork area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well. We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers. Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers. Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold. Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems. Now, another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes and not enough in interesting passives, so we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board.
Oh, thank you.
That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength, dex, and int.
Thank you.
Now, there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off, but I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So I think it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal. And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
As you just saw, even though there are major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on. It is really important to make sure your experience when returning between expansions is fresh and filled with new content. And the way we did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league. So, let's delve into the details of what Path of Exile 2's first official league is bringing to the table. The Abyssal are a race that have mastery of forbidden magics and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clairfell, where you discover that during the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures, lurking beneath the surface.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits. The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the Abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and Abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more Abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves, as hordes of Abyssal spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic Abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself. This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards. If you are able to kill them all, the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot.
So this is Abyss.
Areas
The
often
troves,
contain
the-
many pits, with
It's
many
Abyss,
fissures,
right?
and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the dark necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward. Abyssal pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple abyssal modifiers. Lichborn exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them.
Sondar.
If an abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature. Monsters imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items. So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards. There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits. You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men. After clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you. So how do you reveal the mods on your abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers. Once you've chosen your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items. During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items. Like this mod for crossbows, that allows you to place an additional ballista totem. Or this one that adds spirit to your staff. Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills. And speaking of endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones. With a preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights. Here are some examples of those mods. You always get a choice of 3, so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of.
The
With
crafting
this
has
modifier,
begun.
the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses, and there are up to 9 additional abyssal pits in the area, making it just a full-on abyss ruckus. Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out. There are dozens of these waystone modifiers in total you can get from this crafting. That covers the new crafting mechanic, so what's left? Well, we talked about how when closing pits you can get abyssal troves, but sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths. After jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier. And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards. Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash. This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both. Another depth-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting. Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ulliman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects. Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment. In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple: kill this commander and destroy the spire. There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League, and there are some pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets, but hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that one is. You can also find this unique jewel, Undying Hate. This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version, and has multiple depths. The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich. Now, the last thing that Abyssal Commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask? To jump in. The items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So, what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself. Along with the introduction of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new endgame maps. These maps will contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many times.
POE2 is going to win.
Let's take a look at some examples.
I've never been more certain of it than I am today.
Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow, rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens.
It's going to win.
At the end is a giant Goblin King boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug.
That's actually unbelievable.
Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss, with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos.
Yeah, give him another year and it's...
Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses. Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses. In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a Time Djinn, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes. In the water biome, you'll encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map. Another example is this Vaal vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or, you could just trade for one, I guess. Use the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Garo Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Vaal Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work. As the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it.
You absolutely
This means
had to
as you roll
change
your
that.
map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better. For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size. Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this. So, that's your Atlas, maps, and waystones, but what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content. There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniophobia or Kosis. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too. Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty. To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the Realm Gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the Realm Gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame. Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding Atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the Atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires calamity fragments. These come from Citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss atlas tree, ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty level. Since we're talking about pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit. Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning. Pair this with the aforementioned Hollow Palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time. You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. Ultimately, your in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase endgame items. Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements. Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide. To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get. We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items. For example, this Lesser Essence of Flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That Lesser Essence of Flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade. The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding onto it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign. Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod. Such as this Perfect Essence of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it. The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking of in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting projects. You might have noticed that at in-game, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level. This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb, Exalted Orb, and Chaos Orb, meaning you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods. On top of these new core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at normal rarity, and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects. They can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in. And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket. You can also get exceptional unique items. To add even further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item, but generate a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favourite. This will cause your next Divine Orb used on a rare item to reroll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values, raising the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game. This omen will also cause your item to become sanctified. Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this. Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build. Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters. With the release of Act 4, notably taking place in the Karori Archipelago, you'll be able to now find a new currency item, Henikora's Lock. Henikora, the Karori goddess of death, has the power of foresight, and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too. For example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be making some epic items, and not necessarily just ones for yourself. So given that, it's time to talk about a massive one. Trade. It's finally here. The moment we've all been waiting for. Fully asynchronous trade. Over the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are either AFK or just can't be bothered. In order to finally solve this, and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They can continue farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please, and can even be offline. With the introduction of King's March in Act 4, you will encounter Ange, assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company.
King's March.
Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed down his knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is now ready to take over his business. If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her there. If you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one. You can do this by completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses inhabiting an island in Act 4, allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire. So, how does this new system work? In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them. Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos Orbs. Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will instantly teleport your character in-game to their hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item. And while there, if you want, browse their other goods, in case there's a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered. You'll notice that as a buyer, on top of the currency the seller set for the price, it also costs gold to purchase an item, as Ange has bills to pay after all. As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold, and can also see an effect above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency. Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure. As many people already acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs, if you want. You can do that here, on the website, but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third edict. To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to switch over to this new system. We expect a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you. As we are not able to test internally with an entire, thriving economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Justice and Trathan Executioner packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Justice series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal. The Sphinx Mystic hideout decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does so. This ancient creature has been presented with many items over the eons, so has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares. Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of the eternal gods, with the Apostle of Justice armor set. This armor set also comes with a matching back attachment containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies. Witness as she decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods, or be banished to the underworld? The Griffin fledgling pet will be your courageous companion as you journey throughout Rayclast. Take your place in the skies in the Plateau of the Gods hideout. This hideout comes with many different sections for setting up your home or base of operations. In order to travel between them, you simply just need to walk off the edge. Like a true eternal god, you can float between the mountains on the clouds themselves. The Trathan Executioner pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Trathan Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might, crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel. As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse. The nobles of the 4 major Trathan houses had their mercenaries, but if their hired hands became notably irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan Executioners. You can now embrace their methods and become brutality incarnate with the Cruel Trathan Executioner armor set. The matching Cruel Trathan Executioner cloak will shroud you in scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak.
That's actually a pretty sick cloak.
Or use the alternate variant to simply put a skeleton on your back. Be bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters with the Cruel Trathan Executioner character effect. The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter continues. Both this effect and the cloak use the same kill streak for tracking how much blood is shown. After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with the Goblin Gambler's Hideout decoration. They'll definitely be playing fair, right? The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of Trathis. Each map you open will execute the next victims. This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point of the map being completed. This is then displayed on a leaderboard so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the end of each map. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. That's enough about cosmetics. Let's get into the Q&A. But firstly, I want to give a huge thank you for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, or 4 PM Pacific, we'll post Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict's patch notes. With the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to seeing your experiences with Act 4 and its new bosses, fighting the Abyssal, trying new builds, and crafting new items. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
So while we sit here waiting for the Q&A to start, I already thought, by the way, so many people subbed. Thank you so much for all those subs, guys. I've been saying this pretty consistently. I like POE2 as it is.
Exiles, after a absolutely monumental reveal, we now have
it's max volume. This is max volume.
2 hours or something. So grab a
Can you hear it?
Cuppa,
it's max volume.
And
there's an echo as well.
And Mark to discuss a lot. The patch that had to fix all the.
It's not me.
It's literally everything, but we certainly managed to do a lot of things that we were very keen to do.
Yeah, you guys were telling me that this was uniquely nerve-wracking for you because there was, I guess it felt like there was a lot of pressure on this one to fix everything.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we've obviously got a lot to prove. We need to make sure that we're like that. Well, put it this way: I wouldn't want people to feel like we that we don't have answers to a lot of the things that people have been unhappy about. So we really tried to do as much as we could in one go to kind of do everything. As I said, didn't get to literally everything, but we got to quite a lot of it, and I'm thinking that people will be a lot happier with this release than they were with the last one.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to see how much was in this one, especially given that you've moved to this kind of like 4 and 2 cycle of you just feels like you just released the Path of Exile 1 expansion, which also had a lot of pressure.
Let me see what the chat says.
So I mean, it's certainly hard. I mean, look, the really hard part is having to make an act at the same time. Like that's a really huge commitment. So I'm certainly going to be happy once we finish the campaign because we're going to be back to normalcy again. But it's a what it does do is it means that there's like a huge amount of content to draw from. There's obviously a huge amount for players who are not necessarily the in-game players as well, because you've got all of the new campaign stuff. So it's like a pretty big deal for all that stuff. But it also meant we could take a bunch of that stuff and move it into the end game too. So the end game kind of gets a big expansion as well. It's been quite a good one.
Yeah, I remember early on we had the process. Actually, we just literally grabbed my whiteboard in my office and we just wrote down every single problem.
Yeah,
and I'd say it's not a strategy we've done to this degree, this methodically before.
Right.
We were like, okay, we have to solve everything on this whiteboard.
Yep. Literally made a tier list up there. Like, this is T1, this is T2.
We did fully of every problem. And, there were things in there like, performance and things that aren't necessarily the actual, game content.
I mean, the very one at the top of the list was, campaign is a slog, right? Like, that was the one that we were like, we've got to solve that. Things like that were just like, because we're really trying to be honest about, like, here are the real issues.
And the reason it ends up being a bit nerve-wracking is because we had a goal to fix all of it. And we didn't get to fix. We aren't fixing literally everything. We're fixing almost, a lot. And I'm sure a few new problems introduced here and there. However,
obviously, as we're watching Twitch chat, there was a huge amount of stuff about towers. We had a plan; it was on the list. It just unfortunately we.
Okay, so they are going to do something about towers. Thank God.
Notable the notable
Thank God.
one, I would say.
Yeah, so we'll kind of discuss around your vision and stuff for Endgame soon as well, so that you can give people some reassurance about like where you want to go with that. But we should also mention just the other elephant in the room, or the lack of the elephant in the room, with the druid. No elephant form, but the joke kind of works. So it seemed that druid has been uniquely challenging to get shipped. It's been something you've been working on for a while now, and just getting it right. What has been the challenge with druid and getting it out?
Well, I mean, okay, so we started believing that we were going to have druid in this version. And that was the case for at least 2 months of the 4 months of development that we were that we had here. And obviously, like a bunch of work had gone on before that as well. But at some point, we realized, like, you know, that we don't want to have the mistake that we effectively had with 020, where like we put a huge amount of effort into the class and then we didn't get time to fix like all of the concerns that people had outside of that, right? Because obviously the same resources go into making a new class as go into balancing the old ones and making all that stuff, right? So if we don't have the balance in like a good place, it kind of feels a bit bad to like be throwing in a class that's kind of effectively disrupting that. So then what that meant was at some point we're like, okay, since we don't believe we can get both the class and all these other balance changes we want to make in at the same time, it's actually better to cut the class and then have the balance changes instead. So that's what we ended up doing, and obviously it was like a really hard thing to cut because obviously like you're going to have another one without a class, like it feels really terrible. But you know, we've got the philosophy now of like we have to make sure that we're in the release month that we say we're going to be in. So therefore something had to go, and unfortunately that was it. But it means we've obviously got a huge head start for you know, when we actually do it next time. And I mean, look, there was so much stuff that was cut, like even as large as it is, like, you know, there's like ascendancies and all sorts of stuff that was gonna be there, and you know, we'll get to it. But yeah, more important to just make sure that people are happy with the stuff that's in, and make sure all those changes are great, and you know, make sure obviously you've got answers for stuff, right?
I imagine for druid it's a big part of it's just the fact that the shapeshifting, getting it looking and feeling right,
no, I mean, it's a huge deal. It's hard. Like there's so much animation stuff that has to go into making each form feel right. So yeah, like but we'll get there. Like I don't think we're that far away from it now. So you know, it's just a question of prioritization.
Yeah, it seems like it is probably the hardest class of all. Then
might be. Yeah.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
You're getting a bit more ambitious as you go with each class.
That is true.
Too, which
that is true. Every class is a step up from the last in terms of that. Yeah.
Yes. So I guess on that note, do you have a vision for who's next after druid, or is it kind of a race between them to see who ends up feeling
well, I've always said that it would be criminal to go into full release without having swords. So you know, that's that's kind of a pretty clear.
It's a little bit criminal to get this far without.
Yeah, to be honest, it is. Yeah. So I'd say that would be
weird when you think about it.
It's real weird. It's real weird.
So that would be an obvious candidate. Is making sure that we've got
that. People can infer from that some sort of duelist or something, most likely being the sword one. And as you said, the ascendancies are just kind of the same boat as you weren't satisfied with where they were at to be able to get those in.
I banned them, guys. Don't worry.
That's like
I banned them.
The list of the things you missed. That and doing something with towers. So now we can talk about kind of what you have done. We'll jump into Endgame first, since I know the towers and stuff have been a hot topic for people. So we'll talk about the Endgame. This wasn't ostensibly supposed to be an Endgame update, from what you were telling me, but it still seems like a pretty big endgame update in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, part of that is because we obviously get all the content that we produced for the campaign. We get to make all the endgame versions of that. That obviously adds quite a lot, but we did want to add make sure that we weren't just being like, okay, so we're adding a bunch of bosses.
You want me to turn it down?
Like, we want to make sure that the more epic ones
or
that
leave
we
it
added to the
down
campaign
or leave it
have some new mechanic for them on the Atlas as well. So that's where we had those various mechanics with, you know, like the sandstorm and that kind of stuff.
Leave it.
Like, you know, those kind of like Atlas events, and it really does contribute to the feeling of exploration to have more of that stuff. And then of course, you know, once you got that, you start getting into what rewards is it going to drop? You know, then we started to think we need a new category of rewards that these things can have, and that's, you know, we started to think about the lineage supports and that kind of stuff. So it just ended up kind of adding up to quite a bit in the end. But it isn't like kind of like the big end game change that we wanted to do. Like we had a design for that, but we just kind of haven't quite got to it. So but it still ends up being quite a lot. And one of the big things that it also I think will help bridge is the kind of mid end game part, you know, like that's still a problem that we want to improve, but like it adds quite a lot there, because, you know, you're seeing that stuff on the Atlas a bit earlier.
What's the problem there as you identify it?
I mean, you've got this issue where effectively, and we are doing some stuff to address this, but effectively you've got like the pinnacles at the end, and you've got like obviously when you start you've got a bunch of content, but it doesn't feel like there's those kind of mid-end game goals that you can easily achieve. That's kind of the issue that we're trying to solve.
And just a lack of direction, right?
Right.
I think there's not enough like really guiding you. Like the narrative kind of falls apart there, right? Because it's just like open world, and you want a bit more of you know telling you where to go, what to do, have those goals where you're like I want to do this next and this next, as opposed to like I could do this or this or this. It's nice to have those, but it's nice to also have the things kind of directing you as to like this is exactly what I want to do. The boss I want to get to. So there's kind of just a big gap there. We want to add a whole bunch of stuff in the middle there. We have a huge plan, but again, it's like, we need to you got this working on a campaign, you've got working on the end game, and you got all these like, how do you juggle all of these things? It is brutally difficult, and you end up having to think. So I would expect, you know, next expansion to be way more end game centric in terms of fixing all of this, because you know, it was on the whiteboard.
But we did do some stuff with what we had. So like that splinter change, I think, is going to be quite a big one. Like it doesn't look like much from what we showed, but what it does mean is that you've got pinnacle fights earlier in your in the experience, and of course you've got the thing where you know, we're making it make more sense with regard to the difficulty, the access to the different difficulties, by having it so that it's cheaper to get to the lower tier ones. So that helps quite a lot, and I think that'll improve things quite a lot even just from that. So yeah,
and
like
of course you got the league now in Endgame as well.
And of course there's a league there too.
You know, the Wisps were Wisps, sure. Wasn't really a league. It's kind of just like, wasn't, you know,
not a full-fledged
not what we've
league
done
mechanic.
before. And a lot of people in POE2 may not really even know what a league is. I mean, we kind of had it with Dawn of the Hunt, but yeah, I mean, having Abyss in every single area, there are abyssal icons you can find on the map. You can't add them because they are in every area, the Abyss. So, and you have, you know, different the waystone crafting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of endgame just added by the league's existence as well.
Plus a lot more combination of the league mechanic with other mechanics as well, which is something that I'm always keen for with leagues, is like have a bit more interaction.
Yeah,
so,
you were telling me that you had specifically made it so that Abyss would have specific interactions with basically everything else.
For sure.
Like if a Rogue Exile is standing there, you get a special boss based on the Rogue Exile. So that's rather interesting extra combination stuff there. It is interesting because this is a league mechanic. It's in every zone. It's guaranteed. That's part of a league mechanic. But does this also have like Atlas Tree integration in the way that it would later on as it becomes like a core element?
No, not the way that's kind of handled is through some of the waystone crafting.
Yeah. Okay.
We... Depending, when the league ends, you know, we obviously do the whole, again, more for people who maybe don't know what a league is and how we handle this stuff in POE1. I'll over-explain it a little bit. But yeah, generally we review the state of it at the end. We see what changes we want to make. Sometimes we add it to the core game immediately, sometimes later. And then we add it to the tree and decide how we want to invest into all the different things. But we try and have the meta progression, so to speak, of a league within the leagues itself, and not connected to the like core tree. Because you know, you could have a separate tree. It is a thing you could do. But in this case, it comes in the form of the waystone crafting.
You did an experiment with that recently in Path of Exile 1, doing that in a league, and you didn't exactly like the result.
Different because it's not a separate tree, and that was during Necropolis, yes, and it felt like because it's in every area, you have to take it.
Yes, exactly.
So that didn't work. We're not going to repeat that mistake. It could be a separate tree, but we just did it through the waystone crafting stuff instead, and you can invest in the Abyss and juice the Abyss that way. And
I mean, we'll see how we fold it all in as we go into the 040 though. Like that'll be an interesting one.
All right. Well, one of the kind of like, I guess, endgame issues that I've identified in the past was kind of how the Atlas trees worked and progressed and what they afforded, and it felt very top heavy. Like you had to beat the boss to get points to just scale.
Well, that's what I'm talking about with the lack of mid game stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's changed now though. Like the league mechanics don't scale difficulty of bosses at all. They're just about what the content is in maps.
Yeah, and you get the points way earlier. So in fact, you even
some of them. We made some changes to that actually as well since last night. And thus it wasn't in the live stream accurately. It was talking about how you have to complete specific objectives like killing the Delirium boss and whatnot to get your points. It's actually just now you follow the quest line, and there's a point in where you get the tablet, which is after you find the league and you kill the, just do a Delirium, you successfully go back and get a tablet. You're also going to get the first 2 points there. Now I wanted to change it so that you can get like, you know, if we have 8 points, you get 4 points before the pinnacles and 4 points from the pinnacles. Right now it's 2 and 6. We're still looking at this just because we made a change last night. There's a good chance we might end up, you know, adapting this a little bit more. So it's even, the first 2 points come even sooner and even more obviously. Like you don't have to RNG into finding a boss in order to get those first 2 points now, which was mentioned there. No longer going to be the case.
But we just want to really make sure we're smoothing that progression through, getting that stuff earlier, all that sort of stuff.
So the other thing was you've got this kind of world map. It seems to be exploration focused. The recent updates you did in Daughter of the Hunt actually I felt were a big step forwards in that regard. There was a lot more exploration with the new unique maps, and even towers, I felt like when you're using them as an exploration feature, work quite well. Like they leapfrog you to your next, you see that next unique map over the hills, and that's like a cool motivator that pulls you through, and that helps with that mid-game issue you were talking about. Is that kind of the goal, is to make this like really exploration focused?
It's certainly something that I really love, and the more things you add to the Atlas, the more it feels like you're finding things. But yeah, so we definitely appreciate the concern with towers being that you've got this tension between having to turtle in one location versus explore.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we need to look into addressing. But I don't want to kind of like talk explicitly about exactly what we're going to do here, just because there's like obviously a lot in flux there still. But yeah, it's something that we understand the problem, I would say. I would understand that there's an issue, and so yeah, we will be addressing that a bit later.
Yes, the brand name of towers seems somewhat marred currently. Like it seems like almost no matter what you do with them, there's going to be some sort of maybe just delete towers because we have the bad association with it.
That is a concern, but I suspect that we'll still want to keep them at least for just vision. Like even if we remove the mechanic and do other stuff, like we'll just keep them there. So I still think it's fun to just find a tower just to get a circle of vision around it. So I don't think that's the part that people are unhappy about with them. So therefore it'd be fine to keep that and move like other power sources and other things that you can do somewhere else.
And I even like the empowering the maps, because that is an element of control, which is another thing people have
I
issue
mean,
with this
I still want something that does that. I just think that it needs to work differently than how it works.
Yeah,
so,
I guess the issue seems to come down to, from what I see, and maybe chat might have other things that they mention about their issues with towers, but the issue as I see it is about that feeling that you still need to be stacking tower mechanics on top of other stuff, and if you're not kind of bringing all those things together, then it feels like you're wasting time.
My fundamental issue with them is the way that you know that something sucks before you even run it, and that's always bad.
Yeah,
like effectively it's like, okay, like if you're running maps that don't have a tower around them, you're like, okay, well I know this is bad, or and so I feel bad because like I just have to get to the next tower, and then like when you've done one tower but you know that two tower overlapping is a thing, then you're like, okay, well I feel bad running a one tower overlap thing when I know that two tower stuff is a thing as well. So there's just this problem of like, you know that it sucks beforehand, and I think that's never a good thing. Like it's actually the opposite of the action RPG philosophy of like, the reason you have random drops is because like, you know, any monster could be the one that drops the next thing.
Exactly.
And if you don't have that, then it's like you feel bad for playing the content because you know it's not the best already. So you need that like random element more. So there needs to be some adjustment to make that better.
Yeah. Do you think that's like bringing up what the base map experience can be in terms of its upper potential, like adding more interesting confluence of variants?
I mean, look, I always like more interesting combinations of stuff to happen, but I don't necessarily think that the core problem is like lack of ability to juice things. Like I think the core problem is to do with the fact that like you don't, like, you know when it already sucks, as I said. Like it's just kind of like that thing there. So we need to sort of like, there will need to be some approach to solving making it more controllable, like you know, more deterministic in some way, like, you know, just something along those lines, so that you can so that you don't have this feeling of like, because of a thing I can already see that sucks, that this experience is going to be worse than what I'm hoping for.
So somewhat related to this, another thing I see brought up all the time is being able to kind of choose what map you're doing, and just being able to exert more elements of control. I saw a post in chat just there that was like the idea of being able to kind of erect a tower where you want it, rather. Like, is this element of like being able to choose your maps a little bit more, or have a bit more influence on what's happening?
So I think having control over what content is there is good, but I don't know that I want to lose the fact that you still have the Atlas fundamentally where you like the actual map areas you get are random, and part of the reason for that is that it gives us a lot of opportunities to do interesting things with you know, like different maps can have different things that they drop and other stuff like that. Like there's a lot of that sort of stuff that's like quite nice. Like you can actually have a unique map be way more powerful if like it's kind of, you don't know exactly when you'll encounter it. So that kind of stuff is quite nice, and we want to do a lot more as well on the Atlas, like just more stuff to find. Like when we get to 040, I really want it to be that, like, you know, you really feel like there's just cool stuff in every map map that you might be finding that's like that's way more interesting. And as I said, that stuff, the problem is if you have full control over literally being able to run the same map every single time, like the same like base area, it means that you don't have the ability to say, okay, well, this map can randomly have this thing that's just like really awesome that always drops a unique or something like that, because then you're just going to run that map over and over and over. So I still like some ability to have to find the good stuff in the Atlas, but we just need more control over what mechanics you can spawn there and that kind of stuff, and like not having the experience of like, if I didn't get this exact overlap, then I have this bad experience.
And that's where exploration actually comes from as well, is having some element of not having that control as well. So maybe it is the case more of just juicing up that exploration aspect.
Right. I'm still writing everything that they're saying.
But it already felt like a big improvement with that last one, and we're getting the new maps and the new mechanics and things scattered in the zones as well. So it seems like there's a fair bit more going on.
The main point, like we did what we could, 100%. And 040 expect a lot more improvements there, but again, we focus more on everything else. There's an insane amount of content there. It's we wish Towers was in that list, but it will be. Don't worry, these things are coming. We're aware of the problems. We are aware, like 100%. It was expected when we got to that section to see a bunch of.
And I think a lot of people are going to be getting a chance to experience some stuff they didn't experience because it came later in last league, and maybe they had tapped out before then. So there's a good bit of extra stuff to explore there, maybe with this one. We'll loop back around to Endgame if people have more questions that they post and that we pull from the chat. But we'll move on to the Act 4 and the interludes, because that's a pretty big thing. Obviously, getting rid of Cruel was a priority. You wanted to do that as soon as possible. There's been this problem that you were laboring over for many months about how to do that, how to add Act 4 without having to add the rest of the acts all at once, or do some weird thing. You've come up with making more acts to solve the problem instead of
So there was certainly some skepticism when I first proposed this about like how can we possibly do that? But basically, the main thing there was that so the interludes are not exactly the same as an act in terms of each one of them is a straight line, like you're going from here to here. There's no different. There's no complexity around the plot or anything. It's just like a single goal of someone's telling you to do this, go deal with it. There's bosses along the way, there's new areas along the way, but all of that stuff we can use in Endgame as well. So that means we're not kind of wasting any of the arts. The only thing we're really wasting is a little bit of storyline structure around it. But as I said, it's not nearly the same level of narrative structure as what you get in a full act. And that's something that and ultimately what we realize is to get from the end of Act 4 to the end game level, all you need is 20 areas roughly to kind of to bridge that gap. And so that means that I was like, you know what, with 20 areas, I reckon we can do it if we're we're using a few mechanics from maps, we're taking some, we're doing a lot of art reuse, that kind of stuff. We can find a way to make something pretty quick, and it won't necessarily hold up for years and years, but it will certainly be good enough for just for a relatively short period of time. And by the time you get to that point anyway, you're usually pretty fast as a character. You're rushing through just to get to end game. So I think that that'll end up being pretty damn good for the time being. Plus new bosses, new stuff to experience. In my opinion, it was a no-brainer to do it compared to some weird thing like having to repeat Act 1 and 2 again or something weird like that. That just wouldn't have been good. And we really wanted to get rid of Cruel. I mean, we never wanted Cruel to exist, right? It existed as a compromise. So being able to get rid of it is obviously something we were very, very keen to do.
There was something you get to the Act 1 Crawl and you're like, I've know all this content, you're ultra powerful, and that's a little bit feel good, and then you're like, doing all this again. It's just a little bit just you can do it. At that point you're like, just get me to end game, whereas when you're playing through the new acts, it feels, well, with Act 4 and the interlude, it feels just a lot more natural and still fun, and you're discovering stuff, and it's not that just I just did this for at least for fast players as well, they're going to be like, oh my god, I just did this a few hours ago. It's just too short of a time where but one thing about Act 4 and the interlude, by the way, which I think is really cool, which is very different, and something you don't really appreciate until you play, is you get to Act 4 and you're like, okay, where do I go? Well, I have many places I can pick. I mean, Jonathan was talking about how, they're kind of interludes are kind of straight lines, but there's 3 of them.
But there's 3 of them. You can do them in any order.
There's a choice immediately there, right?
You can do those in any order.
Yep, you can do them in any order.
You can do them in any order. When you complete one or partially complete one, it levels up the other 2. They always stay, ahead, and they bridge the gap, so you can do them in whatever order you want.
It'll be interesting to see the speedrunning strategies because there's different bonuses available.
Like the spirit draft comes from 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Where another might be more passive point heavy, and another might be more permanent bonus heavy, and another, there's going to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on there. So you go in Act 4 where you've got full freedom of choice of which island you want to sail to, and then you go into the interlude and you're like, which part would serve me best? And maybe the answer is do a couple areas of this part and then swap to another and do that one, and then who knows? Which is fine because again, as you progress through them and defeat the bosses, the other ones will level up and keep up with the level. So you can do half of each and then do the half of each again. You can do an area of each and then,
That's wild. I didn't realize the interludes were sandboxy like that because I was planning on asking about how the fact that Act 4 is like a sandbox for the great portion of it there, and that's going to be super interesting from racing and speedrunning perspective as to what people take. But also that does seem like it might help with the campaign slog. The repetitiveness of it if you can kind of do things in a different order each time. Is there some good reasons to do it in different orders as well? Like you mentioned, differences in rewards, differences in challenges too, I imagine?
Listening to everything they're saying.
Yeah, for sure. So the reward thing is probably the main reason you'd change the order, depending on what's going to work best for your character right now. So yeah, each one has got stuff that we're taking all the different fixed bonuses. I think that actually the fixed bonuses are different a little bit now, aren't they, than the way that they were when they were in Crawl? Did you change what the stats they were?
Yeah,
I thought you did.
The passive point number is the same.
Yeah.
The spirit is the same, but the other bonuses, we've kept we'll still have the resistances that you got before, but some of the other bonuses from for example, Crawls, the snake in Act 3, I can't remember the name of these areas. We have internal names, the old snake chamber. The reward from that will be slightly different because not all 3 of those options are available, and they're available in different ways. Some of it might be, some of it might not be, and some of it will be in Act 4, some of it might be in the interlude, So it's kind of mix and match all over the place, but there's some pretty cool stuff in the interludes that that you've obviously got your permanent bonuses, you've got your skill points, you've got just which bosses do I want to do first or last. That's all nice, but you have a little other things subtle. Like the first area of one of them, I'm going to be as spoiler light as possible here, has a wandering vendor that sells, guaranteed rare caster gear, and you can go and be like, I'm going to go there, check that if I'm a caster, and then I'll go to the other 2 acts because that might have a straight up weapon upgrade. And then there's another act that sells a whole bunch of greater runes, and so you might be like, I need some runes, I'm going to go there, find that vendor, get some runes, and then go to another. And then one of them has, and you're going to have to find this for yourself, one of them has a nameless seer in it, and so go for it, find that. And I'm not going to tell you which.
So do you know in advance some of these rewards so that you can make this decision? Maybe not those kind of secret ones. But
I think it doesn't. Does it say it does it show it to you on the world map?
You generally see the icons on the world map up to the point your character and the NPCs could reasonably know about. Okay. So it depends on the act a little bit. In some cases, it's no humans have been there, so you can't know until you've opened it, and then it will, or until you have been told about it or know about it or advanced the quest, and now you see all the icons. So some yes, some not, and
it'll be a bit of a discovery process.
But look, it's going to players are going to share information pretty damn quickly. But yeah, it's actually quite fun having all this different choice and different axes, and we haven't had this level of sure, you've got Path of Exile 1 Act 2 is go left or go right, and you got a little bit of that in Act 8, but you don't get this much parallel things going on like this in a kind of interesting way. So it'll be, I suspect it'll actually last a little bit longer than we anticipate, given how we had to put this kind of 3-part thing together so quickly.
Last a bit longer in terms of players finding it fresh and interesting.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Okay, good.
All 3 interludes kind of appear on one world map, so you kind of got 3 parallel tracks you can see on one map.
Cool.
So yeah, that's how that works.
It's cool.
Decision paralysis is going to set in. Where do I go?
I think a lot of people will just pick one just because it's the first one.
Yeah,
probably, I bet that'll be the most common
You'll
choice.
see stats on that, I'm sure.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, yeah, 60% pick rate for the first option.
Yeah, probably.
Left to right's most likely.
Left to right makes sense.
The order of the islands in Act 4 a little bit less predictable.
Yeah.
You know, one of those islands, like, there's four permanent bonuses kind of going on in one area kind of thing. It's like a, because...
Go there first.
I'm not going to tell you which ones. But,
okay, I'll have to figure that one out, eh?
Someone will do it, figure it out.
Yeah. Make the progression guides. But I like the idea that it could be different for different builds too. That would be very cool if that ends up being the outcome, because that will keep things fresh long term.
Yeah.
There's a good reason to do it differently and doesn't just get kind of immediately solved.
Yeah.
So Act 4 was planned to have a new way of ascending, but that wasn't mentioned here, so it's not quite ready yet.
Didn't quite get time for it. It'll be coming a bit later. But you can there's still a quest to go to the place where that is happening. But and we added like a kind of another reward there, just for the time being.
Yeah.
But later on there'll be that. The amount of work required to make that trial just unfortunately wasn't quite compatible with making all of the other stuff we made. Probably if we hadn't made the interlude, we would have been able to do it. But I think the interlude was more important just to get rid of Cruel. So we ended up making that decision. But we'll get to it.
Thank goodness. I'm like so stoked Cruel's gone.
If it's what most of us imagine it's going to be, I can imagine where a lot of that work comes in. So hopefully you guys, is it something that you'd like to get ready for next league then, it sounds like?
Well, I don't want to promise anything because at this point we're in the mode of like we'll cut stuff if we need to make the release happen. So I wouldn't want to promise anything, but that would be nice. We'll just have to see.
I guess the other question then is, do you think it'll be like different enough and appealing to people who don't necessarily want to ascend the other ways?
Well, it's certainly different than the other ones by a very significant margin. So I think that'll be interesting.
And what's the vision for how Ascendancy works long term then? So is it the idea that you ascend once in Act 2, once and then again in Act 3 and then again in Act 4?
I mean, you'll be able to do it that way, but if you want to do other, that's a way to do it. But if you want to, if you like a certain trial better, doing it that way is also fine too.
It's just interesting because there's like not as much of a gap as there usually is between those first 6 months that way. Like it's quite rapid fire. So and then it would be a big gap until the end game and you do your choice of fourth one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we see that as fine. Like you kind of want to get your build locked in to some degree by the time you get to that sort of level.
I kind of like it. It's just different to how it's been done in the past before, right? Where we had, where it was like right at Endgame, you did that third one. So that's interesting stuff. So a big part of this obviously is then continuing the campaign slog kind of discussion was just the speed of the campaign, how that tied in with difficulty, zone sizes and things like that. You guys did a whole bunch of big changes a couple of weeks into the last league where you reduced zone sizes.
So we did a bit of that. That's one of those things that's a bit hard to see exactly until you've played it a couple of times. So I like, for example, right now, like the first time you play through Act 4, I doubt you'll be worried about zone size. Second time, then it might then start to realize like what places are too big and what places aren't. So there'll probably be a little bit of adjustment to that even as we do the first couple of patches in 030 as well. Just because, like as I said, it's actually a bit hard to appreciate until you've kind of played it a few times. But the sprint helps a lot. Like sprint is a big deal as far as like changing how the game feels in this regard.
Going straight to heaven.
If you're fast and you know how to use it well and that kind of stuff, you can motor quite a lot more than you would. It'll be interesting to sort of see how how many people are using that all the time versus how many people are kind of just using it all the time. But the thing is, you're an experienced PoE player, right? Like you're gonna be. But
like, there's a fun risk reward to using it that way, though. Like, if you are just using it to traverse or like backtrack or something because you go the wrong way or something like that, then it's pretty cruisy and it works well for that. But it also is a very powerful like combat tool. You can use it like a boss is doing something, you can get further away than you could before.
For boss stuff, you can, although it is dangerous, right? Like.
We'll go over this in a moment.
Screw it up, then
But I think the thing that I find kind of interesting about it as well is that like you can skip monsters now more easily, and that means that if you are overpowered due to getting a good item drop or something like that, you can kind of like motor through a couple of areas a bit more, like sort of then catch up to the point where you sort of feel about right as far as the difficulty, and then keep going from there, like more specifically. So you've got that kind of tool at your disposal. Not something I'd expect like new players to do, or like players who kind of don't want to engage with that stuff. enough. But if you're talking about like like the person who's playing through the campaign the 5th time, certainly that's an option that you've got that can kind of speed you through a little bit faster. So that's something as well that it kind of does, just because you are faster than basically everything. So you can skip past them.
There were a bit of like good players, like knowledge players knew how to move a lot quicker. There's a bunch of skills. You get animation cancelling. You got shield charge.
It's true. It's true. The speedrunners already have a way, but like no one really wants. Like, obviously, you don't want to be doing that all the time, right? Like unless you're like really dedicated to speedrunning. So.
Niche, unintuitive, and whatnot. So like there's a simpler way to now close the gap between the players who knew all of that and the ones who didn't, and which is great. And maybe a lot of those players are still using all of those tools even on top of this, and that's fine.
I actually wonder if like the sprinting is faster than like the shield charge, dodge roll, animation cancel shenanigans.
Haven't exactly done a race. I think it's close. I'm pretty sure it's relatively close though.
Yeah, well, the difference there.
I know there's some passives in the deck side of the tree for like slightly increasing your speed while sprinting, and a few other different things while sprinting, like increasing your evasion while sprinting, and so there's some of that going on as well. That maybe when you speak into all that, you have more of an advantage over those other skills. We'll see.
You actually buffed dodge roll a bit for the sprint too. Like you can turn a bit better. For longer during the dodge roll.
You can. So that one was, man, I'll tell you what. So this is kind of inside baseball stuff, but sprint was like way harder to implement than you might expect. Like it seems like, you just add a speed buff, but like getting it to be smooth and like feel right, and like all of the stuff around like the turning at the end and like all that stuff, that was really, really hard to do. Like it was like there was like a programmer for a very long time just working on sprint issues. Like holy crap. So yeah, like it's one of those things that like every little imperfection of it, so you do it so often, needs to be ironed out.
I'm looking forward to stacking move speed and dodge roll distance in Sanctums and using sprint. I used sprint in the Sanctum and I was testing earlier, and it's so fun doing some of the things with sprint. It's like with like mega long dodge rolls into sprinting is gonna so fast.
I mean, we've in general just improved mobility. We've improved and even outside of that, it's like talking about sprint, slog, fast. Like there's more to it. There's
for sure.
Obviously dodge rolling has improved. The mercenary, like slow while reloading, but also something like Jonathan and I both just randomly did one day, just logged in on live. We played mercenary and we were both just like,
what happened?
What did we do? What has gone on here?
What I
this
believe
feels terrible.
It was the 0 to 0
That's what I just said at the start of my stream.
To like contact points or something. There was something like that I think broke it.
So
it wasn't actually feeling like how it felt before we released.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh crap, we need to fix this. Something went wrong drastically there. That one really improved it. But we also made a change where you're a little bit faster coming out of when you're using a skill while moving.
Yeah,
you're a little bit faster coming out on all classes. So that actually affects the Ranger and the Sork as well a little bit. It's not like at first it seems quite subtle. Like but when you play it side by side, it actually makes quite a difference, even though it's a relatively subtle change. Like it worked as well. And then you've got things like with the block being faster. Like you're just overall more mobile. With a lot of the stuff. Like I think it's helped a lot. But the nice thing is like we still didn't have to compromise on like making sure the combat still was right. So that's obviously been like a big worry, especially because there's so many other buffs and things for other character classes. Like there is definitely a concern that we've like overcooked, gone too far. Like things are like things are going to be too easy, and I'm a bit worried about it. But I think it should be okay. We just have to. You
mentioned like the way you've designed this, not meaning you didn't have to compromise on like combat and that, and that was a big hesitance for you. Like you really wanted combat to be not optional in the past. You were talking about before,
for sure.
And things like that. So why does it feel like the way you designed this lets you not compromise on that vision?
Because ultimately, the actual combat itself still works after trying it. Like, and generally speaking, like even though I may not necessarily agree with something, I'm still willing to try these things. So we tried it. It works. That's really it comes down to, right? So that as long as that's the case, then then
Jonathan
cool
still wants you to walk
make sure
slowly.
That we don't end up in a situation where
to every monster and fight them.
It's all just like even during the campaign, it's just one button, don't have to worry about anything, like there's no challenge anywhere, like that kind of stuff, because I just find that boring. I just don't enjoy it at all. Like I feel like you need to have some level of like actually, having to think once in a while, during a boss fight or something like that. So there just has to be a little bit of that left over. Sometimes it can be the situation where
this was a good compromise, like 100%.
It
again, he spoke about how long it took for this programmer to work through it, let alone, there's heaps of iterations with these kind of things, trying to keep things feel grounded, kinetic, realistic, that kind of stuff. So you're not just like, and animation wise as well, there's a whole bunch. So, when you're taking a chance on a thing like that and, it feels like a compromise and you're uneasy about it, I'm glad we did pull the trigger on this one and give it a go, because sometimes it is like knowing how much resources this is going to take. If this fails, it's a massive waste.
Because there was another one that was like hugely contentious, which was removing the limit of 1 per support gem. Was something that took a bit of convincing to even get people to want to try out. Like that was definitely a worry. The concern there is just that, isn't it just going to be that everyone's running the 5 same supports on every single thing? But I was kind of like the amount of, I think what we're losing over this is much worse than what we were gaining. It's something really important, and so I actually now that we've done that, I wouldn't have it any other way. I think it's really, really good change, and that one is, in my opinion, the most important change we're making in 030. I mean, obviously you got a bunch of content, but like in terms of like what single thing is going to affect gameplay the most, like in terms of character builds and like build variety, that change is a huge one. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what people can do.
I was skeptical when you showed me this change, because I was definitely in the camp of defending the decision of the 1 support limit for the logic of it making you think about how you build each skill differently, not just building every skill for damage.
Grinding your games is famous for opening up
dealing skills am I going to make more utility or do something else instead?
Narrowing them,
playing around with
has never been the
answer. It feels like it kind of just lets you use it.
This is how they rose to power.
Like something like Fist of War. And that's just a really big improvement. Like that's a lot more fun having 2 Fist of War.
If everyone picks the same supports,
but like the skill
you didn't design the supports well.
The supports themselves are nuanced enough that you do
need
still
to keep it open and just design good supports.
It definitely works. Like it's funny because in the end, it feels like the concern that we had was more theoretical than it actually was real, and that's why it's really important to actually try these things.
I don't think there was a bingo.
Like, and I would say that if the supports and skills were designed like how POE1 was, then you totally would have ended up in exactly the place that we were worried about. But because there's a lot more going on with the way the skills, or just like there's a lot more thought being put into like the exact ways that skills interact in POE2, you kind of end up being fine, and it just ends up being better. So I'm really glad we tried that one, because it's super important.
Yeah, and it seems like lineage supports take over the role of this 1 gem a bit more.
They do. So basically right at the end, you've got the thing where you can only have 1 of each lineage support per character, but that's kind of like, none of those are like okay, so something like multiple projectiles or martial tempo, like these things are super important to kind of make skills even viable at endgame, whereas the lineage supports don't have that same thing. So we effectively get to keep a little bit of that like interesting decision stuff, but only right at the end when you're kind of at the top end and you're thinking about like hyper optimizing specific stuff or like with interesting mechanics. So we still get to retain a little bit of that there.
I think we were talking about like swords.
This change, like
new.
I've been playing Warrior, and I almost feel like
swords,
saying the new Warrior, because it's not any one specific thing. Like the support gem change, the sprinting change, the faster while blocking, being able to block everything, it was way more impactful than I expected.
Weapon swap instant.
Weapon swap is huge.
That's like, it's a sum of all these small individual things. And honestly, it was quite hard to design the live stream what we were showing for this reason, because it's like it kind of ended up being just like a huge scatter shot of like all sorts of little things, and it's sort of hard to appreciate the sum of it all, like adding up to a much better experience. But I mean, obviously there's like really big things, like you've got the infusion stuff on the Sork, which is like, like radically, visibly, obviously changing the class. But it's like, when I'm making a case for like why is the warrior better, it's kind of like you got a few new skills, you got like a few different mechanics, but like together it just kind of comes into something that's like way better than it was.
I've spent the better part of 2 days trying to put my finger on what it is exactly that is making that, because you were asking me like whether I'm worried that the warrior is a bit too strong, and I'm like, I'm definitely a lot stronger, but I'm trying to figure out what it is exactly, and it's like a bit that, a bit this,
everything.
Everything. Definitely feels like way more fluid, faster, smoother, chunkier all at the same time, because I've got more Fist of War skills going off. We like the instant weapon swap thing is huge as well. Like that seems like a pretty minor change, but all of a sudden you're not thinking about like there's no reason to not.
Right. There's no reason, removing all the reasons why people wouldn't use combos is exactly the focus that we had for a lot of the stuff, right? It's like, what is preventing someone doing a combo here? What can we do to fix it? So you've got like the shock change where that's longer. You've got like the change to chill and that kind of stuff. And oh yeah, there was a whole thing with, we never even talked about Ignite because there kind of wasn't room for it, but Ignite has got a whole different thing where that it does now, where there's like every time you fail to ignite, it builds up flammability. That means your next ignite is more likely. So there's like that. There's like a bunch of changes just all through like the places, just these little things that tweak stuff. One of the ones I know is actually really big is the thing with the curse and the what do you call them? The thing that lowers resistances. What the hell? Exposure. Yeah. So exposures, right? Like it seems so tiny. Like, oh, let's make it so that you don't have individual exposures for different elements. But it's like it actually changes the gameplay so significantly, because the moment that there's something that's going to add 30% more damage in the case that it was before, that you don't have access to if you're going to use cross-element. So you're never going to use cross-element, right? You're never going to do it. So it's like really, really important to just remove every single barrier that's getting there, because
we merged cast on shock, ignite, and freeze into single.
We did. So there's no more cast on shock anymore. It's cast on ailment for that reason as well, right? Exactly, right? So literally we're like, let's find every single reason that's going to stop you from wanting to be able to use multi-element builds and actually try to improve that, right?
Yeah.
And guess what? You can still just play one element if you want.
Yeah, you can, of course, right? but yet now if you're doing multi-element, there's just no reason anymore not to.
I was so stoked looking at what you were doing with the elementals, because it feels, for the first time, it actually is like an elementalist. Like there is mixing of the elements. It's cool because that's a fundamental game design thing with action RPGs, is that it always at some point makes sense to focus in on one very specific thing because of scaling. And but it seems like you've gone a long way towards solving that issue.
Well, I hope so, because we really tried to fix every single case we could see. Now there might be still some more, like you'll find there's some random mechanic that only works on one thing, and then people pick that and they're like, okay, we have to find and make sure that there's something that's going to attract you to every element and play it. I mean, look, part of the upgrades to the individual ailments also really helps, because it's giving you another reason. Like it isn't just that you've removed the things that were preventing you from you want to both have I'm not specializing you because this mechanic works across different elements, but also you want to have this element has something that you're going to want to use with other elements, right? So like buffing shock, for example, we're like, okay, is there enough of a reason to weave lightning into a fire build, right? There wasn't enough of a reason. So by making shock better, it's like, well, then now there is a reason to use two things, but you also want the burn and you also might want the chill, and making sure that all that stuff is powerful enough to actually tempt you to actually do it.
Because 8-second shock, and you even mentioned bigger magnitude shocks.
A number of the skills have a bunch of shock effect on it.
So effectively, if a skill is supposed to be for shocking, then that skill will have magnitude on it, because the idea is that we really want to make sure that it actually works. But so that kind of stuff. It's the same with the fire skills that are intended for burning as well. Like if something's intended for burning, it's going to have some kind of duration or something like that. So it's like you want to use that one, then you want to switch to something else while that's burning away and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because I always want to do that sort of thing, but you feel a bit silly because
it's just not enough. It just wasn't doing enough.
Yeah, you should just use your main skill instead.
Yeah, exactly. But once again, you wrap back in the support changes where it's like, okay, why would I want to use this other mechanic when I can't do this as fast, or I can't do it as powerful as I could have been doing on something else that I've all in on. It's like that as well was contributing. It's like the whole lot was just all a bit of a mess in that way.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Ignite thing. I did want to clarify because I saw some questions about it in the chat. It builds up now. So if you don't Ignite, you get 50% of the Ignite, and then the next failed Ignite will.
It's called flammability, since we no longer have the curse.
Right.
And as you build up more flammability on an enemy, the probability of an ignite occurring goes higher and higher and higher, and once the flammability is full, the ignite is deterministic. So if you miss an ignite, you at least contribute towards the next ignite being more likely, and eventually it is inevitable.
But one of the other amazing things we got, which was huge from our perspective, is that the way that ground effects work now for the fire is that it has to build to 100% flammability and then it sets them on fire, which means that if you use a level 1 flame wall, it doesn't ignite shit anymore. Really really easily. So that means we can actually add mechanics that trigger off ignites and do all that sort of stuff without it being a disaster.
You don't have to worry about people being full degenerates with it.
Exactly. So if you're using a high level flame wall, it'll set on fire real quick. But if you real quick. But if you're using a low level one, then it takes forever, so you won't do it anymore.
Yeah, so, nice. So finally a good solve for that instead of being.
Yeah, I know it's been a bit of a disaster for a long time, but so now we can have ignite triggers and more supports around that and that kind of thing. And
let's be more liberal with the power you can give out to that sort of thing. And just the consistency has been a pain for any ignite builds for a while now. So that's just going to be actually consistent now.
Yeah.
So that's really good news. And I saw that freeze was getting a lot better too. The same idea of like any freeze skill.
So the freeze skill, for that one we didn't, I believe we didn't change the sort of base freeze balance exactly. It was more that freezing skills just have more freeze going on.
Yeah.
And then there was also the other change, which I guess we didn't even cover really, which is that anything that consumes, we'd use the word poise, but basically what that means is that anything that's like harder to apply to a boss, if the mechanic is harder to apply to a boss, then we want to increase the reward for doing it on bosses. Yeah. So that we've got like an extra damage versus unique monsters, like kind of in quite a lot of places and different skills now, because once again, if you freeze a boss, it's way harder to freeze than it would be a regular monster. We want to make sure that the payoff for that for utilizing it is now much more chunky.
And this was substantial enough that you could actually see it in the footage.
Seconds?
Like, saw the boss getting
shocks
chunked
and ignite
all footage compared to like the regular attacks.
But there were other ones as well, right? Like so, with the armor break, for example, it's like you weren't really incentivized to consume armor break on bosses. So the way we solved that particular one was like, okay, if you're an armor break consumer, rather than consuming the armor break, we're going to upgrade the armor break to a new state, like a new higher, like a level buff that's going to do something different. Like in the case you're like in the case of Sunder, you're like upgrading from plus 20% to plus 40%, but then it also refreshes the duration, and then so effectively you're more incentivized to do this, and then because it actually extends it now. So that's like another thing where like let's actually make this combo work.
The high velocity rounds one is
very good. Yes,
pretty crazy.
It's
so that's
crazy,
it takes your armor break into, I don't remember the name, let's say T2 armor break.
Shattered armor.
But it's then for the next however long the duration is, 5% of the, think of it like a kind of infinite impale. 5% of the damage dealt by the high velocity rounds is dealt on every single hit for the rest of the duration.
And that means every single pellet of a shotgun is doing a percentage of the high
fragmentation rounds is 10 hits. And then the consumed days on Monk is the exact same thing. So if you do the days vaulting impact, and then you have, if you have staggering palm up in a temper spell and you do whirling assault, you're doing all the whirling assault hits, all the projectile hits from staggering palm, all the temper spell hits, each of which are doing a percentage of the vaulting impacts thing on hit, and you just melt things.
So juicy. I saw Days as like instant application too.
Yes. Well, that one was kind of worthless before, so we're like, let's just make it actually work.
This idea of like buffs that get escalated into tier 2 buffs is like a kind of cool concept.
I like that one. And the other funny thing about it that's like less obvious but really good from our perspective is that it means you can't repeat the combo piece immediately either, because once you've upgraded the armor break, it's extended the armor break, which means that you can't just reapply the armor break immediately again either. You have to do something else. So it actually kind of generates that rotation kind of naturally, which is kind of a nice one.
It's chunkier and it feels like you're not an idiot for doing it.
Right, exactly.
Before it's like, why would I want to remove their broken armor and make them tankier again? It never really made any sense.
That's a good one.
But it also like prevents some of the weird edge case stuff that is a pain for you guys. So huge improvements there. There's a lot to take in with the supports and skill changes and things like that, but it's like with the amount of supports that are getting added now, and now tiers of supports and lineage supports, do you feel like there is a point where it's a bit much for players to like take in? Like,
well, so I've got something. There's some stuff around this that I would like to improve, which is that first of all, we did a full pass on recommendeds to because there was a lot of terrible recommendeds right now, and so we did like a full pass on that. So basically, what I'm hoping is that now, at least all the recommendeds are not bad. Like I was kind of trying to really answer the question of are these 3 supports the truly best supports that this skill could have, right? And previously we had this extra constraint that kind of screwed this over, which was that because you could only have limit 1, there was always this thing of but would you use it on the skill or would you use it on a different skill that we were always kind of working around. Now we can just be like, what are the 3 best options, right? With no other constraints, right? And so that means that that immediately makes it easier for us. But I think the other issue is that what it was, the whole like, there's too many supports thing, part of it was because since the recommendeds were bad, you kind of had to go to that other screen where you've got all this other stuff. It's like, if you actually rely on the recommendeds to be good, it's like, the fact there's a bunch of supports doesn't kind of matter as much.
I remember we had a ranger with the 10 skills, 50 supports, and it was 2 out of 50 were recommended, I think, for the skills they were on. I'm like,
yeah, it's a bad sign, right?
And so if that's a bad sign, if your in-game ranger is that, it means that if the player who's following the guide that we have given them is not only not being rewarded, they're being punished because we're making them make wrong decisions.
Yeah. So I'm sure there'll still be a few that are incorrect on there, but like hopefully it should be way better. And the other thing as well as I'd really like to do is I think that we might want to get into starting to recommend more stuff, or maybe even like recommending stuff based on the previous stuff that you've already done.
That's crazy.
Which might be just get a bit complicated, but I'm kind of like, I feel like we maybe should start thinking about that.
It sounds like a nightmare.
Big Brother's watching.
Maybe, but then it's kind of like, maybe like if you've got this other skill on your build, then this becomes an option, or there's something like that we might have to do, because I think there's more we can do there. But whatever, for now it's just at least we're like, here's the 3 best shit.
Oh, but also pick. The names.
I know.
The names are so much better now as well.
Yes, right. So we did a pass of like making the names more obvious. Like, because there was a lot of supports that just kind of weren't
like search for there's this thing that does a thing. I don't. What is it called? Oh, God, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Impossible.
Whatever. Yeah. Google it.
Yeah.
Like, there's something that does an explosion with armor, but what's it called?
Well, that one should be obvious, I think. But
armor explosion.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah,
that's what it needs to be like.
No, I'm pretty sure it is called that now.
Yeah, good.
But yeah,
I remember just being like, if I'm struggling with this, so many people must be struggling with this. Like I remember to
Execrate or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it was not the most intuitive of systems for sure. So massive step forward in the UX, the understandability, all of that stuff for sure. I'd say as you play it and as you take it as it comes, it's not overwhelming. It's easy to look at it in this context and go, oh my God, 100 in support and whatever the numbers are, and lineage supports, and oh my God, there's so much going on.
The lineage supports really should be treated more like uniques, so they kind of just go into the big pool of like, stuff that at end game you're kind of like, potentially working on. But I mean, a lot of the lineage support things will end up probably being like, this build guide says
random master backward.
And and here's the boss you
found
to get it. It obviously ends up a lot of that way with uniques a lot of the time. But
there being so many options for this stuff, actually, kind of like, so there's this thing that ever since kind of the internet, we're spoiled, right? We're inherently spoiled for everything. We have the build guides and all that, and there's a lot of fun to that as well. But we obviously lost some of that kind of mystery of your own self-discovery. But I feel like you're almost forcing us back to that age a bit, because there's just too much for guide creators to really cover.
I don't know about that. Like, people will still converge on things.
But even if a guide creator like creates a build, even if it's like quite well optimized, there's usually like a few other options.
Well,
that are
ideally,
almost as optimized,
that's part of the fun, right? Like, over time people come up with more stuff, and ideally, since we're shaking the meta up each league as well, like, there's still new stuff to find. I mean, that's, like, I think that Path of Exile is actually a game that still has that, because of the fact that there's enough stuff and there's enough meta changes to actually cause it to be that there's still cool stuff to find that no one's discovered yet, which is, there's not many games like that really that still
I don't really think I get that as much from POE1 anymore, but
POE2
is getting that.
I guess so. But I mean, that really just comes down to the amount of meta shake-up that happens,
Yeah, I guess so,
yeah.
For sure. So with the sheer amount of like supports and things, have you taken a look at how we obtain like sockets and get a 6-link, and how hard it is to do that, and how many we get?
So there have been some adjustments. Actually, this is probably a good time to cover a topic that was probably not obvious in the live stream, which is that
they already made
we now have a system that allows us to effectively. And I don't have a good way to phrase this really, but it's like, so I'll take the transmutes as an example, right?
Okay.
So in the live stream, we're like, it's dropping too many transmutes. We want to instead drop these more powerful ones. The way that actually works is that as you get higher level, it specifically takes like some of the juice, if you will, of the transmutes that would have dropped,
official term,
and then instead drops higher level ones but less often. So the kind of the idea is that it's like, we're getting rid of the crap you don't want, and kind of like making higher, like better stuff that you just get less.
So good.
And we've actually changed over some of the ways that, for example, the way that uncuts now drop as you get into the end game as well works that way. So it's like it effectively turns you're getting less uncuts, but you're getting more of the but they're turning instead into higher level ones, and like that kind of stuff. So like that'll change the game a little bit. Now I don't know if we're going to have that exactly perfectly right in the very first version, but effectively that should mean that you that the way it makes that feel is kind of better in terms of getting those upgrades. So I'm pretty sure that I'm not 100% sure of this, but I'm pretty sure that the jewelers have also been changed to use that system instead. For the very top one, I think.
You did the change. I wouldn't know.
I think that one's been changed. But there's effectively like so what you get there is we're still trying to make it so that you get enough of the low level currency that you can still do map crafting, because obviously you don't want to burn the higher level ones on that. But what it does mean is that you won't need to do as many crafts. Like just the bulk of the number of crafts you have to do to get decent stuff will be better, and you won't just get as much just the crap that you don't need. Now, I will say that the perfect exalts are not common. They are quite rare, and there's also the drop rates are to an extent that's much larger than previous stuff because of the way that works. Are much more controlled by the level. So at the difference between the eye level 78, 79, 80 is quite large in terms of the percentage that gets converted. So there's a little bit more going on there, and then eye level 81 and 82, like from rares and uniques.
Yeah.
That is even more. So like you kind of there's a little bit more of that going on with that to make it
you can cube them down, right, as well.
You can down cube. You can't up cube. You can down cube.
If you're
so that's probably not a word we should be using. But you can split them apart.
Like if you're an SSF and you're not getting enough of the basic stuff to roll waystones, and you happen to be getting some of the higher tier ones, and you don't need them for your gear, downgrade them so they can. And split them into 3 so that you can apply them to your maps, like that's the...
Interesting. Criminal to split a perfect exalting.
Well, no, you wouldn't do that, obviously.
It's more about the greater one going into the other ones.
Exactly. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
So kind of on the topic of like the sockets and the gems and things like that, what's your kind of like expectation for like when a player would have like one 6-link or even multiple or all 6 links? Is that a thing that you think players have now, especially with the support gem change?
I don't know that we've necessarily changed that for 6 links too much. For the lower ones, like for the 5, we did add a few more like specific drops around during the campaign, and like a few more things like that to kind of just make sure we really wanted to make sure that there's a bit less randomness for that part. For the 6 though, it's still kind of like supposed to be the peak, like top end stuff. So it's really the 5 that we want to kind of make a little bit better as far as like
we significantly changed the drop rates of these as well in 0.2.
That is a good point.
That's what I was saying.
Yes. So if you haven't played since
last
then,
patch.
It's a bit
which was a decent time into 0.2, the 0.2x, series, and the drop rates of these did significantly go up.
Yeah. Because it is worth mentioning, of course, if you didn't play post 021, then you've probably got a very different experience from what the drops are now compared to what they were before then. Like we made a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, the changes that you did over the first few weeks and stuff.
So just worth mentioning that's still a thing, right? Like we still have those changes too. So if you stop playing after like a week or something in 020, like the item drop stuff changed quite a bit.
Yeah, and is it kind of the same thing for like level 20 gems and stuff like that? That's something that's
I'm not exactly
kind of like a chase long term.
It is supposed to be chase, right? Like getting those higher stuff. But one thing that you shouldn't get anymore is the just like spam of crap you don't need as far as the uncuts are concerned.
Well, during that 02X when we were looking at item drops and everything, I looked into the gems, and it was okay. So obviously we added that Venter's gamble box, and that was dropping them. And I was like, why does it feel like 90% are coming from that? And we looked into it, and then it was like, oh, these are like only dropping from the way the levels had been set up. It was assuming that the tier 16 maps were 83. Like in POE1, the highest tier of maps.
That's why they weren't dropping level 20
and
gems.
So the drop levels of level 20 gems were like dropping from only the corrupted +1 level areas and all of that, and only from
super restricted.
And so I was like, oh my god, this was just a straight up error.
Early
so
access,
we went back and we were like, I'm just in a -3 levels from everything there.
But that was a 0-2x change, to be clear. That was already fixed.
Nice.
That was a bit of a disaster. But also inherent items. There was another change. Just speaking of gem levels, it just like clicked in my mind. We've actually what we've done is taken all the wand, staff, skills and whatnot, and we've effectively balanced them. Because the idea is you find your, like, let's say your volatile dead wand, you're going to use that for a while. Like if you have good affixes, especially in the campaign. So what we've done is effectively balance them as if they were like 3 levels higher implicitly. And you can now get up to level 20 gems dropping 20 inherent skills, even on unique items, for the ones that did level up from the ground as well. So like those are playing to add to the sorceress and other classes' arsenals. Those are playing more of a role as well, and then you can get with the uniques. It's not you don't get to a point where they all drop level 20. You get to a point where some are 18, some are 19, some are 20, and so you're going to get this like kind of you want the perfect unique with the perfect level 20 gem with the perfect
plus
that kind of thing going.
Plus exceptional sockets.
And the inherent skills should be a lot more impactful and a lot more meaningful now as well on the wand. That's good. We've added a whole bunch more. I think we ended up adding like 10 or so new wands.
I think it's 8.
Something like that.
I think there's 8 new inherent skills, I think was the number.
Quite cool. There's some quite cool stuff in there as well.
Eerie.
Immediately.
Reasonably
got the Unleashed staff finally back in. For those who were at the OG or the second Exile con. So that's been removed off Chronomancer and a new passive's been added there, and
there are a bunch of other Ascendancy class changes, by the way, that we didn't cover. Just balance things and so.
All the existing stuff seems to have gotten touched quite a bit. But especially in like Ranger, Warrior, and Elementalist, it seems.
Every class got changes. I think.
Sweet.
I don't think there's one that we were like some less than others, but I'm pretty sure every single class got a change.
So I think it seemed that you get the access to the level 3 uncut supports pretty quickly. Like it was like Act 3 I found one?
So effectively you get now there's effectively a tier per act.
Those are rare. Like
no.
Yeah, like so because that's what I was thinking. I was like, these tier 3 ones.
But bear in mind, we've sort of rearranged everything, right? Because we've got things that level up. So effectively, in tier 2, you're often getting things that are level ups from tier 1, and so then we can push a couple of those up to tier 3. But then in tier 3, there's some of them as well. So you kind of it's sort of spread out a little bit more evenly, and the extra levels kind of mean there's more interesting upgrades. And one of the other things I just wanted to mention is there was this and part of the issue with the supports before is that there was kind of this decision fatigue you had a little bit with them as well, where it's like you didn't want to remove something to add a new thing. Like you'd more likely wanted to just all in on the thing you already picked. So having some level ups like that kind of actually just eases that a little bit, where it's like there's a really obvious upgrade sometimes if I just pick this, and sometimes it's just nice to have that.
Gives you a little break.
I really like the new tier per act. I actually really value the fact that no matter what, when you get to that new act, obviously the interlude is kind of considered one and a bit act, so it's not you're not getting 3 tiers of supports there. But I really like that no matter what, obviously you get to the new act, you start seeing all the new base types, and now you have this new tier of supports, and so every time you get to an act, you're getting just like straight up like, all right, let me just get a bunch of power upgrades straight away.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a much better breakdown in the progression now, in terms of both skills and
like every second act you get new rune tiers. Every second act you'll get new every
as well,
can't remember how that's split. I feel like that's 1, 2, 3, 4 and interlude, and then endgame for essences. So like there's a lot of you get to act 4 and you get a new tier, you get a whole bunch of new base types, you get a new tier of essences appearing, and so on and so forth. It's like just feels really good getting to a new act and getting all the power from it.
We'll talk more on specific archetypes then, but first, so like on the skill topic, thing that comes up often from Chad and earlier questions I've gotten is like about the overimportance of plus levels across the board for a lot of things, and also the impacts of mana costs on that. Like you guys did a pretty big adjustment on that recently, but how do you feel about where mana costs are at and plus levels in general?
We have lowered the exponentiality of mana costs like pretty drastically, especially level 20 plus is going down a lot, like an absolute huge amount reduction. We're trying to keep the campaign relatively intact. There's another, you were talking about the importance of plus levels. Like one of the reasons for this is that a lot of endgame builds especially ended up using something that was using flat damage and thus scaled strictly from gem levels and not from your weapon's damage itself. And as a result, what a lot of people were using was, what's this magic weapon with just plus whatever the number is, 7 or something.
We've actually changed quite a lot more things to be weapon-based scaling around the place. Obviously not on the sword.
What's kind of like an example about that? Like,
everything that was flat damage, all those unarmed skills, all the obviously different. With Hollow Palm gives you damage a different way. But with Shockwave Totem, you know, all of this stuff. We're just generally going like, nah, we just want weapons to matter.
Yeah.
And this whole just using a single affixed weapon at the end is... it's not going to fly. Now, that being said, plus gem level, still pretty important, and especially in the case of casters. But yeah, the mana costs just got kind of out of control. Manageable in some cases, with some builds, with others, nah, not at all. So yeah, that's come down like a lot. I don't have the exact numbers. We were looking at a lot of the models yesterday of what the numbers were changing to, and I was like, look, I'm happy with the 21 plus, but there were some changes towards the later campaign that I was like, no, I don't do those, undo that change. So we're fiddling with the numbers a little bit, so that the intent was to obviously have it so that when we post the patch notes, we have something that's relatively correct. But of course, we like to tweak these things all the way through to the end based on testing. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, 20 plus in particular, way down.
Cool. Great.
It got out of control, like actually out of control.
But I know that conversely, you do want mana to be a thing that you actually interact with. So where do you kind of want mana to be on a build by build basis? Like, what's the expected kind of like player solve? Or
and as you can see from something like the new keystone we added for leech applying to elemental, like ideally, especially right side of tree, you can spec into some leech. You got your monk, you got your ranger kind of thing. Ideally, being able to just solve your mana problem with leech almost entirely.
Nice.
You know, you have obviously attackers in general are meant to have cheaper costs and do have cheaper costs. It is something an int character is supposed to have to deal with.
But guys,
to at least some degree, and I'd say that
I didn't hear anything about
relatively
powers.
the case most of the time, especially when you start to get gem levels. It's just part of that puzzle for those characters, and that is intended. Now, it was to extreme, obviously. So that's come down, but it is still, you can't just get away with not investing into it at all. I generally, when I try and play on live, try and play the thing people will play in the least, so that I'm most equipped to be able to deal with the rebalance of it. So I just played a sorceress for the last league. I actually enjoyed the solving the mana thing, but yes, then once you have your plus, I can't remember all the values, 6 on your wand and 3 on your amulet and all of that stuff, you're just like, oh my, this is insane. And then certain skills just become completely non-viable, and all of a sudden the triggers are just like, goodbye all your mana. And then you have all that, and I was like, I had mana on every single slot, mana regen on every single slot. I had probably a third of my tree in mana, and like my damage wasn't a problem, but I was like, okay, this is just going too far. And like and I'm still doing far less damage than whatever some other build that's had to not care about it in the slightest. So missed the mark for sure on that one, but it should be a pretty drastic course correction on that front now. Yeah,
I like when you actively suffer in game for us, Mark. Good changes come out of it.
Well, the trade suffering got to a point where it's like, nah, this needs to stop. It got so much worse last league for me. I was like, seriously, just like, I'm so done with the AFK. Just please, can more of you be at your computer? And then it's like, well, we have this plan, we have this system. Let's just bloody get it done so that we don't have to deal with this ever again. But
let's talk about trade then. It's been a long time coming, much asked for. It feels like we don't have a thing to ask for now. Like, I don't know, I feel a sense of loss.
Oh no, Ziggy.
For now
we'll find
no.
out. Every trade system eventually
has only
becomes
just
a problem
begun.
somehow. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, obviously the intention was to try and fix all the problems that people currently have. This has been a big.
I have many questions.
A big thorn in our side for a long time, as far as issues are concerned. So I'm glad we've finally got something that we're kind of happy with. I'm really hoping it's going to turn out well. Obviously, one of the things you just can't really test, because you can do every theory that you want, but when you actually
needs to be real.
Economy needs to be real for it to actually make sense. So yeah.
And I have been thinking about it nonstop since you've told me that the trade was happening, because it seems like it can have so many follow-on effects. Like, for one, all of a sudden, the amount of available items to purchase is multiplied by a huge amount, like times 4 for the amount of offline players that are now available. At
Yeah,
least.
I have a summary,
then,
guys. I'll go over it immediately once
I wouldn't
this
have listed
ends.
before because I couldn't be bothered leaving the map. So
Right.
that's doubles it again. Like, what's 10, 20
I
times
have
more
4
items
pages
available to
so
players?
far.
Like, that's a big big thing.
It is, and that's part of the reason why we need the gold costs to kind of offset that, because that will potentially drive down prices in some cases. So you need something that's kind of a barrier so that people aren't like buying things too easily. But at the same time,
I'll read it
what
quickly,
I'll say about this is that
this isn't
so
my
the gold
first
costs are there for that.
rodeo.
One of the other big, really important things with the gold costs is it means that it doesn't screw your progression up too much as you're going through the game. So effectively, you've still as your first, going through your first experience, the prices have a bit of a floor, so that like when you're in like Act 3 or something, like you can afford stuff, but you can't necessarily just buy a whole set of gear like out of nowhere, that kind of thing. So that's kind of important. And then the other thing as well is it stops any kind of well, maybe not completely stops, but the hope is that it'll stop botting of like high frequency trading, that kind of thing, because that in order to be able to flip items you would need to run maps to actually get gold, right? Because you can't get any other way. So effectively what that means is that you can it's going to prevent that kind of thing from being an issue too. So the hope is that this should be a situation where we don't get like catastrophic hyperinflation or something annoying like that. And if we can achieve that, that'll be really good. We did pitch the gold prices on the high end to start with, because we're a bit afraid. If it turns out everything's fine, we can lower them down a little bit, but they'll be a little bit high to start, just because we're a bit afraid, and we don't really want to have to jack them up after they when they were low. So
you said this that they were pitched on the high end, but then when I ask you about how much gold it actually costs to buy something, like what amount of gold does it cost in terms of time or maps?
The discussion was that buying a rare should cost you about one map worth of gold.
That's like seems like nothing to me. That doesn't seem that high. Like,
I mean, like it's
you
enough
end up with a lot of gold.
It's a lot for a botter, but it's
well,
not
exactly
much for
right.
a player,
It's a lot for a
right?
botter.
That's the thing. Yeah, sounds perfect.
A little bit earlier in the game, this is a little bit different because you want to make sure that you're not screwing with the progression too much. So it has to be a little bit adjusted. But effectively, that's kind of the goal. Just it's enough of a barrier to stop the flips, basically, because you still actually
that sounds low enough that the currency cost of the items is more likely to be a.
Well, that is the part that the players receive, so you'd want that to be something that matters. But like as I said, the floor shouldn't be too bad. But it's gonna be very interesting to see how it develops. Like I honestly have no idea really. Like I don't know whether the prices will be lower or higher on this system versus the old one. Like I actually don't know whether that's what's going to end up happening there. Like I've got theories, but it's like there's counterexamples too. Like it's very interesting to sort of to think about that.
So normally you have this effect where like prices bottom out for like usable, decent to bad items. Like they go down to 1 alc. But the problem is then at the same time people don't want to make those trades, so their minimum price climbs. It goes to like 5x or 5c or whatever. It's like the minimum that they would even leave a map for. So that created a floor before.
But then on the other hand,
that's exactly correct.
On the other hand, if you're just filling up all your stash with a bunch of crap, like that's like as a seller, you don't necessarily want to do that either. So like you've got that element going on.
And this is something I love about this system is that it's going to give you a very real feedback of how things are selling, because you're going to get in real time those.
A bunch of people are going to turn up in your hideout. If you underprice something, a bunch of people are going to turn up instantly. They're going to be there.
So this is my favorite when we talk. You told me how this works. So people click it, they get transported to your hideout
at the location of the NPC with the box open with the item highlighted. So you can't like troll people by like putting the NPC somewhere far away from the entrance or something like that, which should be otherwise an issue.
Like you get like really popular items, and you've got an active shop. You can have like 20 people in your hideout.
Yeah, you can. So we actually
popular.
So we actually had to do a thing where effectively there's only 24 slots for people who aren't your friends or party members. So effectively, that means that there are some extra slots that are dedicated so that you can't someone can't stop you from being able to map or something just because you had a popular item that people are looking at. So we pre-thought of that one at least. Like I am sure that there will be other random trolls that people will discover as a way to do this, and we'll have to iron them out. But one we did think of immediately, of course, because it was really obvious, is like once you've set a price on an item, put it in your stash, there is a cooldown on being able to take it out again, just to give people a chance to
you can't be sitting there going, oh my god, too many people are joining, remove the
remove
item.
it again, right? It has to be put in. And I think it's even got a thing where it refreshes the cooldown when someone joins, so that's the kind of thing you need to be thinking about. So once again, I'm sure there'll be exploits or like stupid shit around this that people work out, but we at least thought of the really obvious ones.
It's going to be a really like physical, tangible way to like learn the price of things, like because you can put a bunch of stuff there.
I actually thought of something
if there's a lot of people
the
standing in your hideout,
way.
You're probably doing things right.
right.
But yes, no change of none of that.
Whenever
repricing,
the bait and switch fully, is gone, right? Because like when you put the item in and you price it, you are committing to that price, right? Like you must sell, you must sell for that. Someone's going to buy that thing, right?
Never again am I going to message someone and be like, I want to buy it, and then they raise it by 5C.
Right.
I still want to buy it,
but
5C again.
On the other
still
hand,
want to buy it.
On the other hand, you have to actually be careful, right? Like you could accidentally sell something for real cheap, and nothing's. There's no.
It's a great way to learn.
I know it is, right? It is.
It's a good way to learn.
Yeah.
It's cool.
So it's almost like
I'll tell you something
fear
funny
for
about
doing
it
this,
in a minute.
apart from the item acquisition part, which is like the economic side of things, was the losing the player interaction side of things. That was often mentioned, memed about a little bit. But funnily enough, this is actually increasing it more than messaging people.
Yes.
Because they're coming to your hideout. Like there's going to be that kind
of
like presence of
they get to
people.
check out your kind of like garage sale that you're going on.
I love that.
It's also like put your display cases there.
Yeah, exactly.
Put your cool hideout decors and
so
we're adding we're going to be adding a new hideout decoration that's effectively a set of security guards. And so people in your party, they'll let you through, and people not in your party, they won't. So you can have a little, trading.
Yeah, you can have the VIP area of the hideout, the VIP area where only the people with some class.
It's gonna be funny.
Only people with class are allowed in there.
Oh my god!
So you can sit behind your security, and just watch all of them.
Into
so much
POE.
fun stuff you can do with this.
Damn.
But never before would I have like looked through a seller's like other listings. But now, like, a lot of time I'm just going to go there and buy the highlighted item. But
if they were silly enough to sell it for that cheap, what about their other items?
What are their other items?
But even stuff like
buy 5 things.
Even stuff like you can see the tab names on the other people, right? I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah,
So you're like getting the nice organization and like colors scheming and everything, right? So that people can,
people's ASCII art.
So that'll be a nice one too.
No, I can't wait to look at all the phallus tabs and find out.
Okay, no, I think because I think we have to add a reporting system for it, unfortunately.
Yes, so, probably should.
Yeah.
I was just excited to log in, just to have that. You wake up in the morning, and like,
what have I got? What do I get?
Before work, go run to your computer,
what currency do I get?
And then you get nothing, and you're like,
yeah.
Well, the idea of even just like popping into your friends lists.
Yeah,
like hideouts are doing it too, like just browsing what cool items they got. It's like far more like physically a thing that you can do now. It's like, it's really exciting. But there's so much unknown variables there. Like, what is this going to do to the economy and the item acquisition process?
Well, thankfully,
you can't go back now.
Thankfully though, we are still in the early access economy, right? So even though all the stuff will be kept, it will be separated from the eventual economy we get at full release. And also, thankfully, we get to test it on POE2 before we look at putting it into POE1. So we get a chance to. Someone's phone calling me. That's not good. Before we get a chance to.
That's exactly how I react.
Before we have to commit to that for POE1, and so we can get the balance right, we can get all the details right. But like, I am almost certain that it'll have to go into POE1. Like, there's no way people won't.
Oh, that's good to hear.
It'll have to go. But at least we'll get a chance to kind of assess the how the economy shakes out and kind of make some adjustments if we need to before we have to worry about that.
Looks like there's some extra chat questions about this. So one is a concern about bots sniping instantly with the system. I mean, that's the point, right? Is like,
ultimately that. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's the point, but ultimately, yes, it's a thing. But then it already is kind of a thing. Like, there's already stuff that honestly goes on with there.
That really changes too much.
Yeah.
Because we were talking last night, I think, a fair bit about arbitrage and
right
how this kind of stuff plays out.
The gold is a bit of a deterrent.
The gold is the deterrent, right? It'll stop the bots ideally.
To some degree, for sure.
Right.
Yeah, you can only snipe so many items, but you got to put the actual hours in to be able to do that. And often those sorts of bots kind of profit off low margin trades, and low margin trades delete your gold. So
right.
Yeah,
exactly.
And
less incentive to flip.
Another interesting note that came up in our earlier discussions about this, it sounded like you didn't really need to make gold costs really high for rare items, because I was like, tier 1 uniques like cost $1 billion gold. I was like, apparently not.
No, not really, because by the time you get to the high, like the top end of things, then that stuff is already the most expensive stuff. You don't really need to have the inflation like that kind of like the descent of prices that you get that'll happen up there. So you kind of in the end the prices for uniques they don't have to be that extreme.
Yeah.
But what the thing to note though is that the prices are a multiplier per level of what the shop prices are. So we do actually have shop prices for all the uniques now. So if you sell uniques to the vendor, you'll actually get more gold now than you did before. Just as a side note,
there's going to be some kind of exploration of which golds are like not worth trading but worth a lot of gold. A bit like the dust in POE1, I imagine.
Maybe, maybe.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that the this tab only sells stuff not in the currency exchange.
Yes,
right. So you can't sell a chaos orb in there.
Would just be awkward.
Yeah,
to do, I think.
exactly.
Currency exchange is for fungible, stackables, stuff that isn't modular, and then the rest goes in here. So it should be that every single other tradable item is in here.
Yep.
So we had the kind of discussion in the past about like whether maps would get somehow made to work with the previous system, but now obviously that can just be done through this, right? Like those sorts of items that are a little bit variable, but might otherwise be considered a kind of currency can go there.
Yep.
So if this goes well, do you plan to remove like old systems of trade or anything like that?
I don't think we can
can
because
keep it.
fundamentally,
Just keep
like
it.
we have sold premium stash tabs.
I don't
They
need
had
it
the function
back.
that they had. Removing the old system,
that would be bad.
People bought
It was
stuff
a
we
gift.
can't delete what they paid for.
And did you mention in the reveal that you can convert them over?
Yeah, we did. So you can convert your existing tabs. If you bought them for the purposes of this, then converting them over is obviously the right thing to do.
Yeah, this is a very long Q&A,
that's
which
thing we want to
I'm
make
thankful
sure.
for.
A lot of those
but
long-term POE1 players.
Very
have
long
a
Q&A.
Seemingly infinite amount of premium tabs, largely for this reason, right? So it certainly wouldn't be right to all of a sudden be like, nah, you don't get to use any of that anymore. So you can fully just convert them. And that is why it's also
Cynthia.
just as important to work in POE1 because your micros are shared, right? You're not gonna,
So there will be a little bit of a time there where if you convert them, of course, the POE1 doesn't have this tab type, so they won't show up, which is a bit annoying. But once it gets added to POE1, then they'll work.
Ah, yeah, right.
Yeah.
We'll try to make sure that doesn't take too long.
Yeah.
There's the question of will functionality of the trade site be in-game in some capacity?
So that's something that we really want, and we even had a prototype of this.
I saw it.
Yeah. So it's a thing that we are working on, but unfortunately didn't quite make it for 030. There's some stuff we want to do. I am personally still a believer in that the website's going to be a better experience because, like, the typing, like
web is
just web stuff is sort of designed for this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And ultimately, when you click the button on the website, your character in game still moves. So, like, if that's a thing. But on the other hand, for discoverability for new players and that kind of stuff, it is good to have
huge
something
for
in game.
console.
And well, here's the thing. I reckon for console, it's still better to use the website because you can use your phone and you can search for stuff on your phone.
I suspect
like,
a little
console control, typing text with a console control is just fundamentally crap, right? So, like, typing with a phone is just easier.
Often you don't have to type anything in text in these
It's true. But look, we are going to do it. It's just that, like, it isn't quite done.
There's a bit of each to their own as well.
Sure.
A lot of people are very excited about
Console
the idea
players
of game
must
one.
love Mark.
It is a feature that we
It's in
will do.
progress.
It is a feature we will do. We just haven't.
It's in progress and it's close.
Yeah.
It seems wild to me that I can like push a button on my phone and my character goes to someone else's hideout.
Yeah, well, the magic of the internet, I guess.
I'm getting old, I guess.
Yeah.
You mentioned that like there's more things on the horizon that you would potentially like want to do with this as well, like in-game features of things.
I mean, yeah, like obviously the first question people will have about once you've got in-game trade searching, when's Awaken Trade coming, that kind of thing. I mean, look, maybe one day, like it certainly opens the door to it. Like, I wouldn't want to say that it's not going to happen. Like there's stuff that we could do there, but there's a lot of UI issues to sort out. There's quite a lot going on with that. It's kind of one of those things that I'd look at a bit later. But yes, obviously something people want.
It's all under consideration though, which is
for sure
very cool and very quite a pleasant surprise.
Well, like the goal, it is nice to get to the point of not feeling like to be, I'm sure it's only for some players or whatever, not feeling like you have to use third-party applications and stuff like that. It can, not to say Awaken Trade is dodgy, but there are some that are obviously a little bit suspect. People are a bit like, no, I shouldn't have to do this. I don't want to do this. It gets you can get a bit scared about it, and it can be a little bit like, especially when all of a sudden they're asking you to provide information you shouldn't have to be providing them, and that kind of stuff. So getting away from all of that, having it be all nice, secure, done by us and everything is the ideal goal. But one step at a time. This is a big step.
I have the volume at max. I can't turn up the volume.
After we test this out, let an economy test it for us.
Max
get
on
it
the
to
interface,
POE1,
max on
all
this.
that kind of stuff, and then we'll take it. As I said, every trade system reveals its problems. Maybe that's just the next problem. So see.
Another question here is like when you click like secure item or like buy item on the site and it's going to take you to the hideout, it's like is that locked in and other people can't then click it? Or
no, they multiple,
it is
technically a race. Yes, we'll see how that goes. Like I think it should be fine. But yeah, that is just worth understanding.
That's going to be interesting for like
it's a race to get to the item, and it should be fine. It's like Diablo 2 Picket all over again.
It loads faster.
Thankfully, the loading time should be a lot better.
Yeah.
In this version than they were in the past. We're doing a bunch of engine changes, which I'm hoping is going to go well. Obviously, when you make changes, there can be
worth bringing up stability and performance.
Yeah. So, we've done a pretty big amount of rewrites to the engine this version. We've the goal is obviously making the game faster. It should be quite a lot faster in terms of frame rate. There's still some kind of one of the load times are definitely a lot faster. There's still some concerns around shader pop-in type issues, which we're kind of working on at the moment. But ultimately, it should be better, and we've also unlocked a lot more optimization opportunities for the future. So things should be better in this regard, I am hoping, especially for consoles, where we've seen a pretty good performance uplift, and things are looking pretty good. But still more to do. But that's definitely something that we're taking really seriously. And one of the other things that I'm really hoping we don't run into is another stupid operating system bug like we've been having with the damn freezers, right? Like we've made changes that I think will work around those, but fundamentally the Windows 11 scheduler is completely broken. Ultimately we just kind of have to do what we can there.
How fun for you.
Yeah, I know, it's very annoying, but that's the just the life, unfortunately, of a game developer to deal with that. But hopefully the full OS freezes will, we basically managed to fix them for almost everybody, but they were still happening to a few people. So I'm pretty sure we should be sorted out now.
Yeah, and the EU servers and things like that have been
right. So that's the other thing, of course, is all the DDoSing problems and everything like that. So yes, that's been a huge focus of our server guys. They've been working pretty much non-stop on trying to deal with that problem. So effectively, what we've done is we've actually retired some server hosts that just weren't able to be sorted out. We've got a lot more anti-DDoS protection stuff going on. We've been working on that. It's been a huge amount of work to get it to the point. But effectively, as we go into this free weekend we're about to do,
it's huge.
We made sure that every single server provider that we have is armored up, that we've got things in place for it. It does mean that there's a couple of locations that we couldn't find an adequate solution for that had to get cut, but we've tried to make sure there's other options with just almost as low latency nearby, and overall things should just be significantly improved over what we've had in the past. So it's really sucked that the previous launches have been so decimated by this stuff. So I'm hoping that it will be a big improvement for that stuff.
Are you feeling nervous for that free weekend?
Certainly it's a concern. I mean, so one of the big things we've been doing recently is we've been DDoSing ourselves to test that the actual DDoS stuff is working. We never did that in the past. We just kind of relied on on whatever the solutions people had. But now we're like, okay, when we do this type of DDoS against ourselves, this one doesn't work, this one does, that kind of thing. So that's been a thing. It should be fine now. But free weekend, there's a lot of players we could potentially be getting here. We need to make sure that we're up for the challenge. So but then at the same time, part of the reason to have a free weekend in the first place is in fact to test that all that stuff is good. So I'm hoping it'll be all right.
Speaking of new players, how do players onboard with the new trade stuff? Is that introduced in some way that helps them figure it out? Because it was never really the case that people were explained how to trade.
To be honest, we haven't really had any time for tutorialization of this stuff. So
is it something you want to do?
Honestly, I have to see how it goes. We'll have to see for that. But it's, to be honest, right now we don't even have a sprint tutorial in. It's been, we probably need to get that in there at some point. But the focus right now is get the features working, get them good, get the people testing them, and then we'll get we'll make sure that we've got the onboarding for that stuff.
We'll circle back into a big. What do we need to tutorialize again?
Maybe a zombie chase you at the start of the game or something.
I don't know. I have to think about that. See, the harsh reality of tutorialization is unless you put a big red wall in front of the player and say, no, you have to learn this.
Which you've literally
then they literally won't.
I got cucked by the tutorials earlier.
Yeah, I always appreciated the like kind of lighter tutorialization.
I do as well,
approach
but
of
sometimes
PoE
like
that-
something that's so
gotta have to-
Tutorializing the trade system will be a little bit more intuitive and easy, at least for the sake of
Yeah,
purchasing. Once we have an in-game searcher,
I wouldn't have even said to do it before because didn't. It's like
Yeah.
you go to this site and do
Well,
this.
but also if the tutorial tells you to go buy a microtransaction, it's probably not the best thing in the world. So
but for purchasing, right? Like I mean, ultimately, once we've got the in-game version, it's way more easier to tutorialize that because then you can be like, look, here's the place.
Yeah,
where that is. So.
Okay, that makes sense. Kind of on the economy.
God,
thing,
it went so long, my light turned off.
So another thing is, in POE2 at the moment in particular, there's been some pretty wild exchange rates of currencies and inflation and things like that. I believe the current price of Apologies is a little bit off. It's a bit hard to track down exactly. It's like 2,000 exalts to a divine.
Right.
That's quite a number. Like,
yeah, I mean, like part of the, when we were looking at this, actually, one of the reasons why we did the whole like higher tier currency thing was partly to add stuff in the middle between divine and exalt, but also like absorbing some of those exalts into other things by having the higher tier ones be dropping and that kind of stuff. Like there was a little bit of thinking around that, but also the implication of this is that we're not syncing enough exalts. So there's some that we'd have to think about whether or not we want to start doing some more syncs for that. But I'd say that's probably the main thing is like that exalt exchange rate would be the.
I'm curious from your perspective, like when do you look at something like this and consider it an issue and why? And
I think it was up to 969 before, and then we were like, this is... I specifically remember the screenshot that was sent to me of the exchange rate, and I was like, oh okay, this is bad.
I also wonder whether it's just that the divines, people are wanting to value those more, like they're sinking more of those into uniques maybe.
I was surprised that they ended up being valued as much as they were in PoE2 because of like the way vials work, but we're talking about this and you're saying that like, well, the idea is maybe at the highest end you do sink a bunch of divines in case you land a socket, and now you've got exceptional items too, like maybe divines become even more valuable. I don't know that's a problem, but the other thing of like exalts being devalued maybe is a problem. I don't know.
I think exalts will be not that valuable still, and that's fine because ideally the more common, especially in-game high trade rate, will be the higher tier ones.
There actually will be a slightly more sync for exalt in the way the map mods work now, because you've actually got a reason to go up to 6 mods every time. So that'll sync a few more exalts that way. So I guess we'll see how that works out too.
Yeah. I'm curious, like, so when you look at the number, you see 969, and you're like, that's a problem. I'm curious, like, what from your perspective is the problem with that? I'm curious what the delineation is between something just being a market phenomena, and it's like that's the way it is.
Your average player, like, it's a bit different when it's a mirror.
Thank you.
And it's hard to explain why necessarily, but I guess most people can probably relate with that. But when you all of a sudden are seeing something not like over 900, you're like every now exalt you find is just nothing. Like it's nothing. It's there is a threshold. I don't know where that exact threshold is, and the threshold will be different for each person. But like at least if you to be able to quantify it as like I've found 1% of a divine every time you find an exalt, assuming 100-to-1 ratio. You still at least that feels like something.
Feels like something, right?
And now you're like, okay, I'm getting 0.1 and now it's 0.05. You're like, what are we talking about here? We're just in a point where like every exalt is, you're getting into filter it out territory kind of thing at that point, which is not great just because the value is so. I mean, you're talking about it being like worth a Reign of Chaos card from PoE1 kind of thing.
The higher tier ones. I mean, look, I'm really interested to see what the trading dynamics end up with the higher tier ones, like whether stuff starts to get priced in greater exalts or something like that.
I'm curious to see.
I have no idea honestly what will happen, but we'll see.
There's not a set currency to price your items in. Like, what are they going to be? Like, all different things? Or
it'll normalize into something. There'll be a thing that everyone knows to do.
I'm curious about like so let's say you go to someone's hideout to buy an item. Obviously you'll know the price of that item, so you can visit your exchange in preparation to like get the correct currency to buy that item. But if you like see other items in their thing, can you like, I don't know, use the other person's exchange or exchange currency? Do you have to go back to your hideout and exchange? It's just
how does that work? I would think
awkwardness.
Ange probably would let you. I think that will work.
It'd be cool if you
use
could
the currency exchange in the other person's hideout. It's the same NPC, right?
That would.
I actually genuinely don't remember if you can use other people's ones, but there's no reason you shouldn't be able to.
We can make that work.
I feel like that'd be good if not.
So you can make it work.
I don't know if I've ever even tried to do that.
Just as you can. Okay, good.
Okay, if you can, you can. I genuinely am like, have I ever actually tried to do that? I feel like I just default go back to my hideout. Like,
Here's my advice to sellers then is to put your currency exchange person next to your vendor so that you can get a few extra impulse buys.
Oh, they're the same person.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
we moved it to her. Yeah.
And they're are they both the long neck boy? Or wait,
no.
That's a different thing.
No, that's a different thing. It's Ange, the person from King's March.
It was one of the MTXs that you can get the long neck boy to.
Yes, that's a different thing.
I was.
What do I think about the changes? I'll tell you everything. Full summary in my thoughts. The moment
that's fully separate.
Okay.
This is Ange.
I thought it was going to
You find her in King's March in Act 4.
I'm not complaining.
And you get, if you haven't got a hideout, you get a quest to go get a hideout, and then once you claim it, so you don't have to get your hideout in the endgame now, or from buying a micro, I guess. And now you get it in Act 4. She's there straight away. You can immediately engage with both systems. So before we had like currency exchange on all the NPCs and all the towns. I actually think we might have kept it there just on random NPCs in the interlude and stuff, just so that you don't have to go to your hideout every time. I'll have to check in on whether or not we did that, but eventually, Ange will just handle all of it.
So this means you don't
16 minutes, guys. I've been awake for 30 straight hours
until the same time as you would gain
pumping.
access to the
for the first playthrough in the league, yes.
Yep.
Okay. But the subsequent playthroughs, you can.
Yeah, that makes sense. Great stuff. Something I wanted to bring
That's
up
actually
is...
not true, by the way. Subsequent is not the case.
Oh, really?
Because otherwise, you have an advantage over new players, technically.
No, but subsequent in the same league.
Oh, in the same league. Yeah. Per league, you have to. Or you have to have fair ground with new players and existing. You have to unlock it at the same point in time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, within the same league, completely fine. Yes.
All right. Something that I wanted to bring up as well was build diversity. That's a thing. We talked a lot about there's a lot of buffs for the other archetype stuff, so that's obviously going to be helped by that. But I'm curious, your thoughts on the point if Lightning Spear is 46% of the top 1,500 players, I think it was, or 15,000 players, or 75,000, or something, whatever the number is for PoE Ninja. So 46% is pretty big. I don't know that we've ever gotten that high. Maybe with
we did Legion League Cyclone.
Cyclone.
51%, I think, of Cyclone Slayers.
Yeah, okay.
Or something like that, yeah.
It was like
so we're not quite there.
Mark knows his game.
Not quite there, but obviously
it's
that's
just as bad. It's just as bad. To be fair, I'm only encountering one class there, actually. Lightning Spear is across many classes, so, maybe it is the worst it's ever been.
Because that's just the skill gem itself.
Across both games, yes, true.
Yes.
True. Well, either way, it's bad.
So I'm curious. At what point do you feel that's a problem?
It's obviously a problem
for
now.
what duration is that a problem? Yeah, obviously. But what's the point at which it does start to feel like a problem for you guys? And when do you want to even address it in the next league versus in the current league? Because that's obviously a difficult thing to do.
The mid league nerfs. People say they want them, but the reality is that we get crucified for them. Absolutely crucified.
You should never do a mid league nerf unless it's
fast.
You have to get on it so fast, basically, to make it
get away with it.
Yeah.
And if you can find it, but if you don't know about it for 3 days, well, I know it's silly to say, how do you not know about it for 3 days? If you misinterpret the severity of it, for example, and everyone starts doing it, you're like, oh no, it seems kind of fine, and then boom, out of control, and it's now been even one full day, you can have a lot of the player base completely pivot. If that happens on a weekend, if certain people are away and busy, especially people with balance, Jonathan or I and stuff like that, obviously we'll support other people forward. You get our staff are playing and all that, so this stuff does get around and we do learn about it, but if you slip by even a day, you get to the point where you now have to make an excessively hard decision, which is make 50% happy or 50% angry, right? And it's it's lose-lose. And so often, and sometimes you make the wrong decision. It happens. But look, it's less about there's a number that's wrong, and it's more about the way we looked at it this time is look at all of these bad builds, why these need to not be this bad. You shouldn't be able to make this many mistakes, this many bad decisions, this many wrong decisions through supports, passives, everything, all of that. And it's we just need to bring all of that up. Now, by doing so, you're bringing everything up. You can't just have Lightning Spear go up proportionally to everything. There's no one's gonna swap and play all this other stuff that's now in that kind of same level of balance. So the outliers have to come down. It just has to. You do it, and in this case, we definitely thought it would be best to. Some people will say you should have done it in the league. Yeah. Maybe they're right. Whatever. We're doing it now. We're bringing down those outliers. So yes, Lightning Spear is nerfed. Let's just rip that band-aid off. And honestly, if you're surprised by that, come on. But like there are, an insane amount of increases to bad things, wrong decisions. They all should be brought up in line. There should be a lot more viable options, a lot more good things, a lot more viable different classes.
The hard part's going to be that the support gem changes are certainly going to result in a bunch of new exploits, and that's going to be real rough because we're going to have to then make all those hard decisions again of do we nerf this, do we not, kind of thing for each of those.
You eventually get to a point of stability, but when you're adding this much and having to change this much, you're going to have a number of things still go wrong, a number of things still be abused, and we will try and stay on top of them, and we will try, but there'll still be some stuff I'm sure we'll have, and hopefully it's not 47%.
0.3.
And hopefully that number's less, and over time you get more stability, more equality in the classes, and the balance and the different skills and all of that. And, but it's mostly honestly important to not just be like, I want to play a caster, and then you go and later find out that you picked the worst class in the game. And sure, there are still some builds within that are, you could say competitive to some degree, within some threshold, but it sucks to learn that you get to level 65, which for some players may have taken tens of hours, and then you're like, oh, you're telling me I literally picked the worst class that no one's playing, and I could have just been throwing a lightning spear this whole time and doing it 5 times more powerful. That is a real terrible feeling to have. And so making it that you don't if the worst was only slightly worse than the best, slightly, so within some margin that you're still at least feeling powerful, you're just not, I feel like then at least you don't feel absolutely terrible about it when people are just like, you made the wrong choice, you have to reroll, you're just like, well, that's demotive, I'm demoralized. How are you supposed to know that at the start without doing a bunch of research, right? And so that hopefully over time, and I'll say this is a huge step towards that, we eliminate as much of that just really wrong, bad choices as possible, make things more obvious and intuitive and all of that, and bring up the floor really, and keep bring up the floor, not bring up everything, because again, otherwise, what is a 0.1 second boss fight when it's now 0.09 second boss fight? You know what I mean? The ceiling has to come down when they're that extreme in particular. So
I wish you guys didn't have to worry about balance so much, but the reality is that unfortunately you do have to get it to a certain point so that you can even assess that whatever changes you're making or new systems matter, that they are good or fun or whatever. You just can't assess that when something's too far out of alignment. So do you think if something is looking like it's getting to the point of a lightning spear again in the future, that would be a mid-league nerf, despite not being a bug or anything?
You can't necessarily tell, because at the point where it's what Mark said earlier, you look at it and you go is this actually that bad? And it's very easy to be wrong, and you don't by the time 20% of the community is playing it, it's too late to nerf it.
Of course, because they've invested items, they've invested their wealth
stuff, right?
And now you nerf it.
You have to make the call before that point,
and
it's tough.
You drive a portion of those players to then quit by taking away the fact
literally all of them will.
Probably. Well, you could argue the nerf is in line such that it's still competitive and good, but they won't feel and see it that way necessarily, right? They put all their investment and their wealth of the league into that, and they're taking that away as brutal. So it's who do you make quit? And that's it. It's a ultra terrible decision. So, but again, eventually they will taper off, and you won't get that level of extremity occurring that often.
And I hope so for you guys, because on the flip side, I imagine the
POE1 went through the same thing. Still happens there as well.
I think part of the thing though is when we were going through it, there were less tools for everyone to see what the disparities were. And so I feel as more information is there, people feel worse about their bad choices than what they previously did.
I can realize just how bad I am.
Exactly. So it actually, I think, does exacerbate it a little bit. We're going through this now in a bit of a different time than what we did initially, when we had because early POE1 had tons of terrible balance going on all over the place. I remember some of the stuff that was happening. But we just can't get away with as much now these days.
The old guaranteed crit flask.
With
your 1,500 crit multi
charges on crit.
Right.
Oh no.
On leveling, so leveling builds are kind of another topic in general as well. Do you guys are you looking a lot at like leveling build diversity within each class, or even across classes in some cases where some things are strong enough, like Rake Stomping Grounds where spellcasters are doing it? Is there a point where you...
I mean, I want to look at things all through the game, really. Like, I just want the fundamental underlying skills to just be fun. Like, so I'm not really necessarily looking at a skill as, like, this is an in-game skill versus a leveling skill. Like, to me, they need to serve both purposes. And, like, when we're looking at skills, we're like, can the skill to in-game? But, of course, it also is it fun in campaign? Like, both of those need to be true. I wouldn't, like, classify one skill or another as fitting into one of those categories.
Yeah, do you kind of, like, aim to have at least a few for each archetype that feel good then, so you're not kind of like feeling like there's only one way to level a certain character?
I mean, as I said, ideally all the skills feel good. I mean, I know that we need to improve some of them, but that's part of the goal of what we're doing here, right?
Order. You know, not always the design makes sense.
It's like with the monk, for example, you know, lightning, ice, clearly better than the wind physical version, right? And so may make changes to that. Ice Archer, you know.
How many of you guys played Ice
And there's
Strike?
the clunkiness with the Poison Ranger, and you know, so because most people are leveling as lightning when they are playing archers instead of lightning spear, they're which whatever. They were playing lightning, and the other things, like, sure, there's a couple of things that are still good, but you know, like, there are clear, you know, things that are losing comparatively to the others within each of the classes. And so we focus on a lot of those. We looked at, like, look, these aren't being played, and why? Let's see if we can get them to be played competitively with the things that people are playing on those classes. So yeah, and I mean, things like Sorceress, where you have, you know, at top 15,000, 0 to 0.1% play usage on literally one of 7 classes, not great. Like, so that gets something way more drastic. You know, so that's not just like bring up cold a bit. It's kind of like, all right, we need to do something crazy here and just like shift everything and pivot. And now we've got something that's like kind of promoting this multi-elemental, and honestly, playing each of the elements is probably still just better anyway. But yeah, now you got the multi-element and combining a lot more and passives and everything. Yeah, like, it's all, there's like so much going on there. Though. It's like there are so many variables changing that it's almost impossible to predict what is even going to happen here, though. So we might come out of this and now another class is at 0%, maybe. Then we have a new goal to fix, you know what I mean? Like, but that's not by design. Like, you don't want that to happen. Yeah. But we'll see. Yeah, it's exciting. I don't know what I'm going to play. I'll tell you that. I have no idea. I'm like, I don't know.
Struggling between the unarmed, the elemental.
Well, I said I'll play the worst class, so I need to know what the worst class is so that I can play it.
What people aren't playing.
Yeah, because I have to work on release day, because trying to make sure everything's stable and and fixing anything we can. I get that day to see what's the worst class, and then I'll jump into that just so I can experience it and see how we want to.
That's very good.
It also makes it more challenging. I like it.
You like the arbitrary challenge of play the worst one. Speaking of worst ones, on the topic of defenses, we had a lot of discussion about armor and how good it is, and it got a pretty hefty buff this time around in terms of it being able to apply to elemental damage through modifiers and nodes on the tree and such, and that looks really, really good. Do you think that there's any other fundamental issues with armor? Because I know you were looking at it as a whole and deciding even if you wanted it to work the way it does.
Well, the thing that people would probably say is the worst part about it is that they take a big hit and they can still take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is when we look into it, it's like it's still pretty damn good percentage reduction if you look at it. So like I was sort of less confident that was the true issue with it, and that's why when we were looking at it, like, well, what is the actual weakness of this thing? That's when we started to look at the elemental part. But yeah,
Smith of Catawba was alleviating that, and it's like, okay, that's probably not acceptable that you have to, in order to mitigate the elemental, get the insane max res, and that's Smith of Catawba. So like, well, hold on, we need to take that, make that not be so mandatory. Let's instead increase the elemental side of it, and that way you're not like feeling obliged to play Smith of Catawba to get the insane high max res. That's like, one part of it for sure.
I wouldn't say that we have like another like, oh, here's like, there isn't more that we know we can do to armor right now, right? Like it's like we need to see how this plays out and see what happens, and then we'll know whether or not there's still some issues that we need to address.
And obviously we had the issues where like energy shield, like even just running hybrid was crazy with convalescence in use and a bunch of stuff there. So we've had to make some changes around that as well, bringing that back a little bit, buffing the others, and so there's lots of changes around all of this. But
so next in the triplicate then is the energy shield. It's a challenging one because it's difficult to make it not just be blue life and be better life in some cases as well. How do you guys feel about where that is at the moment? I feel like the culprit is recovery. Like energy shield is supposed to be a defense. It is somewhere between a defense and a life pool.
As much as a lot of people might not want to hear it, we're going away from like, look, recharge should be the way you recover energy shield.
I agree.
We need to better embrace that and not have just every other way under the sun to get it back. I can't remember the specifics. The patch notes I'm sure will tell you. But yeah, it's like, you know, anything that's kind of just like overly trivializing having infinite amount of energy shield is certainly the current main issue. So yeah, I mean, that's part of it, but like, again, like the whole weapon swap convalescence thing, which we have made changes around, is also just like, you get the bonuses of convalescence without having to incur the spirit costs while you're doing your DPS kind of thing is not okay, like, at least not from our end, so making changes around that as well. But yeah, I mean, before that it was Grim Feast, and you know, so it's been a couple of problems, but like ultimately, I'd say they're more equally balanced now, those three defenses, and on average, yeah, armors come obviously up, evasions come up, you know, more predictable things, less, and then energy shield, some of the recovery means have come down that are not recharge, and we've added a lot more ways to make recharge better.
Cool, yeah. That's what I want to see.
Just to be clear,
I want to see what like chunky energy shield pools look like where you actually have to like recharge in some way or build to recharge.
I like playing that way personally.
Yeah.
Again, I did this league as well.
It can be really rewarding. Like when I've played that sort of like Wicked Ward styles and stuff the past.
You get into the problem where because especially with the mana thing, you have to put 30% of your tree into mana, and then you have to put so much into not only increasing your energy shield, but also into the two recharge axes. And you know, you end up like, okay, hold on, I'm putting so many points into this just to be on the same level as something else, or just to feel like I can kind of basically survive. Whereas like other classes are just like, you know, as much as armor has its disadvantages, warriors are rocking around with, you know, double the life of the other you know, your average ranger, and they're pretty beefy for sure, and especially the titans, and then you get your all the smiths with all the resist, and you know, so there is some certainly tanky warriors going on out there for sure. But yeah, doing the elemental thing with that will go a long way, and the deflection with evasion will go a long way. Parry and block being way like just predictable is huge. You don't have to go like, is that
so
blockable?
Nice, that change.
I don't know if that's blockable. No, it wasn't blockable. I'm dead. It's kind of lame.
I do find myself, you see, didn't do that with evasion though. Like the guys that slap with statues, for example, those guys will still hit you as evasion, right? Like guaranteed.
The slams will still hit you with evasion, yes, but the deflection applies to everything.
So curious about. So was it the case that you put deflection in and you felt like, okay, we probably don't need to do the evasion thing like we did with block because
there was discussion of that, and I can't remember exactly why we decided not to do it in the end.
Well, it was kind of one or the other, and we thought that the deflection being, because both are too strong, you'd have to water them down to some degree, and having one watered down seems bad because then, you know, like, you could have that and have deflection be 20%, and then you're like, what the hell's the point in this? Like, you invest all of that into it and don't really get much. So having to not water them down was the main idea, and thus you get to have both, and you get to have deflection being the thing that is like ultra predictable, and evasion can obviously still be quite strong, but not as with the whole applies to everything thing going on. So I agree. I can see both ways. We landed on this one. We'll see how it works. But yeah, I always agree with the like, I don't know if I can avoid this or not.
Yeah.
At least deflect, you know, that's great. And you know, with block and parry now, that's also great. So I don't know. We'll just have to see how it plays a little bit though. But I fully see both sides 100%, and I wouldn't say I'm confident that one is necessarily completely perfect over the other.
Good job in advance on solving the spell suppression issue with deflection by tying it to evasion, so that not like I don't have to play my Templar and have a mandatory investment in deflect.
Yeah, we made that a specific goal, and we kept getting stuff like
suppression.
It being granted from other. I'm like, no, it must come from evasion. Otherwise, we're just going to have like every single character in the game having to get 100% chance from flat things from sources, and then we're going to have now every single character has their like specific way of getting 100% suppression equivalent.
I kind of wonder if you don't just do that in POE1 for suppression as well, but that's a topic for another day, I guess.
Yep, different live streams topic.
Different live stream.
Not to say we have any plans there right now, just to calm anyone down before they're like suppression dead. Just hold on. Yeah. But different live streams topic.
How's your schedule feeling overall? Like, you feel like you will be moving into the next Path of Exile 1 expansion in the 2 months expected, and then having the next POE2
we're definitely going to hit those deadlines, like there's no question of that.
Yeah, you guys are
however, it's certainly like, it's certainly hard to get to meet them. Like it's difficult, but like it's so much better to commit to the date, and just make sure.
It is. It's been difficult to adapt to this new cycle for sure. We obviously want to do everything we can for every patch and the next patch, and this requires a more parallel work going on and parallel thinking, and to be able to make sure that each game gets the correct time. You need to make sure, okay, if you're working on 030, you got to make sure at some point people are pulled off of it to work on 327, for example, right? That has to happen. Otherwise you don't get enough time. And especially considering after 030 comes out, you've got an amount of time of fixing things and addressing problems. Hopefully not too much, but you always have a little bit of that to do. And so all of a sudden that can extend even further. And so, you have to, at some point, and it can feel very unintuitive to be like, well, 030 is what the whole team's working on. The team's excited. Everyone's like, yes, we're doing it. We're prepping all the marketing. And it feels weird to then just start pulling people off of the thing that you're kind of working your immediate goal towards, and have them working on a future thing. And same with vice versa. You get a little bit of that. And it is a little bit hard to obviously deal with, and we're adapting to it. But we're doing pretty well, and we're on track still for 327. So
it's like 2 really good expansion updates, with the recent Path of Exile 1 doing I think really well, and then this one is huge. I hope that you guys can settle in, and this feels like a reasonable workload soon, because
isn't right? It isn't this week, I can tell you that.
No, it seems people are going to need a bit of sleep soon. But we'll go down to the bottom of our Q&A doc if we can, and we'll just wrap up with a couple of the last random questions. And if you're watching live, the patch notes are out, so we'll try and get you over to them soon. But there's got a few random questions here. Divination cards coming to Path of Exile 2 soon, or is there like a plan for that, or
no timeline, but they will be coming. Yeah.
All right. Hot swapping between controller, mouse, and keyboard.
Unfortunately, wasn't really. A bunch of work was put into it.
So it sounds like it's getting closer.
It's getting closer, but it just unfortunately wasn't finished.
Yeah, fair enough. In chance we get mercenaries in POE2. Mercenaries are fun. I like them.
Not anytime soon, I would say. That's more of a later thing, I would say.
Later thing.
Yeah.
Because they do it's a big thing that's just always going to be there potentially, and that's skewing how you build characters.
Yeah.
They have a lot of impacts, the mercenaries. They do a lot of things, curses and utility and stuff like that. It's a big one. But did you like how they played out overall in POE1?
Well, I mean,
as allies, in many ways, yes. There's a few elements I don't like. Again, it's pretty weird. I don't know how much detail to go in talking about this when we're talking about POE2 context, but there are some problems of. I don't like that you just end up putting uniques on them and it has minimal consequence in terms of their survivability. I don't like some of the I'm not entirely happy with the Doriani's prototype kind of situation. The combat with them itself, it's like you insta-die or they insta-die is often what happens. Not great. So that's the kind of thing where if we were to do it in POE2, they wouldn't just be recycled character skills and recycled character animations. It would be
a lot more consideration.
Well, even if it was, at least we have new animations. So you'd have a lot more telegraphing, a lot better fights. It'd feel like actual skill fights as opposed to just what is this ruckus going on right now? You know, so there's ups and downs to it, and I'm not saying any of that will necessarily drastically change even within POE1 or when, but you know, there would be things I would want to do, because I would say the combat of fighting them in POE1 is not meaningful. It's very much a like who dies first, and you don't even necessarily know why. So, but overall pretty fun. Like overall pretty cool. Big change. Like
very cool.
Yeah, genuinely pretty happy with how it turned out. To be honest, just a few bits and pieces that need some improving for sure.
Cool.
I wouldn't want to add them to PoE, something like that to PoE2 that has such an impact on character builds when we don't even have a good stability within the build diversity and the build structure. Like, I would say that kind of thing comes once you've figured your stuff out, you know what classes are at a baseline, then you can add a lot more of that. Like
8 years or so, maybe.
Yeah, well, hopefully not. Hopefully, you know, we're not too far away from that being like in a much better state, but these things are endless. So
yes, that's it.
We'll see.
Here's a funny question: can you sprint on a row mount? There's like the row sprint.
So there actually was a plan for that,
The
but did it actually get implemented?
the rower is currently it's not sprinting. The rower is currently faster.
That's
but
right.
when you it slows down a little bit when you're shooting.
Yes, that's right. I remember that.
Not
Yes.
slower than normal run speed.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So it is inherently faster than base run speed, but when you are attacking on it, it slows down. So that it is
the old speed that it was.
Yes, so it is more competitive. So that it is more competitive.
So rower is faster, yeah.
But you can spec out. You can I believe spec out of that penalty even, and then you can. It kind of is so that when you're just running, it's more comparable to sprint and movement skill usage and stuff like that. Yes, so it's just it's faster. That's all there is to it, really.
Does the sprint work with blink? You like teleport and start sprinting the same way?
It won't. I don't think it will. You can, but it won't resume sprinting straight afterwards.
Like
I believe
if you sprint, blink,
am I wrong about
sprint.
I feel like I was trying this literally yesterday.
What do you mean? Sorry.
You don't just like blink and keep sprinting. It's a different action. It's an end there's an end animation to it. You'd have to go re back into a sprint.
So
No, but it does work if you hold down and then you blink and then afterwards it sprints, right? Isn't that how it works?
Oh, in that regard,
I think it is.
I would hope so.
Yeah,
Yes,
no, that's how it works.
yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you mean you were sprinting and then you blink.
No.
It goes back into
you hold
it,
down, you blink, you go, you sprint.
you know, I could be just entirely wrong about how that other thing
we'll
works.
see when it's live.
I was doing it yesterday, I thought it was like, I understand why it's like this, but ignore me. I was probably just wrong.
No worries. Does the elemental damage mitigation from armor apply before or after resistances?
Isn't it before? Wait, so hang on. So you
and for us smooth.
No. You resist first and then you mitigate.
I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure it's that way around.
It's the one that means the values have to be higher, so which means it's the order in where it's the less effective one, so because the values are quite high and juicy as a result. Yes.
Oh, okay, so in that case it will be.
I think it's pre.
In that case, it's you armor first, then resist. It will be.
I think that is what it is. Yes.
I love it. Fantastic reveal. I'm very excited to get into playing it. Thanks for spending a solid 2 and a bit hours chatting Q&A here. Very fun.
I felt like half an hour, honestly.
Yeah, so I feel like I could spend another hour or two just talking about economy from like the impacts of the trading stuff is fascinating to me. I can't wait to see how that plays out.
It was our first Q&A where we didn't hold the patch notes hostage.
Yes, at a preset time. Yeah. I think that helped. People weren't like, stop holding them hostage.
Yeah.
They're just coming out when they're coming out. So we'll leave it there for now. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you very much, Mark. And thank you all for watching.
Yes.
See you later.
Thank you, and thanks everyone as well. Yeah.
See you later.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to waste any time. We're going to get right into it now. All right. Let's get rid of this. Let's go up. Oh, we got to 5 pages. All right. Okay. All right. So here we go. All right. So we're going to do a big summary of what we just learned in the POE2 presentation, and then the extremely long Q&A by Ziggy D with the developers. I just want to quickly apologize. I have been up for 30 hours and 12 minutes at this point. So if I act like a zombie or I misspeak, I'm sorry. One thing I have to say at the start of all of these notes, I'm writing all of this down as I listen to them, and they present quickly. So I might have missed some things, or some things might be a little bit incorrect. I'm sorry. I'm trying the best that I can. Check the patch notes if I'm wrong. I might be wrong about some things, didn't write it down correctly. Another thing is a lot of people I saw during the whole presentation were really mad, for just as one example, that Druid wasn't released. But Grinding Gear Games mentioned that they had changed their policy. They pick a date, they get as much stuff done as they possibly can, and whatever they have done on that date, they ship it. And so things like the Druid class were almost done, but they couldn't get it. And so for me personally, like I want to play the Druid. I'm very excited to do 17 damage, but I don't fault them for that. And I'm extremely favorable toward this patch. I think they've done a colossal amount of work in the last couple of months, and I think they're making the game significantly better. So I have pretty much zero bad feelings over what they presented. All right, so let's just get into this machine gun style. First of all, when it comes out on the 29th, POE2 is free for anybody. You can play. All content is available. Your progress is saved. And if I saw it accurately, I think I saw the little console symbols on their little infographic. So you can play for free for a couple of days if you want to try POE2. Act 4 is here. They're non-linear islands. You can do them in any order. There's 3 mini-act side stories, so you don't have to redo the campaign, and cruel difficulty is gone. That's going to be so amazing because we're so sick of doing acts 1 through 3 over and over and over. There's 35 new zones and 24 new bosses. They will be replaced by acts 5 and 6 later, but they will reuse this content in some form in the endgame, they said, so it will be valuable to play through it. They're adding sprinting to the game. After a dodge roll, you can sprint. It's, they said, faster than almost any monster in the game. This lets you disengage or just run through content that you don't feel like you need to do. A lot of people have complained in the past that the pacing of the campaign is a slog. This is a huge way to make it faster. They do have to give you a penalty, though. If you're sprinting and a bunch of monsters hit you, you can get knocked down. So when you're sprinting and you see a bunch of monsters, it's a good idea to use a skill to interrupt your sprinting. So if they hit you, you don't get knocked down. Support gems can now be used across multiple skills, meaning the same support skill. So before, martial tempo gives you more attack speed. You put it on your most powerful skill. That's what you do. Now you can put martial tempo on however many things that you want. And now there's different tiers of support gems that increase their power, or in some cases even change their power in the higher tiers. And now there's new lineage supports, which are godly. They cannot be cut. If I heard them correctly, you must find them. So tons of new ways to build your characters. And as they talked about earlier, they thought that opening up the game and letting you build whatever you want is much better than what they currently had. I completely agree with this. Grinding Gear Games has literally made their mark on the ARPG world by opening up possibilities, and you let people theorycraft or path whatever you want and mix and match whatever you want and just see what people can come up with. I never really understood why they were trying to narrow the scope of things. Well, I guess I heard their reasons. I guess I understand why, but I always thought it was the wrong way for them to go. I think this is going to be way better for the game in the long run. This whole section is probably be better to check the patch notes than me just trying to quickly listen to their rapid fire of this, but tons of skills got buffed. Ranger Cold got buffed. CC bonuses on bosses got buffed because they said it's much harder to CC a boss than it is a regular monster. So you should be more rewarded for that, which is, of course, makes sense. They buffed some of the poison arrow skills. They added Mirage Archer. It looks like it works a little bit differently in PoE1. I think Mirage Archer is just like above your head and it shoots. This one actually creates mirages of you as an archer. Evasion got buffed. There's now deflection, which can, I think it said that mitigates 40% of your damage. Either way, it's no secret in Path of Exile that Energy Shield was by far the best defense. Evasion was kind of in the middle, and Armor was the worst. Evasion got buffed with deflection. Armor is getting buffed as well, as we'll see later. Block and parry, I believe they said you can block and parry all hits except the mega red attacks from like the most powerful bosses. And they also increase the speed and how the blocks and parries work. And people have, from their conversations, they said like the people who were playing Warrior, for example, said that they saw a big improvement. Tons of skills buffed for Warrior: Volcanic Fissure, Perfect Strike, Molten Strike, Forge Hammer, Ancestral Cry, all buff. Shield skills are buffed. There's no cooldown on Shield Charge. That's going to feel like PoE1, and it does more damage. But remember, they opened up the no cooldown on Shield Charge because now you can sprint. So now that you can sprint, Shield Charge makes sense. And then Shield Wall has increased AoE. They buffed many of the cries. Ancestral Warrior Totem now scales with your weapon damage and is buffed by endurance charges. And there's more supports to help generate those endurance charges. They buffed the Warbringer Totem Ascendancy. They buffed accuracy at close range. Their goal is, as a warrior, you shouldn't need accuracy if you're fighting close range. And now armor can now help mitigate elemental attacks. More on this in the Q&A on why they did this, but armor got a big buff here. So mercenaries, I believe they can reload now at full speed without that slowing penalty. Then they said, I believe this is all CCs. If I read them correctly, Shock Freeze got buffed to 8 seconds. And the reason why they said they did this is because they wanted to make comboing easier. Like comboing was too tedious. It was too difficult to do because you had such a short window when this guy is shocked or when this guy is frozen, then you can do this. So extending this window is going to let you make it easier for you to do your combos. You have a mortar cannon now that shoots the grenades that you give it, and then their banners got buffed. The Witch, the Frost Mages now provide defense and help freeze. The Spectres they thought that the Spectres would be too powerful, so they went in conservatively. They saw that this was incorrect. They made him cheaper, and now they're going to do more damage. Gazzy's going to be happy about that. They buffed Blood Mage, and I believe they said that they buffed Demon form. I couldn't quite catch what they said, but they buffed some of the ascendancies for the Witch. On the Monk, Staggering Palm can stack the duration. The Wind Blast stays on hit. They said in general that the Wind and the Physical Monk was behind like Lightnings, the Lightning and the Ice Strike Monk. So they're trying to bring it up. Hollow Palm Technique. I just leveled a ton of characters with this in PoE1. Hollow Palm Technique is where you don't wear a weapon and you have that bare fist fantasy. But it's super good for leveling in PoE1. I leveled a bunch of characters with it. So now you're going to get some unarmed gameplay, can make a totally new build out of that. Acolyte of Chalupa. Chaos damage now ignites, shocks, burns, and freezes, I think is what they said. All chaos damage can now leech. Then they said like some of the ascendancy nodes got baked into the other ones, buffing them. And then you can have an ability where, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. You can cast chaos explosions on dodge roll and get a ton of mechanics out of that. It was actually a pretty huge explosion too. You roll around and you just make these like void explosions everywhere. Sorcerer got something pretty sick. So the single curse, there used to be like different curses for each element. Now it's just a single curse elemental weakness that works for all of them. Same thing with exposure. It's elemental exposure. They made weapon swaps instant for all classes. That way when you're flipping back and forth between stuff, it's much better. And now there's this beautiful mechanic called infusions, which if there would be anything to go back and watch their presentation on, I think it would be sorcerer infusions. But you get little like ice infusions or fire infusions, which modify the spells that you cast. So, like, you might be casting like a firestorm, but you picked up an ice infusion, and then it turns it into a firestorm and a blizzard at the same time. But then if you get like all of the infusions, then it turns it into this like apocalyptic hellfire, and actually changes the colors and the ways that the spells work. I'll be honest, just from it's kind of a stupid reason to pick it. It's kind of like picking an NFL team just because you like the colors, but the sorcerer stuff just looked so beautiful. I feel like I really want to play a sorcerer and make something work there. They put 100 new notables on the passive tree. They did a big pass around all the cool ones that they added. There's just tons of theory crafting to do there. The attribute requirements went down 25% to enable more builds. It's amazing how many things in this patch that they put in here that I've been complaining about. Like, I was trying to, especially when I was building my warrior, I was trying to like get my two-handers on and the armor that I wanted, and the attribute requirements were so strict. Like, I felt paralyzed all the time from just to put on my gear that I'm finding. And I'm like, I understand that grinding your games is trying to make interesting problems for me to solve. That's what being a game developer is. Like, you make interesting problems that I have to figure out in order to play the game, and then I feel good about solving them. But my God, dude, I mean, everything that I picked up, every good thing that I picked up was I just couldn't put on because of the attributes, and I had to backtrack and fix it all in the tree just to be able to put on one item. I think just even this going down 25% is like feels exactly right. Like, I'll be able to wear the item barely, but I won't have to like respec to put it on. I'm so happy to see this. This plagued me on multiple builds. And by the way, another thing, one more thing, just to ramble about this one more time. In almost every build guide that I made, Eye Strike, Monk, Lightning, Arrow, Ranger, Javelin, Amazon, all of them. The Essence Drain, Contagion, Lich, all of them, Witch, whatever his name is. I always like path to like the main chunky notable of their core stat, because I felt like every time if I didn't do that and I made a guide for it, everyone would tell me that they couldn't put on the gear. So that's another thing about it. It might actually open up some possibilities where we don't always have to go take that node. There's a new league mechanic, and the depth of this league mechanic, to me, was it just kept going and going on. It's actually unbelievable. So it looked like Abyss, pretty much Abyss from POE1. I just played Abyss last season. And Abyss, you know, it roams around. You step on the circle, the monsters come out, you kill them, it goes forward, you open some chests, you kill the last monster, a treasure chest spawns, and you open it, right? Well, a lot of that's like the base of it. But now killing the monsters and anything that you kill around the Abyss starts to magnify the entire encounter. So like if you kill an essence guy near the Abyss or a boss or anything like that, it's going to impact the power of the enemies that continue to spawn as the Abyss moves around. You get the Abyssal Trove upon completion, but then there's an entire new area where you're going to go craft a bunch of like really awesome things where it gives you 3 choices, and then you have to throw it into the Abyss of Despair. Then it comes back up, and it can have the items can have like superpowers. You can also put these like super affixes or the superpowers on waystones. And then sometimes instead of getting a treasure chest at the end, you open a portal to the abyssal depths where you have a whole new level and insane rewards and a boss fight. Like I said, the mechanic just kept going and going. And then they said there's an entire other layer to the mechanic that they're not going to spoil, where when you go back to the place where you do all the crafting and you throw stuff into the abyss to make it powerful, they said if you can make your items like Super Saiyan, why not make yourself Super Saiyan? And there was a menu where you can jump in, but they didn't show us what happens when you jump in. So probably you come back as Ultra Instinct Goku for an hour and you just murder everything. I have no idea, but first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to Abyss and we're going to jump in we're going to kill the boss to get the token to throw yourself into the Abyss and see what happens. on the end game, there's tons of new maps. There's new specific bosses and biomes. And again, it goes back to what we were talking about like 5 minutes ago. The point that grinding your games is doing in designing a video game is trying to make an interesting problem that I would like to solve and feel good about it. What I saw them make with the bosses and the biomes felt like exactly that. For example, if you walk over to like the water biome, there's like a big whirlpool. You can see like, I don't know, there's a big hydra or a leviathan there that you're supposed to go fight. You can get real close to him, but you can't walk up and go fight him. Well, why? That's because in one of the maps right next to it, there'll be a key or a lever or something that you got to go find in order to access him. That's like, that to me is a very cool idea. I see there's a boss there. I don't exactly know how to get to him, but I'm kind of like doing a dungeon in Zelda. I'm going to kind of look around in every nook and cranny and see if I can find a key or see if I can find the secret lever, and then I can go fight him. But it won't be too tedious because you know it's like in like the 3 surrounding maps. So I thought that was like such a good idea, placing all these different bosses. It also really kind of synergizes with their overall idea. Like they keep pushing that instead of sitting in your hideout, plugging the same map endlessly, we want you to explore our world of the map where you're not quite sure what's going to come. Well, most people who played both, not everybody, but most people said, yeah, it's way more fun when I get to run my favorite map in my hideout. Like, I don't care about all these surprises that you have. But the reason why we didn't care is because you didn't have any surprises in the original Endgame. It was like way too flat. But now with these and stuff like this, as they continue to build upon it, now I'm getting more and more on board with random exploring than I was before with cool ideas like this. The affixes were reworked. This was needed because like the affixes were like very strangely allocated on the waypoints or on the waystones where one of them would give you all the negatives and one of them would give you all the positives. So you just like try to make maps where you just get all the positives and like the difficulty was not tied to the reward and it just didn't make any sense. So now they are tied together. Now I think you can get more affixes now. And because of that, the scaling of the modifier's difficulty will come down. So the game just hasn't just strictly gotten harder for you. They're going to make the beginning of each league mechanic, getting the first points of each end game mechanic easier. So for example, getting your first 2 points of breach or getting your first 2 points of ritual will be easier. And now fighting the pinnacle bosses will cost splinters instead of an entire key. And they said the overall result of this is it's going to be easier to fight the lower tier bosses, so you can just get into the end game a little bit smoother. And I believe they said in all of the skill trees, when you would fill out a tree for something like ritual, as you would build the tree, you were forced to build difficulty into the tree. Now the skill tree is just the tree. It's just something that you want, and you choose the difficulty when you plug the splinter. Again, I think that's a much better change. Now they said the Arbiter, again, I believe, I'm listening to them go over this quickly, but I believe they said the Arbiter now requires you to do max level citadels, which is, I don't think anybody should complain about that because like people were like doing the easiest citadels by far to go fight the Arbiter. Bro, the Arbiter is supposed to be the pinnacle boss. So they're doing a lot of work to smooth out the progression, and you'll see more on this later. But this is the way I should be, I think. It's the pinnacle boss that we have. You shouldn't be able to do shitty citadels and then go fight him. They said leveling was too slow. They said it's going to be easier to hit the mid-90s, but from the way that they phrased that, it seems like it's not going to be easier to hit 100, which is fine. I mean, I think most players consider PoE in PoE1 like 95 to be the end of your leveling journey usually anyway. And they added many, many new endgame chase items that maybe it's in the patch notes or we just log in and go look for them and have fun. Crafting. So essences now work like regals. You know exactly what you're going to get. I mean, one of the biggest problems with PoE2 is crafting. There's no determinism. You can't. It's all just a random slot machine. Well, this is one step to making it not a slot machine. There's more tiers of essences, and perfect essences will be rare and work more like chaos orbs. A lot more crafting choices. Now there's currency tiers of the different orbs, which are more and more powerful and give you better affixes. Again, some level of determinism, because now you're not just getting shitty tiers of affixes, so that factors in. And now there's exceptional items, which can come with higher quality or an extra socket. And yes, you can, if they have an extra socket, you can try to corrupt them for yet another additional socket. This is part of what makes PoE1 great. You can make some absolutely, completely ridiculous endgame items. And the exceptional item that I believe that they showed was a white item. So whether it's available in this current patch or not, it sounds like they do have a plan for you to just find a godly exceptional base, take your knowledge and take your currency, and with some level of determinism, try to craft something godly. Will that all come into play in this patch? I don't know, probably not. But as they add more and more tools to do so, it seems like it will be a core part of PoE2 later. They have new omens. They listed a lot of them. I couldn't keep up. It was way too fast. They do very powerful things. Check the patch notes. Hina locks are introduced. Last patch, I dropped 2 Hina locks in one drop. It was the best drop that I got. I sold it for almost 200 divine. Hina locks let you see the future of a craft. So when all this comes to fruition, we're taking an exceptional item and crafting it in, 7 or 8 steps to make it godly. You reach step 7 and you're going to brick your item. You might use the Hina lock to see the future of the currency that you would do, to see if you're going to brick it or not, and then go from there. It might be cheaper to do it with a Hina lock than to start over. New trade system. King's Marks is also going to be in PoE2. That's like the trading thing and the shipping thing in PoE1. I didn't see anything about the shipping or the farming or anything like that. It was just King's March, like the town. I don't know if that means the other things are coming. I didn't hear them say anything about it. Ange, you give her your items, and people can search for them, and they can teleport to your hideout. They auto-teleport to wherever your NPC is. The item is highlighted, and they can buy it from you. It is a race, so just because you click buy and you port, anybody else can click buy, and the first one to click buy wins. It's like Diablo 2 picket on bail runs all over again. You can be AFK. You can be in maps. You can be offline. It doesn't matter. If you give stuff to Ange to sell, then that's it. It's in that tab to sell. They've already thought of a couple of gimmicks that people might do. We'll cover them later. It also has a gold cost. We'll cover it later, why, in the Q&A. Speaking of the Q&A, now we go to the Q&A. One more disclaimer that I need to make, because people have gotten mad at me in the past. So let me make a disclaimer. This is not a verbatim. This is not me verbatim writing Ziggy D's questions. He did a great job, by the way. And it's not me verbatim writing Jonathan and Mark's answers. It's me listening and trying to write 3 hours of Q&A in very simple words with my interpretation of the question and the answer. So this is my interpretation of the Q&A. It's not a direct quote. If you want to hear the direct quotes, you're going to have to go watch it for 3 hours. So, first question. Did you fix everything with the game that you wanted to? No. For example, people will be upset that towers aren't fixed, but they will be fixed soon. For example, they tried to get it in. They said they have some ideas. Druid didn't launch, or maybe more broadly, we didn't get a new class. And they said, if we don't have the balance for it, we can't release it. They thought it would be ready for now, but it wasn't. Remember the top thing that we said? They have a deadline. They're launching on August 29th, so we have something to play. They could have delayed it to get the Druid in or not. I would strongly prefer. They told us months ago, or a month ago at least, that it's coming out on the 29th. Bro, if we get close to the 29th and it's not on the 29th and I got excited for no reason, I'm going to be mad. It's okay. We'll play the Druid later. That's my opinion anyway. Some people are going to be really mad about it. I get it. I want to do 17 damage too, but that's why they didn't launch it. I'm not mad about it. Do you consider this the big endgame patch? No. There's a lot more planned. Specifically, they're lacking mid-game goals. They said you can get into mapping, you can reach the pinnacle bosses or fight like the big bosses in the biomes, but there's a lack of direction and narrative. Currently, you're just walking around randomly. They want to smooth that out and make the pinnacle boss chase better and improve the ability to get your league mechanic points. Is Abyss getting an endgame tree? Currently, their endgame tree is baked into all the new crafting and making the items and the waystones, and you can jump into the Abyss. We don't know what that does, and they give you tons of things to do without making a tree. At the end of the league, they'll evaluate it and see if it's getting a tree. Towers have a negative stigma. Are you just going to remove them? They don't think they're going to completely remove them, but they might remove all of their mechanics and just keep them as cool ways to just have vision forward. But they said one of the main problems that they want to solve with towers is because towers juice the maps around them. So any map not by a tower is automatically bad. So when you're pathing forward, you're thinking, oh, here comes 5 maps that are garbage as I walk over to the tower, and I have to do these bad maps to get to these good maps. And that entire feeling ruins the ARPG mindset of, in their words, like this next map could be the one that drops, the godly item. So I agree. I agree that this is one of the main problems. I would add further to the conversation that I think towers in general, just juicing that one specific area and the way that you do it also is not fun. I mean, a lot of people have been complaining about this. We could ramble about this for hours. But anyway, they said a tower change is coming. It'll be significant. And yes, they are well aware of how much people hate them. So something is coming. What about agency over choosing what maps you run? That's what we were talking about earlier about random exploring versus plugging the same map in your hideout. They like it when you have control over content. And I think my interpretation of what that means is they like it if you can choose like how to buff your maps with the tablets and the towers, or which citadels you go fight, or how you navigate through, or whether you want to do breach or ritual. So the content within the map, but they like the randomness because that allows them to like put secrets in the biomes and puts awesome hidden things throughout the game. Whereas if people do the same map over and over, placing these hidden things doesn't have any value. This said, can you tell us more about Act 4? We designed it so you can go to the islands in any order. They have different vendors and rewards, so speedrunners and potentially even different classes and archetypes may want to do them in a different order. That's interesting. It's definitely something that I will pay attention to. The third trial was supposed to be in Act 4. Why don't we have it? Didn't have time to make it yet. Is it going to be different from the other ones? They said it would be significantly different. They said, are you really going to allow us to do 3 ascendancies quickly, Acts 2, 3, and 4? And it's a good question from Ziggy, because that's not what happens in POE1. In POE1, you do Lab 1, and then Lab 2, and then like Lab 1, 2, and 3 are spaced out over a pretty decent margin of the campaign. So it feels like these will be much quicker from what I've seen. And they said, yes, they're okay with it. So you're going to potentially have your 3rd ascendancy done by chapter 4 in the campaign, and there's 5 chapters. So that's pretty quick. Any further improvements to the campaign speed other than the patch that you had mid-league last time? And they said the main thing that will help, other than the mega patch, which most people missed that happened mid-league last league, because most people quit at the beginning, was that they gave you sprint. And they said the people playing it feels like it's not a slog anymore. Why did the team change their minds on one support gem? They said some were still opposed to it, but they tried it, and opening up the game they feel is by far the better choice than what they lose. Totally agree. Then Jonathan made the point that people who were opposed to it were afraid that everyone's just going to take all the same supports. But I would counter that. Argument by saying, if you made 100 supports and everybody uses the same 10, then it means that you made 90 underpowered or bad supports. Just go make them not bad. It's like a free Q&A for the devs. I don't think it's necessarily a bad decision. It's like free Q&A. That's the way that I view it. Are you worried there will be too many supports with lineage support? You're adding more supports, all that stuff. They said they think one of the problems is that their recommendations were bad. And yeah, some of the recommendations for their skills didn't make any sense. So people were like listening to grinding gear games, and they were purposely, like, they were being penalized for it. They're making bad choices. So they did a mega pass on all the recommendations, and now it should recommend 3 really good supports for every single skill. And they think that that will help people who would struggle with too many supports being in the game. With the changes to supports, did you change anything on the sockets or finding 6 links? They said they already made a significant change to this last patch, but progressions should be smoother with less randomness up to the 5 link, but the 6 link is supposed to still be like a pinnacle drop. Gem levels are super important, but the mana cost gets insane. Thoughts? The levels are still important. The mana cost will be roughly the same in the campaign, but in the end game and at levels higher than 20, the mana cost will come down significantly. This was a colossal problem with the game. On my Ice Strike Monk guide, I can't tell you how many people messaged me saying, Rax, I made your build guide, but how do you solve mana? And I said, I didn't solve mana. Let me guess. On your staff, you went for +4 skill levels or whatever. And they said, yeah, I did, of course. And I said, well, in my guide, I didn't have that. And they said, yeah, but I thought that would be a good addition. No, that bricks your build, because when you change your Ice Strike from level 20 to level 24, you get almost no increase in damage, and the mana cost becomes, you're just unable to deal with it at all. So it was a massive problem, and I'm glad that they fixed it. How much gold does it cost to buy something with a new trade system? They said it takes about one map's worth of gold to buy 1 rare. Are you guys worried there will be some exploits with the new trade system? People will find ways to troll, but they thought of a few of them. For example, when people go to your hideout, they port directly to the NPC, not to the waypoint. That way you can't hide the NPCs, so people are looking for where to trade. And they also implemented a cooldown on removing an item. So if you sell an item for 5 divine and you see everyone has instantly joined, you can't remove it and then put it up for 10 divine. There's like a cooldown, and they said when people join, it also refreshes the cooldown. So you need to sell with purpose. But they said they'll probably find other exploits that they'll have to fix. Are you worried about bots? They said there's already bots, but that's why they put a gold cost in the transactions to make it harder on the bots. Is the trade site going to come inside of the game? They said they made a prototype for this, and it's close to being released. Are you going to put more things in the game rather than third party? They said, like Awaken POE trade. Maybe someday it's a good feeling to not have to use third party programs. They don't like third party programs, so they might try to build the stuff into POE. When someone clicks to buy an item, does it block other people from buying the item? No. It's a race to get there and buy the item. It's like Diablo 2 bail runs. Are you prepared for new players during the free weekend? And did you put tutorials in the game for them? They've been DDoSing themselves to prepare it. There's no new tutorials. They'll add them later. Is there a level where currencies are disproportionate to each other on the exchange? And they said essentially yes. When it takes 1,000 exalts to buy 1 divine, every exalt is 0.1% of a divine, and it feels like you're picking up nothing. It's something they'll look at. Is the number of players playing Lightning Spear a problem? They said yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Lightning Spear is OP. It could be because a lot of the bad supports or the bad choices that you make at the floor of a build are just way too low. So they did nerf Lightning Spear, but they also brought up the floor of builds to hopefully not create this problem again. Have you guys looked at leveling builds to balance them? They said they don't look specifically at leveling builds. They try to balance all the skills in the game across all areas of the game. What made you decide to change armor and apply it to elemental damage? They figured the public would think that the problem is still the mega hits do a lot of damage. That's exactly what I thought when I heard them change. But they said they did the research and the mitigation of armor on the mega hits was actually pretty decent. And what seemed to be killing people was that armor wasn't helping with elemental damage. So I'm willing to believe grinding gear games on this. I'm certainly not arguing that this does make armor better. It does. But it was definitely like well known and well talked about in PoE 1 and PoE 2 for a long time that the problem with armor is it mitigates all the small hits, but all the mega hits still crush you. So they essentially kind of said that maybe, I guess we'll see how it goes. But we'll see how it goes. But it's been talked about a lot for like a long time. So we're going to have to see. Are div cards coming? At some point. What about hot swap between keyboard and mouse? It's not ready yet, but it's coming. Are you going to put mercenaries in PoE 2? They like them as allies in PoE 1. They don't like how the uniques don't change the mercenary survivability. They don't like Dorianis. If you don't know what that is, that's an armor that mercenaries wore in PoE 1. They got banned in the gauntlet from being used because it sets enemies' lightning res to negative 200, which essentially solves like elemental pen for you. So all lightning builds just murder just by putting this on their mercenary. And they said because the mercenaries exist, now the gameplay has turned into you pretty much insta-die or you insta-live. I mean, I'm not the best PoE 1 player out there, but I feel like the game has been like that for a while. But maybe I'm wrong. Like, I don't know, like how many times have I been slowly chunked down and killed? Like I can't remember too many times. If they implement it in PoE 2 in the future, they will make changes. So that was, let's see, it started at, when did it start? It started at 3 and it went till like a little after 6. So that was 4 hours, as fast as I possibly could, trying to recall it as fast as I could, or as accurately as I could. For me, in like a 4-month period, while they're also working on PoE 1, I thought the PoE 1 league that they did was great. I played it for 2 straight months. I had a lot of fun. I feel like grinding your game's output is just very, very high. It's just very impressive. I would say this patch is bigger than I thought it would be. Yeah, I wanted to play Druid. They almost had it done. Okay, whatever. But even with a lot of the new skill changes that they made and the changes to the progression in the end game and the new abyssal things to go hunt for and the new crafting stuff, bro, I'm not for a moment thinking that I'm going to be bored anytime soon. I'm feeling like I'm going to be able to blast here. And I already had faith in PoE 2. I always thought it was going to be one of the best games. I always thought grinding gear games was going to get there. I would say this patch definitely has reinforced that. I'm definitely feeling very good about PoE 2. I'm feeling very favorable toward grinding gear games. I mean, I think it's just a big win for them. I don't want to ever get to the point where I think they can do no wrong. I mean, people can do wrong for sure. Like there have been mess ups for sure, but boy, they're quick. Boy, they're quick to fix them. And boy, they really seem to be listening. And their effort seems to be very high. I mean, that's really all you can ask for. Yeah, I know the patch notes are out. I've been kind of have them right here. I've been kind of reading through them. There's a lot of pages, man. Oh. Yeah, thank you, Cynthia. Was Diablo 4 at Gamescom? I didn't see Diablo 4 or Last Epoch or Path of Exile at Gamescom, I don't think. Yeah, guys, guess what? Tomorrow's Last Epoch. Tomorrow's a brand new league. Today was actually a lot more exciting than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, in 7 minutes, I've been up for 31 straight hours. It's actually kind of insane. I've been up for 31 straight hours. I reached the point where like I'm very, very fatigued, but I think if I laid down, I would not be able to sleep. I'm like, I got past the point where I was tired, so now I'm in that weird funk. Yeah, you guys probably know that feeling. So I already know what's gonna happen. Dude, I miss Cleo with a crystal ball. I can already, by the way, so many people subbed. Thank you so much for all the subs, guys, in the Prime. So many people. Thank you, guys. I'm gonna stop streaming. Oh my god, I fucking forgot. I promised that I would make the leveling guides for Last Epoch. Oh. People are messaging me and they're emailing me. They're counting on me for those. God. Yep, I have to do it. Nope, I'm doing it. Okay, I would love to sit here and read all of these patch notes and digest everything that I can, but yeah, I have to go make leveling guides for Last Epoch. I mean, I practiced all week. I know the guides like the back of my hand. I can do it without the guy. I know all the skills. I know all the trees. I know all the passives. I have it all memorized at this point, but other people don't have it memorized. So obviously they can read a Maxwell guide, but I'd be able to tell them some tips and tricks about it that will help them. So I have to make it. And I said I would, so I have to make it. All right, I'm going to do it. All right. Tarek does have some great guides. He's the god of leveling. I learned leveling from Tarek and Lizard. That's who I learned from. I forgot. I actually forgot until right now. Okay. Okay. It's okay. I got it. I got this one. Don't worry, guys. I'm a professional idiot. Why don't we raid? Let me raid DM. And I'm going to go make Last Epoch guides for you guys, all right? Thank you so much for being here, guys. It actually, dude, there were thousands of you here all day. Guys, I've been streaming for 6.5 years straight, no missed days. I do not take that for granted. There's not one day where I take you guys for granted who are here and making streaming fun for me. Now, I am very angry at all the people that come in here and talk shit to me. I permaban them and I insult them. I'll be honest with you, I love doing it. It actually makes my day. I love laughing at them at their expense, which probably makes me a terrible person, but it is what it is. But the people, you guys that are here, I actually like you guys. So it means a lot. I do not take it for granted, believe me. And I won't be here forever. You won't be here forever, and I won't be here forever. So let's enjoy our time. Okay, that's enough of the sentimental speech. It's time to go make last Epoch guides. Today's been a day. 31 hours and counting. Send it. All right. You're the hero we need. I don't think I count as a hero. By the way, guys, my birthday is on the 31st. I'm expecting very big presents. Just kidding. Don't get me anything. Let's go hang out with DM, guys. Thank you so much. Tomorrow, last Epoch, and then we make as many builds as we can. We kill Uber Aberoth, and then we're going to play some POE2s. God, it's going to be fun. Later, guys.